for me. They've just been a really flashy brand of Valorant. It's been very exciting to watch, and it certainly gets everyone up out of their seats.
Halo Joy, selamat siang ya. Balik lagi aku. Baru bangun tadi siang. Kita sekarang nonton APAC, tadi pagi nonton Sentinel doang. Tapi mereka kalah Sentinel, sayang banget. Udah bagus sih mainnya, lebih bagus dari yang kemarin, cuma tetap masih kurang kompak lah, masih kurang lah. Kalau dibandingin tim guard masih kurang. Sayang banget sih.
The early sort of stages of the first map to get away those nerves to make sure that they're just completely on form against MITH, because you look at that series for MITH yesterday, there was a lot of sauce that these guys are going to be able to stir with coming into this series.
Personally, for me, I'm going to have to go ONIC. I prefer a team that's a little bit more consistent compared to someone that might come a bit later, because it's really scary when you think about it. If, say, MITH wasn't able to kick up online before they get shut down. However, for maps, this is the interesting question now, isn't it? Because immediately you're going to see Bind taken out. Why do you think that's a thing?
It makes sense. It's what ONIC banning up in their series as well, if memory does serve me correct. Haven, Haven might be the next ban actually to come through from them, but Breeze and Icebox makes a lot of sense there. Is Haven to be deleted as well. So
tadi NE kalau pagi-pagi aku nonton, aku belum tidur cuy, aku tidur baru bangun jam berapa tadi? Jam 11-an, jam 11-12 aku baru bangun. Sialan. Habis gara-gara nonton Sentinel. Sentinel kalah tapi sayang banget ya kan. Harusnya bisa menang sih mereka. Cuma karena mungkin masih sinerginya masih belum lah. Ya itu ujian mereka sih di LCS gitu. Karena Zelis sama Shroud kan baru gabung tuh. Dan Shroud anjir main pakai controller, aku ngelihatnya unik banget rasanya. Unik banget Shroud pakai controller. Tadi bagi.
But the first map currently is going to be Breeze, and this is the curious part about it, because ONIC is really good at it, but MITH really showed us that they too can be played that very well. Regardless though, we're gonna be going to a quick break before we head over to
masih ada break lagi kak.
Don't go anywhere, because this is gonna be a good one.
Hi guys.
Bentar, kita lihat di Indonesia.
Kemarin ONIC G itu kerusak sama posisi dari seorang famous, dan sekarang apakah MITH mereka mau coba ngirimin satu pemain dengan gaya permainan yang digunakan untuk menculik satu persatu pemain-pemain dari ONIC G yang nantinya di early round bisa
Breeze Icebox fracture.
Kalau menurut gue sih enggak sih. Kalau menurut gue ya, karena bedanya Famos tuh tipikal, makanya gue rasa kenapa Bumi tuh bisa membiarkan Famos main sesuka hati, karena dia tahu kayak ya udah ini biarin aja ini orang mau main kemana, M-nya tuh kencang banget dan tipikalnya tuh yang nggak takut tuh kan. Kan ada orang yang kalau mau nge-lurk gitu meskipun M dia tajam, tapi dia takut buat salah. Kayak kalau gue mati temen-temen gue gimana ya? Gitu. Nah itu nggak ada tuh di Famous.
Karena sebenarnya kalau menurut gue sendiri itu kenapa bisa nggak ada di Famous, dia udah tahu kapan dia harus ngerem sebenarnya. Karena dulunya dia pernah main Sova, pernah main duelist juga Jet sama Raze, dan dikasih Chamber menurut gue itu adalah agent yang sekarang lagi superior banget, dan mungkin ini adalah turnamen terakhir di mana Chamber bakalan jadi most used agent karena di patch selanjutnya.
Di patch selanjutnya ini udah di nerf.
Dari nerf yang diberikan di patch selanjutnya menurut gue itu bisa untuk nurunin lagi pick rate dari Chamber, dan kita akan kembali ke old meta Cypher.
Bahkan gantiin ini.
Sahamnya turun dia.
Gantiin ini lagi.
Banget masalahnya itu. Mungkin kalau sekarang
kader aja 150 cuy.
Iya, sekarang kita bisa mikir
mentang-mentang
gantiin apa sih namanya?
Bakar naik.
Gantiin duelist tadi anjir, aku nonton Sentinel.
Iya, enggak, soalnya menurut gua ya Famos ya dia bisa dikasih permainannya kayak gitu dilepas sama Boom ya, karena betul juga lu bilang ya dia tahu kapan dia harus berhenti, dan ya emang kalau dia mati pun teman-temannya udah nggak masalah, at least
pemain yang komplit lah ya.
Ya at least pasti Famos dapat satu minimal banget. Sementara tim-tim yang lain gua nggak jamin sih ada yang berani main selepas Famous untuk saat ini, terutama untuk Made in Thailand ya. Main selepas Famous, dan apalagi dengan kena pukulan telaknya dari map satunya si Boom lawan ONIC, pasti ONIC udah wanti-wanti sih. Mungkin aja bisa ada contekan-contekan yang diambil sama
itu yang gue suka sebenarnya. Tapi dari ONIC G dengan cara permainan mereka yang kemarin kita udah lihat biasa. ONIC kan main disiplin banget. Kemarin mereka udah mulai berani untuk jemput bola, melakukan push di NC Slasher diduetin sama Monyet. Di mana ada Monyet, di situ bakal ada NC Slasher pakai Sky. Di map Breeze itu yang hal-hal kecil yang mungkin nggak banyak yang orang sadar, tapi itu selalu berhasil, itu selalu punya impact. Dalam artian ketika dari Monyetnya udah dapetin info, kalau kemarin yang gue lihat Qualifier itu adalah NC Slasher ngelihat tunnel, Monyet lihat ke arah B-main kan. Tapi ketika Monyetnya udah dapat info di B-main, tukeran posisinya, NC Slasher flash B-main, Monyetnya nyikat tunnel terlebih dahulu. Dan mini games yang udah diciptain sama ONIC di map Breeze, menurut gue itu udah keren banget, sekarang udah di-evolve. Tapi sekarang kita masuk ke sesi yang paling dibenci sama Rare.
Makanya gue mau nanya.
Mau di ini kan?
Kalau gua sih dilihat dari data
prediction.
Asik.
Jadi data
udah pakai data
sekarang yang gue lihat kemarin, cara main yang konsisten yang menurut gue aimnya lagi dapat banget ya ONIC. Untuk beberapa hari terakhir ya. Untuk MITH sendiri kan agak tertatih-tatih bahkan ya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Jadi kalau prediksi gua sih ya untuk di pertandingan kali.
Oke, kita balik lagi cuy ke yang apa? Inggris. Soalnya lebih dulu kan. Jakarta.
Alrighty, welcome back folks, and take a look at this lovely Jakarta. We are back to the VCT last chance qualifier of APAC, and now ONIC versus MITH. Only one of these teams will stay.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup because we've seen both teams. We've seen that they love their overtime. There was that one day MITH had 5 overtimes, and I think ONIC had 6 overtimes. So if we're going by
6
that
overtime,
trend, it might be pretty scary
6 overtime
if we're getting a lot of overtime, it's going to be a lot of Valorant.
It seems that way. We won't really know until the match goes, but you know what? I mean, the map pick so far, it really seems to favor both teams, and I think there's a very good chance that might happen. Then again, though, the first one is going to
kalau menurutku sih ini bukan mentalnya anak muda kan. Kalau di ONIC kan kayaknya lebih banyak kan anak mudanya sih. Masih ini lah. Dengan overtime 6 kali itu pusing cuy.
I'm thinking maybe he tries Neon.
Oh ya, nanti malam apa ya?
He goes for either one.
Aku pengen tahu NE bisa ada yang ditonton nggak?
Kadoo, one of the players to really watch out for in this whole tournament.
Kayak tadi pagi kan aku nonton Sentinels. Sayang banget cuy, Sentinels tadi pagi.
Unfortunately, they fell a bit
hampir aja
short,
menang
but
dia.
he can really
Sayang
show
banget
up
tapi
when
kan.
he needs to. It looks like he's going to be hovering over that Jet. On the other side though, ONIC also Jet on Monyet.
Masih timba energi ya, 100 sama Cloud9. Mau bisa tonton sih harusnya. Tapi nggak tahu dah, aku masa nggak tidur lagi anjir. Soalnya malam aku nontonin Dota. Apa itu?
They actually had a really rough time last time that they played Breeze. It was actually against, I think, Griffin during this APAC LCQ, and they lost pretty badly. It was 13-1.
Let's go. Yo, ONIC, let's go. Bisa yo. Jatuhkan dah, buang nih tim Thailand tinggal 1 kan. Mudah. Nggak usah lah, udah ada Sersia 1. Mending masuk APAC tuh 1 tim Indonesia udah. Jadi dari Thailand ada 1, dari Indonesia ada 1, dari Malaysia Singapura ada 1.
That's true. So I'm hoping
Monyet sih berani banget. Dia crosshair.
And just like that, they got control over the A site with the curtains up as well.
And Monyet tried to get a little aggressive too much at the beginning. Kadoom trades 1 for 1 as Shiro finds the return kill. The plant is down. They can't
mau main line up. Ini line up-nya Shroud tadi pagi anjir. Itu posisinya Viper tuh yang di sini. Nah ini. Nah kan tadi pagi Shroud juga gitu mainnya anjir. Kalau nontonin ini ya. Oh nice kepick. Jadi nggak bisa ini. Nggak bisa line up. Oke, satu lagi.
Now control over Cave. They're pushing up front, but they did not realize that Conga Red was all the way behind at Shiro. Take out the head, but here comes one.
Kongaret sih dari kemarin ya. Kongaret sama Kadum anjir. Yang bikin AE kalah tuh Kadum sama Kongaret.
Just one player remaining.
Dan itu masih jadi perdebatan kan yang masalah boosting itu kan dia naik ke apa sih di bind. Dia kan nggak pakai utility kan naiknya boosting gitu nggak tahu deh. Tapi kayaknya dibolehin dilolosin nih buktinya Metro Thailand. Seharusnya sih nggak boleh. Seharusnya nggak boleh sih boosting itu pakai
plans.
Dia bisa lompat-lompat
they
gitu nggak
know
bisa.
how to play this
Nggak
map.
boleh.
They know that if they can get control over the
DNA
site,
sama ME
they could set up for these potential
diskualifikasi.
post-plant plays, especially when you allow for your teammates to go into such deep positions that your enemies won't expect. Now,
sekarang sih Chamber masih jadi ini ya, primadona
very defensively.
Karena ada ininya sih, headhunternya.
I think for sure it's fine, but they want to take these.
Tapi patch berikutnya kan bakalan di nerf tuh, harganya 150. Dan Rendovu-nya cooldown-nya ditambah lagi, jadi dia nggak sembarangan lagi sekarang. Kalau sekarang kan bisa sembarangan cuy, taruh aja ininya Rendovu-nya di mana, pokoknya dapat satu Rendovu out, ambil pindah tempat. Nanti nggak bisa gitu lagi Chamber. Biar ngurangin pick rate-nya, pick rate-nya Chamber nih 80% nggak ya?
Of course, that's what ONIC is looking for, like you mentioned, because they have those sheriffs.
Oh, miss! Slasher.
Firing off that warning shot.
Sayang banget anjir. Miss dia. Harusnya nggak perlu nembak aja, lebih bagus tadi. Kalau emang nggak bisa dapat.
Just waiting for the plant to come in and then unleash that hell of bullets. Again though, they're all playing so safe right now, and MITH are trying to get that extra bit of information. Using the Alzheimer now, they've spotted out a couple of players, trying to bang them up, trying to make sure that they get the site safely. Here comes the plant in, but of course tagging all the way through the toxic screen. It still is good.
Dia nunggu tadi Severin tuh, biar teman-temannya sampai dulu, biar bisa crossfire, makanya baru dibunuh. Kan udah di depan musuhnya tuh tadi. Oh, sayang banget.
It's not gonna work out that well. NC Slasher from behind as well, but Beta just cleans up. 2-0, perfect start for MITH.
That round was on the knife's edge there. MITH just waited a bit too long. Their plans got derailed a little bit when they got killed on the site. I think all the utility coming in and all the smokes basically made it so confusing for them to get on this side. You can see the timer, it actually went all the way down to 8 seconds. And if Monyet was able to find that kill, I think it would have been so dangerous for MITH.
Yeah, a little bit
pakai bulldog kah? Oh, nggak cukup
duitnya. I mean, it kind of seems like they could have just rushed it in and then, you know, that did a little damage.
Soalnya harus beli utility kan. Kena damage lumayan tuh damage-nya.
Not the best.
Tapi balik lagi.
A little bit of damage at the start, but right now Kadum is going to try to find whatever
Kadum sih dari kemarin
asem. Peeking out a cave, he gets the first one, backs off, and now MITH again feeling a little bit more comfortable.
They do have the Vandals as well, so they can take the duels slowly. Just take those long-range aim duels so that when you lose a gun, you can still pick it back up. So that's a good strategy that they can employ here on this third round. They've already found the opening frag. They just need to do it one by one.
And now back to it. Just setting up around A again. Possibly, maybe baiting our rotations. They don't hear anything though, so they know that ONIC really hasn't moved all that much.
Oh, hampir aja mati Elmimor.
A bit of a spray. And have to push
this
anjir 8 HP. They know they have the space. They know they can capture the site.
Hampir aja.
And then they set up for post-plant scenarios.
They do have a lot of space right now. Nobody is on the side. They're still pushing up onto that side. Sova is actually on it already. Shiro trying to look for those kills, but the flashes are going to discourage him. Elmimor is going to find Wannafly though, but there's a big flank coming in as well. It's going to be Monyet. Can he find anything?
He's trying to burst him down. But he knows it's not
ngelihat satu itu Monyet. Nice.
Wah,
udah bagus tuh. Tadi Monyet udah bagus cuy gitu. Fungsinya itu buat ngecekin angle itu.
And now the ultimate online. It's a perfect start because 3-0 Marky.
Wah, mereka
and they saved 3 rifles from that round as well. Carrying that
not
over
looking good.
Well, 2 rifles rather. Carrying it over is just so good because that was their bonus round. And they carry over rifles to this next round. Their economy looks absolutely amazing, and ONIC just not have cracked that code. They're not finding the stops. They're trying to push out, so you can see some confidence in their play still, but they just haven't been converting these duels.
They have been trying to find bits of control here and there. I like that they were positioned around elbow. I like that there was a bit of a flank coming in. But unfortunately, it's just not quite doing all that much because MITH have the setups for this. Look at how they are just holding. And the Indonesian teams hate this so much. ONIC, the Edgehog, It's all about going fast, but now Myth are slowing down the pace so much. Again, just holding around cave. So
udah ketahuan
unsettling, and it allows for
posisinya.
Kadu
Nggak dapat tag sama sekali.
offbeat timings. Gets the second shot now. Elmimore trying to find something, but not quite able to collect on a single frag. 5 HP
mati si
remaining, and all of a sudden, Myth, what
mereka
are they
langsung
doing?
rotation. Nah ini ketahuan Severin sih harusnya.
They know they've baited the rotations from ONIC. They know they can go B. They have the numbers advantage. They have the gun advantage as well. Congrad is the only one that's really low. Severin gets spotted. He actually does not get that recon dart fast enough.
Udah tahu sih.
Well,
full
at
rotate
least
loh.
that's some information, but they can't quite work anything off of it, so maybe the value isn't that big after all, because Myth, look at this, they knew that there's a chance for some of these players to be online, and all they had to do is watch down that one area, spray it through. Severin also trying to do a little bit something, but only one kill gotten. And then at the end of it, 4-0, so much momentum gained. Myth are looking incredible right now.
They're looking like they're really prepared for this map. I think that's one of the biggest things that we can see from the play right now. ONIC are getting red. Their pushes, Myth know where they're coming from. So the biggest thing right now is if Myth can find the site where Monyet is not in, because he's the one buying this operator. They're putting in the big investments on him. Elmimore is actually going to use tour de force as well, so they have to be careful because that's going to be two snipers on both sides. They're going mid
mau
instead.
di-push tapi musuhnya nggak ke situ aja, sayang banget.
Sudden change in pace, and I'm not sure
dapat satu, nice.
are ready for it, but they are. Look at this! Shiro, Elmimore, all the ultimates being used just to push Myth back.
Wah,
it kind of works out. They have a bit of a trade. And still Elmimore is online. He's the one that's been making so much change happen right now. Alone Phil's all the way on the other side, still able to provide a little bit of value. They have the spike down, that's what counts. But whether or not he can collect on these final 3 frags is what makes the difference. They are rushing him down. He turns back. He does not see the next player, and that's NC Slasher cutting him up with the Phantom. A headshot to finish things off, and ONIC, they get the first one on the board.
I think they still have time to recover the operator as well. That's what we're waiting for, which is why we're just walking around. They also want to give the ultimate charge to Shiro. So there's not some random shenanigans. They're actually thinking about their economy, thinking about the ultimates as well. So great recognition here from ONIC there. They finally found a round, and I think this looked pretty clean from them. Once they finally started figuring things out from Myth, that was a good stop from Elmimore, a good hold on the side, and of course ONIC just being able to clean things up at the end there.
And the operator as well. That's what I kind of like, because ONIC, they've been trying to hold angles. It worked out so much this round because at that tour de force. Now Monyet with the operator could possibly do the same thing. In fact, they're moving around the sites, so that could catch Myth off guard a little bit. But then again, Myth, now without the ultimates, maybe they just go back to playing that slow, defaulty kind of pace, just holding around cave. And that's what's been working out so well for them. The previous round, they were rushing. This time around, what are they going to do? Toxic screen up, Trailblazer out.
Nice!
Pushing forward. The angle being held by Elmimore is so good, it sends a warning, a statement.
Elmimore bagus banget cuy. Drone-nya lewat, dia baru pindah, jadi nggak ke-detect tadi.
ONIC have been very, very disciplined since their previous round. They've just been holding position Monyet
dan Kadum yang ke-pick kan.
Slowly, but just not enough to be dangerous.
Nice! Monyet dapat satu.
On beta, he was trying to jiggle there, but unfortunately for him, Monyet is just so fast on the trigger, he instantly
nah, ketahuan posisinya, ada satu nih di cave. Okay.
And now just back to it for a second. 2 players lost. And you can feel that Myth are reeling from it. Spread out across the entire map right now. They want to find some kind of an opening pick, but it's just not safe enough, Marquis. It's not secure, and they can't quite enter a site comfortably that way. So now Vonafly, he's kind of spotted something out, but he can't quite go on through. The toxic screen just blocks it off completely as well. Vision obscured. Alone Phils might be here with him, but
tinggal Vonafly sama Alone Phils.
How do you make your way through this? At this point, it's just going to be a save.
Yeah.
Yeah, Elmimore actually found a kill on Congrad across the map as well on A. They were trying to poke and prod for some information to see whether there's a chance that they left one of the sites open, but they had no information to play with. That's why that 3v5 was just going to be a save anyway.
It's a nice little exchange coming in from these two teams. MITH making ONIC feel a little bit uncomfortable from before, you know, the starting 3 rounds, and this time ONIC are the ones that start to take that away, deny that information, and how they do it is by some of these opening picks, especially now again with Monyet and that operator.
And Kadum has the Blade Storm, might want to use it for a quick B play. It looks like they're changing their strategies here on the side of ONIC.
Blade Storm.
Yeah. For ONIC, Monyet used to be looking at B long. Now he's not going to be able to receive that, but I think he's in great position for a retake. They can find the kills across there. So actually going to be all B main. So far, no one pushing up elbow.
Oh, classic toxic screen. ONIC has their own approach to this, a bit of a retake setup.
That was
and
a blind
instantly slaps down Kadum. Blinded but perfectly placed crosshairs. They get the first one, they thin the herd. And you know what? It's okay if MITH gets the spike planted. We can just retake this simply. What they might not have expected, though, was the Viper Spit set up by Beta, and now they're going to have to find a different way to walk in through this. Alonefill's trying to push them even further back with the Hunter's Fury as well. Doesn't quite connect onto anyone, but that's A-okay. We've got Severine. He's a Viper as well. He's making his way in behind enemy lines. MITH still trying to hold, but here comes Zero, here comes Monyet. Beta, you might hide in the corner, but you are alone, you can't hide. And see Slasher, he finished this thing off, and here we go, ONIC slowly closing in on the gap.
For MITH, they might have felt like they overinvested in that. They got spiked down, they didn't really recover that many guns. It was still difficult to play in that Viper Spit. That's why a lot of them were playing from the outside. And ultimately, they lost around only finding 1 kill. So you expend the Viper Spit for that. I think it feels like a little bit of an overinvestment.
A little bit too much, and not that much gained in the end. It's a nice exchange again. I feel like both teams are just testing each other, testing the waters, you know, dipping their toe in a little bit. And now they kind of start to feel a little bit more comfortable seeing that operator being pulled out by Kadum.
Yeah, on the attacking side, the operator, not always for every team, but it feels like Kadum wants to give it a shot, wants to find Monyet, wants to be able to find these duels. Going for it for that window play, but actually Monyet has already changed his position. We've been waiting for that. He's been playing B 3 rounds in a row, and suddenly he's on A. Now they've guessed wrong. Yeah,
I like that. MITH, they're being kept on their toes right now. You know, I mean, this is what Kadum is doing, pulling out the operator. It's how MITH wants to play this. Not so aggressive, not so fast-paced. Trying to get some of those comfortable picks while ONIC hold angles. Instead, though, just changing things around so much. MITH, they're starting to get a little
nice, dapat satu. Woo, nice Monyet.
Gets the first frag and instantly backs off. Again, reeling from that loss. MITH, they are scrambling. Look at.
Yang penting dapat satu udah. Mundur aja. Sekarang main advantage sekarang. Nah, sekarang tinggal ini holding angle line lagi. Si Monyet.
Finding an ONIC pick off at the first 3 rounds. That was the biggest thing, because ONIC were trying too hard to push forward. This time around, they're slightly more conservative and slightly more careful. Monyet, of course, still pushing out and finding those kills, which is why MITH always have to play with 1 player down.
Well, even then, somehow just ONIC giving them this space, that free real estate, it allows for MITH to make their way onto the site, but whether or not they can hold it, that's the question, because so far, ONIC, they know that they have this numerical advantage. They know that they can go in for that retake setup. And they are slowly advancing, slowly pushing up front.
Wah, ketahuan juga Monyet anjir. Jalan ke situ dia.
Operator, Conga Red coming in as well. The trades are so good.
1v3.
The thorn in their sides just around this period.
Oh, belakang. Hampir aja Elmimore.
Doesn't quite have what it takes to deal with Kadum. Cloudburst, saving again. And alone and cold, Sheer has no choice but to back off all the way to the bottom of mid, trying to catch them off as they exit the site.
I think Sheer wants to go for these kills. He probably hears them. They probably hear him as well. Tries to peek out. Oh, finds
dapat satu. Kadum, nice. Operator jatuh.
Yes, that's the off gone. I think Kadum wanted to go for the kill onto him, but instead, they lose the operator. I think they're the bigger loser here. On the side of ONIC, their economy is still great because they won a few rounds in a row. They can still buy up. On the side of MITH, they're gonna have to reinvest in an operator.
Absolutely right. May have won the round, But do you really win in the long run? Because you saw their economy. They had like around 3,
itu hampir aja tuh. Kalau timernya nggak ada, mati itu
but light shields and that's something that unless they can bring value out of it, it's not going to be so much. We're going in for the sniper duel though. Slowly creeping up front.
Menang Kadum lah. Dia udah holding angle duluan.
And he is now the better sniper.
Monyet masih mau ngepick. Beda cuy.
Gives them a little bit more freedom,
operator tuh menang kalau dia holding duluan. Selama dia tajam ya matanya.
Yeah, without the operator,
trigger ini ya, refleksnya, trigger refleksnya
since Monyet has been the one finding all
pasti
these
menangan yang udah setting dulu, holding angle dulu daripada yang masih mau
ngepick. Since the first round he pushed forward.
Kecuali lawannya tuh
that's how MITH get the rounds when they get the first advantage.
Karena tuh the force lebih cepat.
But when they lose one, they're not feeling it. And right now, it looks like it's leading towards a MITH round win.
Well, that's unless Elmimore has something to say about this. He's just holding the angle again, but this time, what he did not expect was 2 players running out of it. And just like that, they get the sight. And once more, retake setups, sure, they might work out well, but MITH, they got all the numbers, they got all the positions, they have the spike down.
Line up lagi
with so many players covering the back, covering the front.
Line up tuh.
I'm not quite sure if ONIC can actually do this. They're waiting for the toxic screen to go up, of course. But then, as we all know, this is not a solid wall. It's easy to spray through it all. They're trying to push them back with a Viper Spit, but here comes a Viper Spit of their own. Beta's got the lineups all the way from outside of Cave. And try as you might, they're running out of time. They get a couple of frags, but then at the end they line up so nicely for Conga Red to strike them down as soon as they were pulling.
Tetap aja Conga Red sama Kadum nih dua orang ini.
But the snake bite is really
ruined my moment.
The snake bite is actually really oppressive here. They just could not find it. It's because of the plant as well. So the plant isn't in a normal spot where it's past that right corner of the pyramid. It's actually very open, on A main. So if you don't get to stop the attackers in their tracks there, if you're not putting pressure, they can plant for main. And that plant for main just makes it so easy for MITH to hold that post plant.
Anjir, 3 round leading.
I don't think ONIC were expecting this from MITH. This pacing of going back and forth, and all of a sudden, the way that they push out of the toxic screen, the way that we have Kadum on an operator as well, it's making ONIC feel so uncomfortable. Now they're calling the timeout. I'm not quite sure how they can adjust to this though, because they've tried retake setups, they've tried positioning Monyet around all the entire map. It works out so well when he pushes down Hall though. I think that's the one part that MITH hasn't quite expected yet.
I agree. So either Halls or mid, those are the unexplored options for ONIC right now. They might need to commit more than one member though if they want to go for those trades, because right now it used to be only Monyet that would go for those duels. It's high risk, high reward. It's always going to be a 1 for 0 or 0 for 1. But if you're bringing someone else with you and peeking forward, I think you can get a little bit more value from that. But ONIC, they're going to do that for this A side. They commit the Viper's Pit immediately. 2 playing inside that, and Conga Red is going to use the trinket to try and find some information, but the rest of MITH are actually all going to be instead. There's 3 members of ONIC though. They're already waiting there.
It's the perfect setup. Where else can MITH go if not for B side because of that one Viper's Pit? I mean, MITH has been able to find picks and execute onto A just from Cave alone. And now that the Viper's Pit is there, it blocks it up completely. Monyet holding the angle, but Kadum still strikes him down. And you know what? It was 3 stack at first, now it's 2. MITH might just be able to do this onto the B site.
Wah, down lagi Monyet anjir.
Again, that's exactly what happened in the previous round. If they can do that again this time, I think it's definitely going to be easier. Taking Monyet down, ONIC star player should make things a bit easier, but don't discount the rest of ONIC as MITH tried to execute on the side quack.
Nice.
Here they go, NC Slasher just holding down the right side. A bit of a pop flash and it blinds them perfectly, but more players pushing through overwhelms him completely. And just that's now the B side being taken away. MITH, they are doing such a great job at pushing and overwhelming, but all of a sudden now Hunter Sphere comes in. 10 seconds remaining. Can you still get the spike planted? Yes, you can, but you have to tank that beam. You're down to 45 HP.
No,
and down to the 2-on-2. Peter though from the side, and then the operator comes back into play.
Jalan dengan ini anjir, dengan
They've
polosnya
got to
dia.
stop walking into the crosshair of that sniper like that.
Yeah, that operator has been a big problem for them. It's actually Kadum and anyone else who wields the operator. Apparently, it's a very special operator that can kill everyone, it seems. And it's just so good for MITH right now because they're the ones taking control over this game. Kadum always finding one yet. He's getting in his head.
Ini udah bagus
this
banget
loh.
loh.
Was great because it was able to stop the plan. Even did some damage, but there's a lot of understanding from WannaFly that I'm gonna get hit once, but I don't care. I can get the spike down, and because of that, I know that Beta has my back for that kill. Severine pushed forward, but just died.
I don't know about you, but I mean, that was just smart, and I really love watching Kadum versus Monyet right now. That one shot onto the B side from around the pillar, it's as if he knows these positions because he plays them himself. So Monyet, he's gonna have to try something different, and we can see that these round losses are affecting ONIC. The positions that they are holding right now are so far back because they've lost the confidence to push out. But I think that's the one thing that they kind of need to try more of, though. MITH, again, back to this default holding around cave, around the bottom side of halls. They're getting revealed. But you know what? I think ONIC knew this as well. They're just not quite sure how to work their way around this.
ONIC definitely know that. They've set up very defensively this time around. There's the Seekers being used again. It's going to be an A execute full on. All 5 members going to the A side. Hunter Sphere is getting used as well. There's just so much utility coming from MITH that ONIC should want to look for this retake. They're going to spot. No, they don't spot Severine.
Nice, Severine.
This wall is so good. There's a one-way on that corner. He's able to stop the diffuser. This is going to get the rotations in for ONIC. At the backside, there's a trademark where they can go through that by using the cloud burst so that they don't trip the alarm. I think they have to commit 2 cloud bursts on that, and I think they just might get sandwiches and just slashers.
Nice, Severine.
Also finds one last 2 members.
Nice.
And they're all just dropping.
Nice.
It's now a flawless round for ONIC instead.
Woo.
Perfect execution, flawless win for ONIC, and they bring the numbers back. It's 4-7. Just with the walls closing in, the electric fence, if it were, and that causes those flies to get zapped. I mean, it's just perfect two-pronged approach.
Pakai operator lagi kah?
The boxes from around the pyramids.
And
you also have not
soalnya
2,
pengen
but 3
jaraknya
players,
jauh
one of them
banget
came from
cuy
halls.
si
And
MITH.
taking out the trademark, yeah, you get information off of that, but it's not enough to hold in from both sides.
They actually snuck through it.
Yes.
They used 2 cloud bursts, so the trademark didn't pop off. That's the false sense of security for MITH because of that trademark. So that's the biggest weakness of that trademark. If you have the controllers or the smokes to get through it, then it's going to be false information or false sense of security. For ONIC, that was a great hold by them, and I think that was off the back of the wall from Severine. His wall has this really strange angle. When Viper's wall kind of floats a bit. Yeah. It's kind of wavy, so sometimes you can see a little bit as it waves. Yes, especially if you're playing so close to that wall. And Severine understands that. He finds that head, bought enough time for ONIC to come in.
I love this so much. And it's just one round as well. I mean, this final round of the first half could make the difference as we go into the second. Because this is the difference between a 4-8, which might give MITH a bigger advantage, or a 5-7, and then ONIC can come back that way easily. So right now it's do or die, and MITH, you know what? That timeout is going to help them. They've gone in for post-plant lineups, post-plant setups, especially around the A site. And it worked out for the longest time until ONIC had that approach. Now they're thinking differently, and they're headed towards B. But at the same time, Monyet is aware of this. He's got his operator. He's holding around elbow. The Seekers reveal his location, and he has to back out of there.
Yeah, pushing him away is one of the biggest things that Myth can do because you don't want Monyet to be the one shooting at you. They do have the extra guns though, so Monyet can change the rifle if he needs to for that closer range engagement. There's going to be Wanna-Fly with a tour de force as well, so this is going to be difficult for ONIC for this retake because Myth have already set up their post plans. If you take a look at, I think it's Beta right now. I think he's lining up from that
like
far
from
right now.
CT? Like, are you kidding me? He can do that
masih dapat kill dong.
From attacker spawn. But you know what? It doesn't matter if you've got Conga, Ren, and Kadum all the way in front. They're hopping around.
Anjir,
and then they
Kadum
get shut
emang
down by
anjir.
Monyet. He's all alone though, and he has to do it all. Against Viper's Pit, Snake Bites, against Shock Darts. Oh, it's just around the gap, but you know what? They can still peek off of that thing, and alone Phils will be the one to claim Myth that 8th.
Monyet almost got so many kills off of that. I think there was a chance that he would have clutched
Kadum sih
but
licin
that lineup
banget,
was not
tai
100% on the spike. I think
Ini orang licin banget,
just
asal.
needed to inch it a bit more to the left or the spike a little bit more to the right. Beta thought he had a lineup. Luckily, they had a lot of teammates still alive. Alone Phils and Beta both were able to take Monyet down. And in that first half, it feels like Myth have had a better idea of how to play this map.
So much better than when they first played it in APAC Stage 2 against Griffin. And you know what? The score reflects that. 4-8. They play it very slow, very comfortably, tactical, trying to find the first opening pick before actually making their way in.
Yeah, I want to talk about the Myth timeout as well. It was the last round, and that was really interesting because you could choose to save 2 timeouts for the next half and kind of reshuffle your defenses if ONIC, a very good attacking team, overwhelm you. So getting that 1 round, it means that they really wanted that last round. They really wanted to end this half with a 4-8 before flipping over the sides because I can see why they call that.
As big of an advantage as possible. And you know what? One of the players that has been doing it all is really Kadum. And not to mention right now, the entire team coming together because really when they get the spike planted, players like Alone Phils, players like Beta, and not to mention Wanna-Fly watching the flanks, they all come together like a perfectly oiled machine, and all those pieces of utility start to gel together, and it's so good. ONIC, I hope they have a better attacking side because if not, this map could be over real quick.
You talked about Kadum, but I want to talk about Shiro. Also 13-8, 1 more kill in Kadum. He's the one that's been finding these kills. Unfortunately, the rest of the team just not being able to hold. Now on the attacking side, I think that might be a different story. Elmi Moore shoots a bullet, but rendezvous away to safety. Does not want to get greedy there from the push from Myth.
It's a nice bit of map control as well, though. I mean, some players set up towards B, but the main forces congregated towards the A site. They're slowly but surely trying to make their way in, but Myth pulling off similar strategies from what we saw before, making use of that halls to gain additional information. Not quite seeing all that much, though. And we're just sneaking through along with the toxic screen. Sudden footsteps, a sudden stampede, and Wanna-Fly is the one that bites the dust. Allows for Monyet to gain a little bit more space around the corner sides, and that finds them a little bit more control over the site.
Beta
you can try to peek off this, but... Wow, you're absolutely right. I didn't even notice that. How did he all the way from halls? He went down into shop?
Yeah, Elmi Moore wasn't looking. Like he looked away for a second. And I think that this flank just might be big.
Comes down to timing. Gets the first one. Of course, Elmi is still on the other side. He kind of heard it as well. Tries to tag back and forth, but Elmi Moore is just dancing around it, side to side. And then in the corner, Shiro.
Shock dart.
What a perfect setup! And the shock dart to finish things off as well. That's a chef's kiss moment right there.
There was no other play that he could have done there. He just needed to go defuse the spike. But he knew it was against the odds, and one shock dart was there to just end it all. ONIC, they found it on the attacking side. They're finally starting to get their groove in. I mean, we know that they're an attacking side team. We know that it is their side to shine. The flank from Beta almost went big, but it just wasn't enough.
Almost. If he got an Elmi Moore, it might have been a little bit different, but then again, it's this sudden explosion. They make use of the toxic screen so incredibly well, and they're doing it again. Kadum's going to try to hold them back with the Marshal, though. First shot is a warning. And then the ones that come after that, he's going to have to do so much more. The Owl drone kind of forces him back though, and he's relegated all the way to the backside of the pyramids. He's got some teammates in position to possibly do a little bit more damage with the classic, maybe some right clicks, but
Wannafly udah sampai sini
again,
dong.
very
Lihat tuh Wannafly.
dangerous, very precarious positions if ONIC just continues to run and gun. They've got all the automatic weapons in their arsenals after all.
Let's take a look at Wannafly. He's in a position where he can actually find someone who rotates back. But all of MITH have already collapsed on this A site. Monyet finds the first kill, and I think they're about to execute on the site.
Preparing for it. Elmimore snuck up all the way, making use of halls as well. Very, very unsettling because neither side wants to make a move. Of course, ONIC are going to have to be the ones to go in for it regardless. Needing to play the objective and get the spike planted and whatnot. They go through again with the toxic screen. MITH tries to make use of time to peek off of it, but unfortunately, without the best guns, it's not going to work out. Wannafly is the only one who can do that much damage right now with the Headhunter.
Yeah, Headhunter lah, pasti.
And he's going to try to look for a little bit more creeps up. Again, the other side.
Headshotnya sih
yang
di
ini. A tricky angle to clear because of the 180 towards cave, towards the pyramid as well. And with the Bulldogs, ONIC finished this in fashion without sustaining that much damage. They only lost one player, and that's Severin. Not too bad as they move on into round number 3 of the second half.
Yeah, it looks pretty good because they can bring over 2 Bulldogs. They're even buying the Vandal on Monyet, who's heating up, by the way. We're starting to see multi-kills from him. And I think that this is a player to fear. If we talked about Kadum on the other side, Monyet is also the other player to fear. Found a triple kill with a Bulldog here, and I think that at range, they might be more successful than MITH is. Well, might be as successful rather as MITH was in that first half in this bonus round.
Still like quite the fighting chance, right? Again with these Bulldogs like we were talking about. But I also kind of want to see how MITH adjust around this. I mean, look at this setup from Wannafly. We saw a little bit of that same strategy with Team Secret. I think Jeremy was the one playing that. And it just kind of, again, allows you to play a little bit of contact off of A, off of cave, and forces ONIC to think twice about hitting the A sites.
Wah, kelihatan loh itu.
On a little bit of a journey of his own with the Marshall. If he can find some kind of an opening pick, I'm sure they will be able to rotate. But no, Kadum shuts that down so quick. And that leaves ONIC with no other option other than to go with the same strategy for the past 3 rounds. Into the A site they will go, waiting for the utility. But the difference in toxic screens kind of catches them off guard. Wannafly holding the angle at the best possible time. Double spray. How do you get the spike planted right now? I don't think you can. All of these players from MITH are starting to swarm in on your position. And
ketahuan posisinya udah selesai udah.
On your own. Severin pulls out utility. Not the best time to do it. And Conga Red closes that door in and allows for MITH to come back into the game.
Yeah, ONIC, they really want to get into this game. They
ONIC
really don't want to let this lead. Well, MITH's lead. Sering kena timing. It's a very, very tough match against MITH.
Line up lagi.
ONIC are kind of favored here. Our panel was really thinking ONIC would really be able to bring this, and Indonesia has 3 representatives in this tournament. They're a very strong region, not to discount Thailand, of course, they've got Sursia. But MITH have had a shaky showing at the beginning, but clearly they've found something. Clearly they're learning from their mistakes, and ONIC are suffering for that.
And this is such a nice score as well. They are learning from all of their past experiences with the Indonesian teams themselves. And look at this. Sudden change in pace, and it's going to throw MITH off. Yeah, you can take down our brethren.
Nice.
Yeah, you can find a success. You might not expect more of these shenanigans. Monyet going up front and see Slasher inside of halls. Such a deep position. And it kind of pins down Alone Fills. It's a 2-on-4 right now, and they cannot go in for the retake because they are pushed so far back, and this potential player, so much presence, even though he's just by himself, they have no choice but to save.
Yeah, it's an angle that you can't really hard clear. It's they don't even have the positions. They don't have any knowledge of where the other players are from ONIC. They might have a little bit of an inkling, but it's just not worth it to save anymore because they were just so far, and ONIC have found another round. And here's the thing, MITH get reset here. The economy gets reset. I think that for some of the players they might not be able to buy in full. And
Nice.
finding that kill.
That was satu.
And that's extra value, right? Like, they cannot fully buy up. Taking a look at the players, Kadu might be able to buy. Wanafly can't really. He does have the Tour de Force though, so that's going to be the difference maker here. If the Tour de Force can be effective, there's going to be a Spectre on one of them as well. But NC Slasher in that position, they knew he was on 2. That's why they didn't want to push forward.
That was such a fun play too. Yeah, exactly. He did not want to push forward, and it all starts with Hall's control. Some of these spots, middle, Halls, we didn't see that much coming in from Myth. And now ONIC are the ones exploiting it on the attacking side. Monyet exploding out of metal doors, and then you leave NC Slasher as a bit of a lurk. And that presence alone, again, it just keeps them pinned down. Now, like you mentioned, economy kind of reset, but you know what? They've got the Vandals, and they've got Wanafly with the Tour de Force. That's something that ONIC will have no choice but to respect. And that is why we don't see them aggressing all that much.
Yeah, Myth don't really like pushing out forward. So ONIC on this default won't really be finding much because we've seen Myth play so many times. They don't really go for that often. But Elmi Moore finds a kill onto Wanafly, and that's the Tour de Force down. You mentioned it, they're respecting the Tour de Force, but if the Tour de Force does not respect them, it just breaks down for Myth.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
Gila, di stop gitu aja anjir.
Matched right now. They know each other's tendencies so well. This is incredible. A sudden pick on towards elbow. Of course he knew that the Tour de Force would be positioned around that spot, and that's why Elmi Moore was looking there. But at the same time, Beta with the toxic screen, he knows that ONIC is playing that strategy so much because Myth were doing it on the first half. So all he needed to do is spray it down first, and all of a sudden, ONIC are changing their tune, changing colors onto the Bisa. They go Conga Red. A little bit of an overextension, overstaying his welcome, and he has been given the boot. There's a new family in this home right now, and that's coming in with the Viper's Pit. Severine, he set up camp. And we also have Elmi Moore on a journey of his own again. 4-on-3. It comes down to how well ONIC holds down the site, and given the Viper's Pit, they should be able to do it exceptionally well. And Myth has no choice but to poke and prod around. They need to get them out of position because of this Viper's Pit.
Nice.
It's not working out though.
Nice.
So gets one, but NC Slasher
Let's go.
comes back in full swing.
Elmi Moore sih
3
dia
frags in this round, and
lurking
ONIC,
jauh
the
banget
gap has
dari
been
ini
closed
tadi.
in 8-9.
Starting to get closer, and
Dari
ONIC
Vol,
finding these
jalan
first frags.
pelan,
It's always
pelan,
about
pelan.
who finds the first frag. I think between these two teams, that's the biggest story for this whole game. Whoever finds the first pick is able to secure the round more or
Tuh lihat
less. And I
Elmi
think
Moore dari
that's one of the
belakang.
biggest things.
Dapat kill satu dia.
When they lost
Bang.
the Tour de Force there, it's just a big
Kadum yang kena
weapon
kill.
that they can't recover. It's just so much space that they have to concede to ONIC.
So much power as well. Like on the B side, Conga was the only anchor left because that Tour de
Kadum
Force was
sih
lost.
mainnya
So
agresif
now,
banget.
economy fully reset.
Cuma
They're going
pakai
with
Bisfear.
half-ish buy. We've got some Guardians, some Sheriffs. But here's the thing, Kadum with the Blade Storm, feeling a little bit more courageous because he doesn't have that much left to lose. Allows him to go in with confidence.
Wah, ini mau ketemu lagi dengan dua orang ini,
right
mau
around the
pick-pickan
pillars,
lagi.
and this is a strong position because he can gain information and he can catch players if they do try to attempt for some kind of a split A push. What ONIC are doing on the other hand though, around Cave, around Halls again, this is what Myth was doing.
It's yet another default from ONIC, but the thing is, Myth don't push out as much as ONIC does. So they're just trying to go for these easy kills. But they do recognize that. They do recognize that they need that first kill, and that's why they're doing this. That's why they're playing this safe. They want to ensure that first kill, but because no one's been showing up, they push out forward instead. Monyet finds the first kill quack.
Let's see if he starts to go off on that rampage. He's heard Kadum and he wants his blood. But you know what? Kadum's on a journey of his own too. He's not quite able to find it.
Oh, posisinya Wanafly.
Down. But here comes Wanafly. What a position. What a line
of sight. Casternya juga ngomong what a position katanya.
With that one little boosted spot that you can hop onto. Just like that, we are going back to a one-on-one. Chamber versus Chamber. And it's all down to these weapons. The Guardian versus the Operator. Elmi Moore He's got the advantage.
Where's he going?
He's backing up, checking the flanks. Don't overthink this, because WannaFly is already on the spike itself. He hears the tap and he can't even find the head at this point. Has to walk up.
Nice.
You know what? WannaFly got it halfway. Wanted to find the frag. And Elmi Moore swapped off to the Headhunter, perfectly lined up. One click was all it takes, and we are now 9-9.
The two Chamber players have been going at it. Even the previous round, there was an Operator versus Tour de Force battle. They just want each other out for each other's heads.
Operator lagi
Elmi Moore
dong.
has been winning that duel. Elmi Moore has been winning this matchup, and ONIC have tied the game. And I think that's the scariest part. If you're Myth, you're starting to lose control over this game. You're starting to feel like, hey, on this defensive side, ONIC are actually better. We can't hold against ONIC.
Yeah, they're gonna have to try a different strategy.
Oh, dipakai hyperspeednya, nggak bisa nge-push jadinya.
ONIC facing so much resistance, they know they can't quite push this. They even committed the Seekers, and they cannot go on forward regardless.
Tapi masalahnya ada itu di situ kok ngaret anjir di hole. Apa di middle itu? Oh di double door.
That Myth are considering the rotation over onto the A site.
Yeah, it's a good rotation because you don't really want to deal with that Viper's Pit. And we saw on the minimap that Myth were already rotating onto B. So this decision is definitely going to pay off for ONIC. They are leaving Elmi Moore on the B side, so in case someone wants to push the flag.
Sih Kadum bisa dapat kill.
That's a good strategy. Let's see if they can actually find that pick. They're going on this A side. Nobody is on site. Myth probably want to go for the retake instead here. Conqueror tries to stop them though. Finds one. Gets traded by NC Slasher.
Plan?
It's a good trade, and it gives ONIC the site to plant as well. But you know, the whole thing goes back and forth because the players continue to leapfrog in. Kadum, Operator in hand, he's able to lock down some lines of sight, and that forces ONIC to stay pigeonholed in around the pyramids. One player towards cave, and that's Shiro. He's got
nice, dapat satu flash.
But unfortunately, he gets taken out.
Itu kelihatan masuknya.
He can't quite do this on his own. Beta from Midwood and North, along with the intel gathered by Kadum. Myth comes back on top.
Anjir, bener ini player dari kemarin.
Should be feeling good about that round. Using a Viper's Pit and
Kok sama Kadum nih gedong banget lah.
Before wasn't that effective for them, but this game is really neck and neck. And we were talking about this. It's a bit too early to call overtime, but these teams really like to go the distance. It's 10-9 right now.
You feel it?
I even if it doesn't go to overtime, I think it's going the distance anyway between these two teams. And they're just trading rounds. ONIC kind of claw back in, and now it's one round away. Just one round gap.
Ini mah pilihannya ini cuy. Pilihannya ONIC. Itu kalau yang lebih tahu di pojok kiri atas tuh ada tulisan Kuren kan. Breeze kemudian ada lambangnya ONIC, berarti yang milih ONIC nih. Ini man.
Again, that Viper's Pit, the toxic screen, ONIC, they thought about it. But Myth completely
susah sih ONIC kalau gini
they
cuy.
were fully aware about what they were
Kadum
trying
ini
to
loh
do.
yang
And
kampret
again, the
banget
lack
asem.
of the toxic screen just
2 hari inilah aku ngelihat dia tuh mainnya ini above average terus dia. Anjir. Kadum.
So now with the Tour de Force trying to look for picks there, but it looks like it's going to be an A execute. They're trying to shove WannaFly out of this side. He has to use the rendezvous. Jet able to dash in, pops the
tinggal banting doang. Ini retake-nya nih agak susah nih.
5v5 retake quack.
This is the one where Myth are going to have to.
Wah, ini Elmi Moore ketemu nih sama Kadum. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, gom! Untung dia pakai Tour de Force, kalau dia pakai operator biasa. Monyet ketahuan posisinya. No, itu dapat spray, popping flash, anjir.
Snakebite starting to rain from above, and Elmi Moore from mid doors alone fills, shuts that down. Hunter's Fury comes in. It's all up to Severine, but no! WannaFly gets him away.
Di push nggak tuh? Itu udah bagus banget cuy post play-nya. Zero banget tuh.
That's it.
0,16
seconds remaining.
16 milliseconds.
0.16.
No way.
Udah bagus banget itu tadi. Zero kepus asem. Sebenarnya Zero itu mau ngedelay lagi beberapa detik lagi, udah tahu mereka nggak bisa di defuse kan. Cuma itu dia di ini anjir. Di push tai. Severin lagi nggak siap lagi dia.
It's
Severin baru baru habis line up tuh, dia baru masuk ke cave-nya. Jadi nggak ngelihat si Kongahet nge-push tadi. Si Hero yang jadi korbannya.
They were depending on each other.
Exactly. So only one of them could be lining up for something like that. And if you use Honor Fury, you can't go for
mereka
Snake
cara yang
Bite.
sama
You
masuknya.
can't go for Honor Fury. And right
Udah,
now,
ampun dah.
again, just back into it. They are all too
Ininya
aware
apa?
of this one play. You cannot
Wallnya
continue
telat,
to push
ininya
out a cave
up-nya.
like that because all it takes is one spray. Now 2 sprays. Shiro answers back. And then they take back the site, but again, just chunks of damage being eaten up.
Nah, lihat tuh posisinya Kongahet itu off angle banget anjir.
They're looking to set up post plants again. I don't know if it's going to work, Marky.
I think this time around they have a little bit of a cleaner setup because MITH are not going for that flank. So this post plant just might be cleaner, and I think it could work this time because MITH are taking their time.
Kadum tuh, lihat tuh. Sial ini player emang. Kadum.
Elmi Moore trying to find that angle on it. And unfortunately, the Snakebite is going to buy a bit of time. Severin finds the first kill. I think this is going to be good for ONIC. They can stop the spike from getting defused. The time is ticking. Oh, there's no more time. The circle's already appeared. I think they won't get away with it this time. They don't get the defuse and ONIC secure the post plant.
Nah, tadi tuh maunya kayak gini. Tadi tuh maunya kayak gini. Yang jadi masalah, Zero open. Saat kok Severin itu masih mau jalan ke cave, jadi Severin nggak tahu kalau di push. Kemudian Kongahet udah masuk, Zero ulti, jadi nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain.
We really might just go to overtime here. I'm
Wah,
really,
susah sih. Aku itu berharapnya tim Indonesia ketemu di final gitu loh.
At least on this map. Don't have a
soalnya aku nggak mau tim Thailand lagi yang ada cuy. Karena udah ada Sersia. Tim Thailand tuh udah masuk ke champion Sersia, itu tim Thailand. Kemudian ini Paper X itu Malaysia Singapura. Malaysia Singapura, sedangkan yang kurang itu cuma satu. Indonesia doang lah harusnya dari APAC. Oceana udah kalah tadi kan, kena tim Secret. Kalau tadi nonton ya, Oceana udah kalah. Australia maksudnya.
They just don't have the guns this time around. MITH making use of their ultimates, making use of some whatever operator, whatever trimmings they have left from the previous round. They can't quite attempt this retake. And that's why
sama. Gak bisa retake, mereka mending save karena ada operator kan. Mending operatornya dibawa untuk run berikutnya daripada coba retake kemudian mati. Wah ini monyet bisa ke-punish ini. Nah beneran anjir, ke-punish. Dia lompat sih anjir. Ngedamage ekonomi asem. Dan Kadum masih punya ini ya. Worth it cuy itu. Jadinya beli light armor dia. Nggak bisa. Langsung calling time out.
Some of them might have to buy up for some of their teammates. NC Slash down to 2.5. It is what it is. But the thing is, like you mentioned, both teams so evenly matched. We are 11 to 11 right now. MITH are the ones calling the timeout. Perhaps they can cook up a different strategy. Something that
nggak perlu gitu sih harusnya. Harusnya nggak perlu banget itu monyet lompat-lompat gitu ngeliatin angle-angle yang udah dicek nggak ada gitu. Nggak perlu kayak gitu anjir. Lihat tuh, si Shiro punya 3.550 kan. Dia kemungkinan bakalan 1.000, tinggal 2.550 kan. Kemungkinan beli Guardian dia. Si NC Slasher nih yang kasihan.
I believe
Dia
it was
mungkin
the last
pakai
round.
ini,
This time it's
Spectre.
potentially the penultimate round. So calling this, they really want to make sure that they win this round because the tide will turn in the favor of whoever wins this one. Whoever
tetap
breaks
bisa beli
this
Vandal.
tie.
Oh, dibeliin anjir. Minus 4.000 tuh monyet.
But
dia
so
pakai
far,
ini.
it's just like ONIC, there's Sonic the Hedgehog, MITH, they're kind of like Shadow,
Sial.
and they're all just
Ini
like the
penentuan di
same.
sini nih.
They're playing the same
Ini
strats, the
penentuannya.
same styles, the same post plant
Penentuannya di
positions.
sini nih.
Tiny minute differences, and you can see the little gaps here and there, but at the end of it, when it comes down to the wire, 11 to 11, one of them needs to be the one to break that cycle, to break that
Anjir,
chain.
posisinya One of Fly sih
And
itu
maybe MITH are the ones to do
itu
it.
off
There's
angle
no good
anjir.
positioning
Dan
now.
di atas lagi.
On the A site
Kagak di bawah dia.
with Wanafly.
Udah off angle
don't
di
know if-
atas.
I don't
One
know
of
if
Fly
Onyx
kemudian
has
di
seen this
backup
before.
sama Kongaret pakai
Butterfly
flashnya.
gets
Nah,
those
ini
kills
posisi
if
ini.
They don't check that side.
Dicek.
I think they do have
Nice.
the information, enough information to gather that.
Nice,
There we go.
ketahuan.
The recall
Mundur,
shows
tapi
the
masih ada
off
Kongaret.
position,
Lihat
and
nih.
I think-
Pop flash
Exactly
pasti
what he said.
Kongaret.
They might not know, but they can find a way to
Ya,
figure
tuh
it
Kongaret
out. And
ada
they
di
use the Viper's
box.
Pit on A side, and I
Back
think
into
that
it.
ONIC are gonna get the spike down for free.
MITH thought about it, they tried, but they didn't go in for any courageous
Oke,
info
dipakai
plays
Viper
or-
Speednya,
or
jadi lebih susah
adventurous
retake-nya.
peeks. And we are back to a 5-on-5 retake where ONIC are just so comfortable once they've set up camp on the site itself. I mean, look at this. Viper's Pit, we got 3 players inside.
Nice. El Mimo.
2 players getting
Nice.
taken out and
Nice.
Monyet to finally
Nice.
slap down that
Nice.
first player.
Untung
And they are the
komsnya
first
telat
ones
tadi.
to reach
Pas
map
dapat
point.
kill si
That's the
Siro,
first time ONIC have led
si
since
Elmimor ke Alone
quite a
Fields,
while, right?
komsnya telat tuh.
Yeah.
I don't think they've
Nggak ada
won
yang
all
ngelihat ke
round.
belakang. Jadi dapat 2
Yeah,
kill Elmimor.
so I think it was MITH that started off hot.
Maksudnya
And then
Koms tuh
ONIC
ini ngasih tahu temannya, di
seemed to
belakang
just
tuh.
not be able to find their footing, but on the attacking side, like we said, it's the better side for them. They feel more comfortable on attack because
Nah,
of
ini
their
nih.
aggression. And you mentioned it, on
Nah
the
itu telat tuh.
defensive side,
Itu mau ngeliat tuh,
very
bingung
fancy.
udahan.
They're just
Kadum
waiting
mau
for MITH to do
lihat
something.
belakang tapi
And
di-push
I think
juga dari
that's
depannya
the
kan.
biggest difference between the two teams is that ONIC
Jadi mati Kadum.
Oh.
have much cleaner executions on attack, but looks like Kadum has
ini
different
Kadum
ideas.
sih
He's
mau
being
main agresif
aggressive this time
lagi,
around. We
Tai.
have not seen this from MITH
Sama
before, but they're finally trying it out.
Elmimor.
I like the aggression, but you really have to be careful about this because this is the round, the last round of the match.
Ini kalau nggak ngelihat
If you go
belakang,
aggressive and
si
then
Celeste
you
masih
lose
ngelihat
your
tuh
head,
belakang.
you're
Udah
playing
nggak
from
ngelihat.
the back end then.
Nah, dapat
Of course, though, it
satu.
works out, but
Ada
only
lagi
for
harusnya
the
di-expect
first
sih.
one. Wanafly instantly eliminated. And all of a sudden, his utilities have been
Nice.
disabled. Not to mention Kadum as well, though.
Nice.
Within a
Sambil
great
rotate,
position, but
mereka
now
dapat
gets
kill.
taken out by Shiro
Nice.
with ONIC
Udah,
and their
harusnya
sudden
ini
change of
ONIC
heart.
bisa menang sih.
Falling back now. They even spot out Beta. They're thinking twice about it. They know that there might be some rotation from MITH underway, and that is why
Siro tinggal
They're
satu,
holding
dapat
still.
satu lagi,
They wait
satu
long
kill lagi.
enough,
Dia bisa ngedelay
and
nanti
MITH
di
overthink this.
retake-nya.
It's so
Pakai
easy
Hunter's
for ONIC
Fury.
just to overwhelm Conga Red on the B site.
That's exactly what happened. Alone Fizz is already
Tinggal Kongaret aja dibunuh
leaving
udah.
Conga Red alone.
Udah
So it's now going to
free
be a
side ini.
4v1 if they do decide to go into B. There's no one on B. It's a 4v0 in fact. They're just gonna go in. They're trying to
udah
see if there's
dapat nih,
anyone there.
dapat
They're gonna find
side-nya.
that There's no one there at all. Conga Red
Oh,
has to go
dude.
back. He's gonna try
Oh,
to take these
monyet
orange
udah sampai
kills, but he
situ.
gets flashed.
Dia,
Has
nice.
to jump away. Is spotted by the owl drone as well, so he has to go away.
Oke.
I said it's way too risky to go in for such an aggressive play in the last round.
Udah
of
jaga
all
angle aja,
things.
jangan kebanyakan
And just
gerak.
your sheer tiny minute timing.
Alone Fields nih yang jadi masalah nih. Bakalan di-expect nggak tuh dari situ?
And Conga Red, even though he's the one on site, he has to wait for his teammates.
Ah,
Alone Fields with a
anjir, kagak
flank, able to
di-expect
take
dong.
out the first player, but Monyet
Dan
finds
yang
one of
mati
his
si
own
Hero
from
lagi.
the front. Beta and Alone Fields, you guys, you need to work together to make this one work. 2 on 2, and they are both
Nice.
holding these
Udah, nggak ada
angles.
waktu.
Monyet gets the first one.
Nice.
The last
Nggak ada waktu itu.
Guardian does not
Nggak ada waktu.
do
Kalau
its
nggak dapat
job.
kill itu tadi.
And the monkey claims the site, claims
Ke Beta
the map.
tadi nggak dapat kill,
13 to
udah nggak ada
11,
waktu.
we called it. It happened.
Makanya Beta nge-push kan itu
Victory
tadi.
goes ONIC.
We didn't go to
Dia dapat
overtime, but it
kill,
was very close,
kemudian
and
cari
both
posisi
teams-
orang terakhir,
Yes, and
bunuh
both
baru
teams are
defuse.
just really showing up.
Soalnya udah
They really
ticking
wanted
waktunya.
this. You can tell that
3
both
detik,
of
4
them are
detik
fighting
lagi.
to remain in this tournament. One of them will have to go home, and it looks
Nice.
like ONIC have the
ONIC
advantage right
looking
now.
good Masian.
They so do. And as we go on into
Bentar
the
cuy ya,
next map,
aku tinggal bentar.
they're
Habis
just
itu aku
going
balik
to
lagi.
have to
Bentar.
change their tunes, change their strategy somehow because this is not working out. And you know what? I guess our panel will have to figure that out.
Yeah, they're definitely going to see, and we are going to see what the panel will tell us and break this match as we go to the short break.
Welcome back to the VCT APAC LTQ 2022. I'm Tash Bunny alongside our panelists. We have Komodo and Conky. That was a back and forth match. I was really kind of expecting an overtime, but it didn't really quite happen. But the plus side is this time MITH didn't start slow. They started hot. 4-0 up until round 5.
Yeah, I was feeling a little bit for ONIC there as well. You know, the pistol doesn't go their way. The next subsequent rounds, that bonus, it's looking a little bit more awkward for them. But then they start to get a little bit of something happening. An 8-4 half, you're thinking, okay, the defensive side's starting to get a little bit in there, right? We've seen a lot of these plant situations, a couple of retakes coming through, but that's exactly what's happened when we flipped it on up.
And it was that final round, right? You know, so much back and forth. It was a game of tug of wall right until the very end, and then Kadum tried to make that aggressive play, got punished, and then there was just no way back in. MONYET with the 3K, they close out nicely because it didn't feel like a super flashy game by any means. It was just a long sort of drawn out rounds. The site takes were great, obviously, from MITH, but yeah, just punished, and ONIC G did a great job to respond.
I think one of the biggest things for ONIC as well in that matchup was the fact that in the very first half, MONYET and Elmimore were very silent. It was Shiro leading the charge, a little bit up there from NC Slasher as well, but as soon as we switch things up at the half, they start to really reinvigorate themselves, really start to get in towards this game, and it was almost like they were forcing Made in Thailand into the corner every single round, and there was just a little bit of faltering from MITH.
Personally, I thought that what's really interesting about this particular match was the fact that we are starting to see some other players really step it up. Like the fact that Shiro was so stepping it up when MONYET as well as Elmimore wasn't, says a lot about it. But Severine though, what can you say about his his performance?
Yeah, Severine's one of the ones who has been stepping up for the entirety of the competition so far, right? You know, normally looking very good on that Viper, but I guess that's the good thing, that we didn't need to see him really step up in a series like this, right? It was very much MONYET. Obviously, NC Slasher was having a fantastic time, and as you mentioned, Elmimore was there when it counted. So I think overall, that's kind of more of the response you want from ONIC G, where, yeah, again, anyone can kind of pick up where necessary. No one's falling behind, and that's what very much dragged them through to this victory.
Yeah, I think looking over on the flip side, though, we need to see a little bit more from a couple of the MITH guys. You know, we're seeing a lot of this teamwork, we're seeing a lot of this chemistry, but sometimes we're seeing these players caught out on an island where maybe if they reined it in just a little bit, worked a little bit more with the teammate utility, they potentially could have got it over on the board. Because you're looking at that 8-4 half, you're thinking, all right, MITH, you've got this in the bag, right? But something happens, and then you're looking at, all right, it's 11 apiece. We're getting very, very similar vibes to a lot of these matches where we've got overtime, and then it is ONIC clinching forward to get that 12th round, and then again, you know, it's a very close in the end on that 2 versus 2 around that B side. But as you mentioned, a bit of overextension. Kadum, really unfortunate there, but goes ONIC's way, and now this is, you know, elimination map essentially from here on out for MITH.
I mean,
Kalau maju
personally, I
berarti
really thought that MITH had this in the bag because they did have quite a large lead in the first half. And on top of that, I think when it went to the second half, because ONIC finally had that mental reset, I think that's what's great about them, because they had that reset. Because in the first half, what felt like it to me was the fact that ONIC was feeling a little bit unconfident.
It was more of a concern for MITH's side, I guess, right? Yeah, exactly. Starting strong, they were great on the sides, they were great on their attack, but on the defense, I guess all of the extra space across the map of Breeze definitely did let them hanging. But I guess all they can really do, park that for now, focus on Icebox, right? That's going to be a big selection. It was ONIC G that did take in Breeze, and you know, Made in Thailand must have something in the pocket for this map.
Well, I think one of the biggest showcases for both of the teams over on Breeze was the fact that there was a lot of plants at those sites, right? There was a lot of retake potentials, there was a lot of defuse attempts to come on through, a lot of taps, but a lot of great defenses from the attacking side, and it was really neck and neck, you know, 49% almost. It just felt like over towards Thailand, that 1% that they were lacking there is what got ONIC G over the board. So I think coming over into Icebox, maybe we want to see a little bit more resilience, a little bit more oomph on that defensive side.
Let's talk a little bit about how Team MITH plays on this map in particular. Why do you think they chose this map?
Oh, look, I think it's just one that they can really feel comfortable on. You know, it's an exciting map overall, really, in this region. It's one that's regularly played, and it does have that opportunity for those big highlight moments, those big pop-off times, right? So I think Kadum, that's going to be a great one for his confidence to boost up himself and kind of pivot his way forward. But I also think the rest of the team as well, and, you know, Severine, that's one who I know that we're going to be seeing big numbers on here.
Oh, yeah, our Viper main. But on the other side, we also have ONIC's Viper. So let's see which team will be bringing it up. Will it be a 2-0, or will we be going into a third map? This is going to be very, very interesting. So we're going to go to our casters, King Quack, the cute cuties. Guys, what do you think? Which Viper is better?
I don't know.
Viper? We're talking about Vipers?
I mean, I'm thinking about MONYET versus Kadum, but you know what?
I was thinking Jets.
Yeah, she's got a point, because those Vipers are really important for Icebox too.
Post plants and everything. I'm giving the slight edge to Severine. I actually think ONIC is going to take this 2-0. Judging by the two teams and judging by their resilience, I think that ONIC have that slight edge over MITH.
Slightly, possibly, but you know, that's what we saw only on the first map. I think both teams just really struggled with the defense, and contrary possibly to what Conky was talking about, Kadum, yeah, might have overextended towards the last end, the last round of that map. I think if they did that a little bit earlier, they might have found something. You know, that's what they really needed, because both teams were just playing the exact same strategy so far. If they can break that mold, that's again what I'm looking for. On Icebox, maybe MITH can come out on top.
Yeah, I think MITH can definitely still take it. It's not a very one-sided thing. We saw how close it was as well.
The numbers too?
11 to 13, the numbers were close as well. If you took a close look at the KDAs, everything, the ACS, like all the players seem to just control each other. The agent composition was exactly the same. Between Kadum and Monyet, both had 21 kills, 1.4 KDA, and 251, 253. ACS. And that's kind of like
very even.
That's how close that game was. It was in a knife's edge. It was 0.16 seconds. It was one defuse away. It was one timeout to one round win away. It's just so close there.
It's oh my gosh. It really is like that. I'm thinking about it. It's Valorant lore. It's Alpha and Omega Earths, and they are both facing each other in the exact same lineups, but this time around, slightly different. I like it. Conga Red on the KO.
KO, I think the difference maker here. Very good at shutting down the chamber and the jet as well. So Conga Red, this might be the difference maker between these two teams right now. I think that KO can find ways to disrupt this lineup.
Well, Mimo yang pakai Viper.
They have the Sova. They have two agents that really want to fight. They're going for the kills, while MITH is going for more execution based, more.
Yes.
We go off the suppression, we go off of shutting their skills down.
Let's go.
Right, the double initiator, a lack of.
Yo, close 2-0 dah, pulangkan Thailand udah. Karena Thailand udah ada satu perwakilan Sersia udah.
Out on the attacking side, if they can find a big lead and hold on to it, they just might be able to knock ONIC out on the second half when they play defense. But you know, it all comes down to this, because they need those rounds too. And Conga Red is going to have to be the one to lead the charge this time as the initiator. Going up front, trying to get info. They're creating bits of space.
Open.
ONIC knows this too, yeah.
Seems like it's completely open. They do have a toxic screen to buy a little bit more time as rotations come in, and 4 members of ONIC are already gravitating there. That plant is going to go down though, using that wall, but Snakebite is going to deal some damage into the shock dart. That's some teamwork from ONIC. Snakebite into shock dart. They knew what they were doing. They knew that would happen, and they wanted to bait MITH to do that. So they get 1 free kill, and now they have to play for the retake.
I can't believe
the lineup.
They might as well have rolled out the red carpet for MITH to just go in, plant the spike. Sure, why not? We've got the perfect setup for this. Look at that too. But they've got Snakebites of their own. It doesn't matter though. They've gotten it halfway, and now it comes down to the big gunfight. Classic versus classic. And MITH Kadum suddenly pushing out front. He gets a triple and finishes it off.
Wah, dikit lagi tuh anjir, tadi mati si
ini. It looked like it didn't matter,
siapa?
but the Snakebite landed at the very precise moment to be able to stop that plant. They also rained some bullets down to just not let them get that from half to finish. And ONIC looked like they won that round. Look, they were confident in their post-plant setup with that wall, which we've seen so many times work across so many regions, across so many leagues and so many teams. MITH were ready.
You play lineups, I play lineups too. ONIC were ready, MITH were ready for the post plant. It's ridiculous with the lineups on this map, and both teams show exactly how and why to play it. And that, when it comes down to it, ONIC off the back foot, they're gonna have to go in with the Sheriff buys again. We saw this on the last map. We saw this on the last map.
Yeah, it's the exact same start. MITH win the pistol. ONIC try to go for a little Sheriff play. They're stacking on A this time around, and if MITH just poke and prod a little bit, I think they will find that B site is completely open, and they are working towards that.
Yeah, they might spend an owl drone or a 0-point blade just to clear it out, but once they see that it's clear, like, knock knock. Nobody's home. It's easy to get the spike down. It's easy to set up for those post-plant scenarios. Your Sheriffs, you might as well not have them.
Yeah, they had a big bet on that A site. I think a lot of teams like playing on A lobby and bursting into the site. That's what ONIC were expecting. Unfortunately for them, the coin toss was not in their favor, and MITH are the ones that came on top. The spike has gone down, and they're going to just have to stop ONIC. The time is ticking.
Timing,
ONIC
time
might find it very difficult to even do something here. They're just probably going to try to get as many kills as they can.
Well, can they though? Maybe some exits. The ones with the sheriffs going in for peeks, and okay, that's one way to do it. All of a sudden they get a quick double, but then the Spectres come out supreme. It's not bad, but it's not that good either. I think only 2 players gone. What do you think, Mikey?
I don't think ONIC got what they wanted from there. I think they really wanted to do a lot more damage coming into this round, and Myth are still able to afford some guns. They're even buying up a hero Vandal, so I think this is going to be very interesting. But we've seen this again on map 1, right? ONIC need a little bit of time to warm up, and let's see if they can rev up from there, because right now they're buying those rifles, they're buying the Vandals. On the side of Myth, it's not like the other teams we've seen before that carry 3 rifles into this bonus round. They only have 1. It's on Kadoom, of course, the hero of Myth, and the others, a bit of a half-buy for them.
Well,
nice.
They have the potential to just overrun a site, but given how ONIC are playing right now, that one shot through the tube gives them a bit of an edge. And not to mention the defensive positions being held. Oh my god, the timing on the utility.
No timing.
Not like that.
Oh, nice.
All of a sudden it allows for, well, MITH to push up, but then Monyet to strike in from Snowman. It still is a bit of a stalemate for both sides. And it really is, because MITH are afraid to push up now that ONIC has the numbers advantage.
They've been hitting B every single time though, so they do have some strategies in their pocketbook still for A if they wanted to for the next round. Right now they're still trying to hammer in on this B side. They're trying to find the kills, they're trying to see if they can find more pickoffs, but they don't have as good a weapon. Finds a quick kill onto a lone Phils. Some detection as well. They see where WannaFly is. Time is ticking and they need to push forward.
Yeah, he's gonna try to go for that swing again. Monyet the monkey. I love that so much. Still though, MITH, they might as well try to go in.
Dapat satu. Nice, NC Slasher.
Easy for NC Slasher to spray through. He's got the Phantom. Why not go for it anyway? No tracers. And that puts ONIC on the board. Again, it's this whole thing, Arky. Both sides are so alike in terms of philosophy and methodology. The one difference comes down to it when some of these players make some crazy plays, or when they have difference in their arsenal or utility or something like that.
Yeah, it's in the details, right? The execution, maybe just how they position themselves. That's where the big difference comes in. Actually buying a Spectre, dropping off his Vandal to his teammate, as he does have the Blade Storm if he wants to commit it. I think he might think twice about that. On the side of MITH, still have the economy to go full on this round, so they can try to recover this wall boost into the updraft. Finds 1 kill, exactly what they need. 1 quick kill, and Monyet takes Kadoom down. And we've been talking about the star players for both teams, right? You take Monyet down, it's easier to win the round. You take Kadoom down, same thing.
Exactly the same thing. That head of the team has been chopped off. And all of a sudden, oh my god, look at MITH. They're not moving. They're just holding up around belt, up around A. Like nobody wants to peek out. And they're afraid to do it. And it allows for players like Severine to go into forward observational posts. 1 shot, rendezvous away. This is so much value. Doesn't even get the kill, but that's okay. They know the hit's coming towards A. Where's the rotation though? Monyet getting banged up through the walls. That's not how you want to start. He had it. He had so much. And now the toxic screen comes in. Shiro able to get the first one, but not before Severine falls too. Just like this, the numbers advantage is all askew, and NC Slasher is able to come in and take down the spike.
Let's go. Clean.
Easy kills. They just found all the kills. I think MITH did not have any time. They always do this. They always just burn the clock down. They don't find themselves the time to actually properly clean things out. The kill, Monyet's kill, great here. The kill onto Monyet, great as well. They expected him to be there, but after that, they just weren't able to push up far enough. The shock dart dealing so much damage. Shiro and NC Slasher just cleaning up shop, and ONIC faster start this time around compared to the previous one.
And this is what gives them the advantage too. I mean, look at the economy on MITH's side right now. ONIC starting to bring in that momentum, and if they can find it, it will give them so much. Because again, when it comes to these two teams, they play so similarly that sometimes the sides, sometimes the economy, the guns are the difference.
Oh,
oh my god, a perfect shot, but a bit of a wall bang. And it just narrowly keeps Kadum alive.
Yeah, it took off some HP. WannaFi can top him up a little bit if they reconvene. WannaFi holding
it. Bakalan headshot itu tadi. Ini kena wallbang. Jadi damage-nya
a Guardian on Conqueror. Oh, he actually wants to commit the tour de force now. He did get that ultimate orb after he pushed forward. I think that's what he wanted to achieve here. Well, I'm not sure if this is going to pan out for them, because now they know the tour de force is there. MITH again burning the time down. So can they actually do something with the amount of time that they leave themselves? Because there's 3 members of ONIC defending this B side. If they want to go through kitchen, it's going to be dangerous, but Shiro, dangerous jumping from him, but the shock dart is going to deal some damage. I think it's good enough to slow them down a little bit. They're running through kitchen, but the rotations are already coming in from ONIC.
30 seconds left.
He hears it, he knows it all too clearly too. The sudden Viper's Pit gives them a bit of space to get the spike planted, trying to spray forward, doesn't quite catch it. But then Monyet comes in.
Nice, Monyet.
Oh, I love this
Kadum.
guy. But then Kadum from the bottom of middle as well. Shiro working together with Monyet now, and it gives them the advantage that they need to push up front. They can get the spike defused at this point. Doesn't matter where Alone Fills is. There's not much that he can do.
Let's go.
Ends it off.
Severin dapat nih, dia bisa pakai tour de force kalau ininya hilang nanti, operatornya hilang.
Severin, I'm really interested in this one because he actually still has the operator, so when he dies, you could still use that tour de force. I think Elmi Moore should have taken that orb, to be honest. But it doesn't matter. I mean, Monyet also wanted to kind of take it. Bladestorm is down for quite a bit, but ONIC are finding their stride, and MITH are the ones that are struggling right now. Typically, we see so many teams succeed on the attacking side for Icebox, but ONIC, compared to the round on Breeze, they seem to have had trouble with the defending side, but they're doing so well here.
A lot more comfortable, to say the least. But the difference is that MITH, they are starting to come in with some different strategies now. A little bit quicker in terms of pace towards pipes, and they are just starting to execute in and push up front regardless of where ONIC might be. This is what makes the difference. This is what gives them the sight. But then again, the reason why ONIC were so far off is because they had that Harness Fury to begin with, buying a little bit of time. And now some players pushing up front. Look at your mini-map, guys. Elmi more on a bit of a flank, but Kadum was all too prepared for it. Yet another player getting taken off the roster. And we're back onto a 5-on-3. The numbers just don't quite favor it. NC Slasher wants revenge. The
nice.
Comes in as
2v3.
Shiro goes up front. They get 3 players down, and we're back to a 2-on-2
nice.
odds. And with the spike being held down, post-plant
lineups
do not work. The beta stays a beta.
Masih dapat operatornya lagi juga.
Come out 4-2.
ONIC just have the spike. They executed that post-plant so well. They retook the side. It was 3v5. But they find 2 early kills and they just held. They went for that defuse, and Monyet, who just held his ground, was able to stop all of them. That post-plant snake bite was just too late. I think Beta was not in a position. You can see it on the minimap right now. He's actually running to belt, trying to line it up. But by the time he gets to the point where he could line it up, that defuse is already almost half. It's just too late.
It's so funny. Like, MITH starts to go aggressive, starts to change up the pace, starts to press the pedal, and then ONIC does the same thing and retakes. And now, getting confident, getting comfortable. They peek out all the way from B, and it actually catches 2 players. They know they can go for this because MITH, their economy is affected. Beta is the only one, well, aside from Conga Red, with some rifles. But again, without the numbers advantage, without the reinforcements, how can they really trade? How can they really execute? They just can't, Marquis. They can't.
Yeah, it's so difficult. And Elmi Moore handing out 2 Ls to WannaFi and Kadum, able to slow any chances of MITH taking this thrifty round away from them. The flash comes out. They do have a Hero Phantom and a Hero Vandal on Conrad and Beta, forcing it a little bit too much for my taste. And ONIC are still holding strong. They still have the angles. They are watching everything, and I think they can hold this. Elmi Moore, though, just miss out Beta.
I don't think that's such a big problem, because they're holding everything else. They got bits of info just because it's taking that much time. Shiro also holding up front, getting yet another towards A. He can kind of surmise that there are players who have made movements towards mid. And with enough time, all they really need to do is just to play defensively so comfortably. Wait for the peaks.
Oh!
But the trade was not there. Alone Phils gets 2. And then NC Slasher comes in. It's a non-factor because they've been winning rounds. They've got the economy. It's okay to lose 2 players right now.
Yeah, losing 2 players is fine, but for Alone Phils, he starts feeling it. I think that's the biggest
morale
thing.
Boost.
We've seen Alone Phils kind of get hot on that Sheriff, and I think that MITH need a little bit of that confidence because right now, this is their map pick. They're in the back foot. We thought that MITH would probably be able to get that hot start, like at least continue it. But after winning the first 2 rounds, ONIC have just won 5 in a row. It's a huge streak by ONIC, and I think that between the 2 teams, watching them on Icebox right now, ONIC have much better control over the game. MITH are scrambling to find answers right now with this timeout.
Truly, truly just trying to grasp at straws. This is not the MITH that we saw versus Alter Ego. This is a MITH that's playing very, very scared, if I'm being honest. I mean, I liked it so much more when we see players like Kadoom going crazy on a Neon. But right now, they are just both kind of copying each other, both kind of playing incredibly slow, incredibly tactical, that it doesn't really catch any player off guard. It doesn't really catch anyone by surprise. They're slowly losing that advantage, and at this point, momentum's completely swung over onto ONIC's side.
Yeah, all the momentum to ONIC, all the kills, all the economy, all the information, as that recon bolt actually finds all 5, and ONIC just know exactly where they are. But I mean, that information is gonna get old real fast because MITH are just not going to do anything. We've seen this so many times. They don't do anything until 50 seconds left. They might try to change the pace a little bit up this time around, but they're creeping up on A. And maybe at the 50-second mark, they go yet again. Before, so many times. But ONIC, look at this. Look at the rotations. They've already read this. They're already starting to rotate A. There's already 3 on A. They're like an open book right now to ONIC. They've even rotated Elmi Moore to mid, so that's easier for them to rotate.
So slow. So much time being burned, like you're talking about, Key. 1 recon, and then they all stand still.
Tadi ketek semua kena recon, jadi udah tahu posisinya 5-5-nya ada di sini. Nggak mungkin mereka lari soalnya dari sini.
Let's wait. And then now
tinggal berapa detik.
Slowly. And then they go up front.
It's very slow. They're actually trying to get on the side. It's still too slow.
Nice.
It's clear, but look at ONIC. They're just stopping them in their tracks. Monier, the monster. He's just killing everyone with that Vandal. He's able to stand his ground. Well, we have all his teammates here as well. What can it do, MITH? Like,
nggak bisa dia mau planting.
Where's the time? What are you?
Oh my god, the stutter so much, and then Alone Phils pops off. You were talking about the confidence. I don't know if it's enough though. 1 on 2, and he needs to come up huge if he wants to put an end to ONIC's momentum. Unfortunately, a tab baits the peak, and Shiro just down the burst. And once again, ONIC, they maintain this lead.
I'm as lost for words in that round as MITH is lost for strategies.
Thank you.
Watching them, they run to the side and I lost words
too
because
soon.
They
Tadi udah ketahuan soalnya di early-nya udah ketahuan 5 orang stack di sono.
They didn't have that whole plan.
Ditunggu semua Elmi Moore sampai rotate juga.
That time was ticking, and because that time was ticking, it became really dangerous. Luckily, Alone Phils found a few kills, but it's not enough. It was too late by
then.
Berat sih
ini.
It really is just like
mulai ketir-ketir dia.
Time mid. Where the strategies at, boys? They had the timeout. I was expecting more. But now just one recon and all of a sudden everything just goes awry. They're back to the half
di slow down pakai wall juga.
And you're trying the same thing. At least when they were going up halls, it was a little bit different, but now it's just rushing onto the side, trying to play with the timings, trying to play with the pacings, and ONIC, again, are just prepared for this. All of them already on site for
dipakai ultinya sama
even committing a Viper's Pit just to prevent them from getting the spike planted.
They're running away!
They got a minute left. This could work, maybe.
Oh, Kadum sialan.
Drive by Kadum. Quick headhunter kill
Kadum,
onto Severine. He had the bigger gun. He had the longer range. But Severine just decided to end it from that far.
What?
And this is the advantage of MITH starting their attack early. They're able to change their minds, and now they're able to get the spike down.
Please do this more, MITH. What a Chad Kadum. He goes back in for it. He wanted more. Severin says no. Go away! I made that mistake once. You caught me off guard, but that's enough. That's all you can get.
Oh,
Monyet! No! Did he get hit by his own teammates? Hunter's Beam? Hunter's Fury, excuse me. Shiro is going to be mad about that one, but you know what? They still have the advantage. They can still push up front, and all of a sudden, NC Slash is the only one left, and he still has it. He has enough health to take at least one more.
No!
Not the second, and then Alone Phils finds that Thrifty for MITH. 1 round back on the board.
10 HP.
Such chaos.
Just took a little bit too long on that retake. Did not have the time to find Alone Phils or dodge that beam. I think NC Slasher wanted to go for that half defuse, but it was just too late, and I think he tried to dodge that last beam, but it just wasn't enough. And MITH, with a change of pace, finally started at the beginning, decided that, okay, maybe we don't go A. Was able to change their minds and was only allowed that because they had a lot of time on the board. Now they want to do that yet again. I think they're going for a fast A. They're trying to poke and prod. They're trying to find a kill.
Nice,
Severine is going to take his revenge. Is going to take Kadum down first.
And yet another res too. So still 5 rounds in the chamber for Kadum's tour de force. Well, they continue to push up front though. I like this pace. It's working out for them. And as soon as they spray through the toxic screens, it actually does quite a bit. And it blocks off screens. Now the Viper's Pit from Beta comes in, but Shiro's got his lineups. It's always in that one spot, and it just blocks off so much. MITH continue to shoot through though, and they still can get so much damage done. Shiro, you got the lineup, but do you have the bullets? Do you have the crosshairs placed perfectly? Because you need to find those last 2 frags before you get the defuse. And where could these players possibly be? He's hunting them down. He's trying to suss them out, but Kadum with the tour de force all the way at the top of belt.
Ada resi
just
tadi
brings
yang
MITH back
bikin
into the game now.
semuanya berubah.
4-2-6.
MITH feeling themselves
Resi
after
yang wanna
that
fly
first
tadi ke
round. They
Kadum.
finally cracked the code. They finally
That's
realized,
the
okay,
key,
maybe
man.
we don't need to play that slow. Maybe we don't need to respect them that much. Maybe we can get away with what we want to do if we actually just try to do it. And I think that's happening right now for MITH. They're feeling it. They're feeling a bit more confident pushing forward.
And that's the confidence that they need. Maybe it all started with Alone Phils getting those 2 deeks. You know, they didn't win the round, but like you mentioned, the confidence boost. And there they go, back into the fray again. Fast pace, fast feet. Are they the ones going fast now? Not the Sonics? No, they're just streaming onto the A site, but I like what ONIC are trying differently as well. They had the lineup previously with Shiro, but now they are anchoring down on the site itself, just stacking, thinking that this is what they'll go for. Of course, though, it's again the positions that kind of MITH expected, so they are able to trade out so effectively back and forth.
Nice, Monyet.
Swinging again and again. He's able to even out the numbers.
Oh no.
But then here comes Alone Phil stepping up to the plate. This guy is trying to stop ONIC from coming in with the good potential retake positions. Well, it's still going back into it now. Severine alone, able to do a little bit of damage with the Headhunter. 1-on-1, and where could Beta be? He's been slipping the net all around now.
Oh no,
I don't think
mati
Severine
dia.
knows that he's above.
Mati Severine.
One little crack in the window, and now the movement. He's gonna get sprayed down so easily. The 3rd frag on the board, and this just puts MITH back in again. 5-6, one more round, and we go in even odds to the second half.
I think ONIC I thought ONIC had control over this game. All of a sudden, Myth just decided we can actually play fast. Why don't we? And they just have won 3 rounds in a row. It did not look very good for them at being down 2-6, but they found their footing. They found a way back into this game, and like you mentioned, we just might see a tie. This game cannot be any closer. This series cannot be any closer.
I mean, that Rivers run dry for ONIC. They're starting to run out of money, and in this last round, Elmi Moore only has a Bucky. Yeah, you're going to want to stack up on the A side, and this is where Myth has the potential to just swing completely differently. The pendulum, all the way onto another site, all the way onto another spot, another different strategy. Come on, you must have another one. We've been seeing the A rush. We saw the slow executes. Where's the third strat?
Another A rush, I guess. no, okay, fine. There was one more strat that they had, was go into A, bait the rotations, and then run into B. That also worked out for them. That was the thrifty round that worked out for them. They do have that, so it's not as completely one-dimensional, but the biggest part about this one is Severine is actually starting that lurk very early. He's getting that information. ONIC are already wary of Myth coming in, but it doesn't matter. They're finding all the kills. They found 3 already. They found 4 and Severine on the flank. It doesn't matter. They just killed everyone.
And you know what? You talked about this early flank. He's starting to come in, but it might have been a little bit too late. 5 players, and they took down 4 of his teammates. Severin, you're the only one left. Can you really isolate every single one of these duels? Not quite, as Beta swings out now, getting the last laugh. Myth back into the game in full swing, 6-6. This looks much better for the second half.
Speaking of swings, you talked about the pendulum swinging, but what I'm seeing is a momentum swinging. Because they've chained rounds in a row. ONIC did that. It was 2 for Myth, 6 for ONIC, and then 4 for Myth. So the momentum has switched towards Myth's side, and we can see that here in the replays. Very, very good start to the pistol round. They were ready for that counter wall. They were very clean with the second round as well, the anti-eco, but Monyet tearing it apart for Myth for a good 6 rounds before Myth figuring things out off of a timeout, mind you.
And that's the wonder of these crazy rounds of these 2 teams that are again so evenly matched. We had a 13-11 on the first map on Breeze. Now on to Icebox, and we start off the second half 6-6. Are we gonna see the same thing again?
I feel like we won't, because ONIC are really, I feel they're a much better attacking team. They won't have the same problems that Myth did at the very beginning. They will play fast from the start. They will try to overwhelm Myth, and it will come down to the execution for ONIC though. They will be able to get onto that site for sure. They have that jet. They will know how to play fast. We've seen them play fast.
True.
But whether they can do it cleanly after that plant, after fighting and after the jet entry, can they clean things up? That's going to be ONIC's problem.
It's a problem that they need to solve, and they need to start off with it. If they can find that momentum again, and they get it back in, and Myth are gonna have to be the ones playing reactionary, playing catch up to whatever ONIC throw at them.
And it's a mid play.
Yeah, it's slightly different going through the middle, but they're gonna tank quite a little bit of shots. The Poison Cloud doesn't cover up that much, but it's given them the spot that they're looking for. Do you have lineups for this one?
Do they? Is Shiro playing from spawn? Does he have lineups from spawn?
Are you kidding?
NC Slasher found a first kill. I think is going to be pretty bad for Myth, because they've had to take so much time just to rotate. The post plans have already been set up by ONIC. I think that Shiro is just... Well, he's just looking for those guys. Oh, the flick from Congared finding Severine makes it a 4v4.
Okay.
The mid control from ONIC though is going to be very difficult, but Congared is there. NC Slasher finds a kill.
Nice.
They all just died.
Woo.
It's so good. And it's something that Myth absolutely had no idea how to play around. I mean, all they knew was, okay, this spike is in a different spot. does not compute. How do we retake from our current positions, whether it's from the side of Hut, from mid, from A? No way they actually go around it. They even had someone on B around yellow, but because of that wall that NC Slasher put up, this is the depth of ONIC that really starts to show. More comfortable on the attacking side, more strats on the attacking side, and let's go with even more.
I think the biggest thing about ONIC as well, when they play this map, look at the flank watch. Look at where Monyet is positioned. He's positioned at corner. Just, this is their default. They're trying to find someone who's pushing out. Myth, not really the team to push out that often, so I think it's going to be WannaFly, yes, with a shorty. That's going to be pretty dangerous, but I think they might be ready for that because all 5 of them are already streaming in. I think that they just might use, yes, this Owl Drone to find that out. And okay, they detect the shorty.
Nice.
Gets a little bit of damage done. NC Slasher gets taken down to 25. He can top himself up, but Shiro finds a kill. And on the A side, actually push forward.
They push forward. Severin has been hiding there the longest time. He can hear those footsteps. He knows they're moving, and he's communicating all of his juicy intel to his team. And that is why we see Elmimore peeking out. They want to rotate back to A, but they need to shoot some of these players down first before going forward. They got in the first one, now they got the second. Now they can get the A site, and it's basically for free.
5v2. They don't really have the guns. Headhunter, a few bullets for Kadum. Might be able to find some kills. Alone feels though. With that shorty. Oh, the movement! Finds the kills, but Sheer is going to be there to take him out.
Nice. Landing.
In this tournament.
Masih ada waktu.
Alone feels is probably the best one at it. He has gotten so many kills with that shorty, combined with his movement and his knowledge of the gun. He's absolutely crazy with that. We saw that on the overtime match against Fancy. He even won a round with the shorty.
I like the daringness. I like the cojones on Alone Fills for him to make some of these crazy plays, because that's what it takes to face up against a team like ONIC. You cannot just go off with the standard, slow, defaulty, defensive plays. It just doesn't work that well anymore. All those words start with the letter D, because that's the grade that you get. ONIC are right now showing how much more they have to offer, how much more difference in strats. And then Alone Fills comes back in. What an MVP for MITH. All the way from Hut, and he was kind of expecting them to make that play.
He's doing it all right now for them. He's trying to put them on his back, trying to get them back into this game, trying to see if Kadum can get going. I think that's what they really need for MITH right now. ONIC still have a little bit of control over this B site. They're trying to push forward. They're trying to pick someone off, try to even things out. The spike is not in their favor though, as MITH have had it locked down for a while.
I don't see how he can retrieve that thing. It's in control of MITH. They have possession over it. And unless you can maybe flank them from middle or somehow take down 3 players staring down that one angle, you just can't do it. And that's how MITH are going to end this story, close this chapter, and move on into the next with an 8-7. They still have what it takes, because ONIC, like you mentioned before, it comes down to how cleanly they can actually pull off some of these strats.
There's a bit of a rough bonus round, but again, it is a bonus round. So ONIC, they want to convert on this one. MITH, they find a way to stop the bleeding a little bit, at least keep it competitive. Don't let ONIC run away with the game too much. And I think they had a better read there. And Alone Fills, of course, really heating up here. I think he's the one to really watch for MITH for this half.
Ridiculously stepping up. However, he's the only one who's been doing that. I mean, in some of these previous series that we've seen, it was Kadum. You need the whole team working together, because ONIC, that's what they're doing. That's how they're playing. Holding default right now, when we take a look at the scoreboard, it was Shiro, Monyet as well, and a lot of them trying to execute together as a team, as a unit. This time around, waiting for MITH to make a move.
Teleport's ready.
But it's, again, back to that same old stalemate. They might just be looking to explode onto the A site.
Oh, Severin finds Kadum. There's going to be a duel of the chambers again. In the previous round, it was Elmimore. Now it's Severin trying to look for Kadum.
Counter wall.
Oh, okay, we go in Avengers here. We're going to boost up. Oh, they changed their minds.
Come on, do it.
Okay, I think they're searching for specific timing. They want everyone in position. They're just waiting for the rest of the team to be there. I think 30 seconds is the call. They're probably going to do it as soon as now, and they're going in.
We're going on a trip in our favorite rocket ship, and now the dash goes in. MITH, he's gotten quite the position as it goes and gives him vision into rafters. He's able to spray and suppressive fire to hold off the rest of MITH, giving them the site, giving them the spike plant. Now all they got to do, hang back, hold some of these post plants, go into some of these off angles, deep positions, and it gives MITH the first frag. He hears them from above as well. Good flick, two.
Oh my god,
what? Elmimore comes back
gila. Ngedes langsung dapat kill lagi aja.
With a flawless win, a flawless execute, and it starts with a daring counter wall boost.
Daring counter roll boost into a MITH triple kill. I thought for sure he was dead after that dash. Everyone was surrounding him. He's able to dash, flick up to rafters, and find that third kill. He got away with murder thrice there.
Oh my god, that's how you get that's how you find murder and get away with it. You keep the body somewhere else. You go in really fast and make sure that your opponents are playing catch up, and that's what ONIC's game plan is right now. If they can go even faster than this, it's going to be tough for MITH just to react. And given their current arsenal, I think we're looking at a very possible 10-7.
Yeah, just the guns, so good for ONIC. Their strategy is also even better. So they like pulling off this 4-1 kind of strat where there's one watching the lurk, there's 4 either defaulting or starting to inch up towards the side. It's Severine that's going to be the one watching for the lurk. And MITH, we have not actually seen them lurk. They have not properly lurked.
Not at all. I mean, they're just playing standard, very safe. And it gives ONIC so much more freedom to play with them. And I really like Severine's position because it's one where, A, you lurk off angle, anyone pushes out, you can easily take them out. He knows one of lies here. Oh my god, a sudden flick! I thought he was going to get more info if anyone tries to rotate through the middle as well, but no! That is how MITH comes back in. We talk about cleanliness, but MITH has star power to boot as well. And all of a sudden, the numbers go away because the Guardian chimes in. Kadum with the Headhunter too. He kind of sees and wants to get the spike down Elmimore, but he needs to make it safer enough to do it. The Viper's Pit gives him that edge, but here comes the Hunter's Fury! Perfect timing! 15 seconds left and all the advantage is gone.
Timing!
Slaps MITH down!
Severin nggak bisa dapat kill sih tadi.
The Headhunter, they find the headshots, they find the thrifty round. Looked to be pretty impossible, but it started off with the kill onto Severine. That flick
berat coy
to open up that round. This Headhunter kill as well from Kadum just dwindled the numbers down for ONIC. MITH was able to find a few kills, but it's just not enough because they had the Hunter's Fury. All of them were very low. Alonefield's finding the first kill on MITH. He didn't have any more time to do anything at all, and it's ONIC. We talked about how clean their executes need to be, and it's in the round where they were just against a thrifty buy from MITH that they lost.
We got a new contender for a team that loses to thrifties. I thought it was ONIC. Now ONIC is coming in. They had that on paper. That was theirs. I said not 10-7. I jinxed it.
You jinxed, for sure. It's the caster curse, and this series is definitely going all the way. You know what? We see another MITH timeout. They just won that round, MITH calling the timeout. I think they want to reorganize their defenses. But for ONIC, they have not called a timeout in these two maps.
At all.
Not at all.
It's so weird. But you know what? They can use MITH's timeout to talk as well.
Yes.
And I think that's kind of what they're doing. Maybe that's why they're not really calling a timeout, because they don't need it yet.
They definitely got it. They know what they're doing. You can tell that they're adjusting things by themselves. And MITH is going to go for that Blade Storm, so they still have a little bit of the economy. The Tour de Force is up for Kadum, so that's going to be 2 ultimates expended, 1 on each side. As MITH pushes forward, off the back of the Hunter's Fury, gets some information. Whoa. Does not find a kill though. The Hunter's Fury will end Wannafly. And it's not right now.
Nice!
Out. They find a kill onto him as well. They just rushed onto the site. They've taken control already, Quack.
What in the hardcore parkour was that? The way they go in with the Hunter's Fury, the way he updrafted around just to dodge his own teammates, just to dodge Shiro's Hunter's Fury, but also to do a little bit of damage, and not to mention everyone pushing up together. This is teamwork. This is the
lolos Severin dari
and with 3 members
kematian.
left on MITH side, how do they retake this? It's tough for them. 1 on top of Raptors, 1 below, and Kadum is able to find a little bit of something from screens. Still though, all the post-plant positions being held all the way on the other side of pipes towards Belt,
nggak ada waktu mereka,
ada line up. Zero chance to retake. They tuck their toes between their legs and they run all the way back to defender spawn.
Elmi Moore was ready for that. He was ready for the post plants. There's just too many targets for MITH for that retake, and they just could not find those kills. Great play from ONIC off the start from Monyet. They have such great usage of utility across the players. I think that's the biggest thing to point out here that we haven't really been seeing from MITH, was that ONIC, they have Snakebite Shock Dart combos. They have a Hunter's Fury execute, as we saw here with Monyet's Blade Storm. It's just overwhelming for MITH when that happens. They're not ready for that type of usage of the utility.
That's a set piece, a set play if I've ever seen one, and it's one that's so incredibly well thought out. It's not just utility going in together. And of course, I love that picture-in-picture. The shock dart goes all the way into halls.
He gets a trademark from there. That's a lineup for that corner to clear Kitchen, just to really make them blind for Kitchen. And now MITH have to commit. They had to commit an owl drone to check out Kitchen, and now they don't know if anyone's in Kitchen at all.
Good that you pointed that out. Well, again though, it comes down to how clean these executes can be, as you so aptly pointed out before, Arky. They can push this, but again, the toxic screen, it's not solid, so it's not that safe. What they've got going for them, like you mentioned, is the fact that MITH has to commit different resources into defending some of these positions. Oh, such good timing on the poison cloud.
Hampir aja mati lagi, lolos dari kematian lagi sih.
And this allows for ONIC to actually go into the A site. They might have to deal with the wall, but we've seen them do it before. They can do this easily. Monyet on a bit of a lurk too.
30 seconds left.
He's the one on the opposite side this time around. Normally we see Severin doing that, but he's the one who went on to yellow first. And the spot from Elmi Moore. They actually
miss lagi Kadum.
That recon ball from Shiro.
Kadum miss lagi
as well. And MITH are just... What is Kadum doing? He just started going YOLO, trying to look for that kill. Gets taken out 5v2. MITH, they have not done a single point of damage onto ONIC right now. Finally lands one ball onto Shiro, but Alone Bills is now alone. He has to play this 1v5 or save, misses the shots, finally finds Shiro's head. And that's probably going to be the only member from ONIC going away. Oh no, there's a second one as Alone Fills. Ever so sharp finds a second but has to run away because he knows there's nothing I can do. I just have to save this gun.
Especially when it comes down to these last few rounds. ONIC already double digits on the board. They win this one as well, 11-8. MITH, they're running out of chances. The last one to the spike. It's okay. They got money.
Yeah, but we see that.
I know you don't like it.
Some players get careless dying to the spike. We've seen that twice in this series. I think it was Congared on Breeze, and now Severin was just standing there a little bit on the edge, dying, losing a gun. Not great.
I love seeing you get so ticked off by people just like losing out in some terms of money.
It's an extra gun, and in a series as close as this,
you guys can't see his face right now, but he's like so bothered by this. I love it so much. Every single cast, every single game. Oh my god. But it's okay. 11-8. One more round. This is now match and series point, maybe. Dude, MITH, they need to switch things up. Playing defensively alone doesn't work anymore. And again, with whatever utility they have, it's just so easily baited out by ONIC. Look at this, pushing up front, tailwind away. He buys out some of these snake bites, some of these slow orbs. But also, all of a sudden now, MITH getting a little bit pushy. They go out, they deploy the Viper's Pit. ONIC kind of knew that this was going to happen, though. Look at the mini-map. They're already rotating to the B side. And Severin. already in position.
Well, Congored, he might be able to find Severin as Severin is trying to look around. He might be calling B clear, but Congored has already infiltrated the site. If they're not ready for that, Congored just might be able to get a jump on them, but Severin finds the first kill. They know where he is. Congored, look at him. Look at where he's playing though. He's already been pushing up.
Oh!
Doesn't find any more kills. Congored finds Monyet as well, but he gets taken out by Elmi Moore. That res is gonna go down.
2v4.
2v4 right now, and ONIC are the ones on the back foot.
Yeah, just a little bit greedy, but you know what? Getting the spike down, it's
Wah,
still
sayang
something.
banget.
And MITH were able to capitalize off of
Kena timing sih tadi Severin.
tiny mistakes.
Kalau Severin tadi bisa dapetin Kongaset dulu sebelum dapetin Alone Feels, itu beda cerita tuh.
It still is a 2-round
Dia bisa rendezvous balik kan. Sayangnya mau rendezvous balik tapi dirusak ininya, teleportnya.
Almost instantly gets one. Look at that transfers. Nice. Okay, he stopped and re-aimed for that second kill. 5 HP left on him. MITH are trying to claw back. ONIC are still trying to widen the gap and trying to go on to match point.
They have the strats. I think they got a little bit complacent.
They do. They definitely have the strats. A little bit of complacency on that A push, where NC Slasher actually was trying to get away, died to Beta across the smoke when they wanted to change their minds. They weren't doing a very good job of holding an angle or punishing MITH for that.
That's why it's a good adaptation from MITH as well. And now, pulling out the big guns, Kadoom. I kind of like it. I would love it so much more if you could get a little bit aggressive with it. Maybe try to find like some kind of cheesy spot, get some kind of an opening pick, and then just completely rendezvous away. Like we've seen teams do that before. Maybe you could do that too. And with an opening pick, it just weakens the advances of ONIC, but just playing it super safe. Congored playing for contact and info right now. He sees the utility coming out and he's backing off. But ONIC, they've done this before. It's worked out so well for them. They just want to plant in a different spot. That's why they're pushing up front so aggressively. But they do it together as a team, and that's why it works out. Monyet, second frag on the board. Congored now getting bombed by utility.
Nice.
It's covering the site, carpet bombing the whole
Beta
thing.
nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain.
And all of a sudden, Beta the only one left. Not much that he can do, but he still gets one for his troubles.
He better be saving that gun, man.
Better?
Better be saving that gun for sure. Because right now, MITH, they're getting reset. Great on them for winning the previous round, but they're gonna get reset hard coming into match point. And ONIC, they're great.
Let's go, ONIC.
They're good.
One more round.
They are perfect. They are set up for this entire map if it needs to go that way. MITH,
one enemy remaining.
This is series match points. The last hope for Thailand. I mean, yes, Xerxa's already there, but at least in this LCQ, they just might have their light extinguished. We were kind of setting it up, hoping that they would be maybe going in for that story of the Indonesian Slayers, but no, I think that was just a one-time thing. Because right now they don't have the strats. Monyet, even with a simple spray, getting out the first player. Look at their.
Nah, yang hilang one of life, nggak bisa nge-heal, nggak bisa nge-res.
Anything left.
Wah.
It's not great at all.
Let's go, Nick. Bisa nih.
He does not have the tour de force. He does have the headhunter. The rest of them, a bit more respectable with the Vandals, definitely. But it just looks like ONIC have complete control over this because look at the rotations from MITH. They're all sitting on A site, but the spike is already headed towards B. Four members of ONIC are already on that B side.
It's like one player gone and everything just got thrown down to hell. And now this weird, oh my god. Big brain wall, 2 players past it. It makes you think that they're still on the other side of B, but no. There are players in position. And if you do not check your corners, you are going to be sorely mistaken, sorely punished.
Okay.
And with 3 left,
wow, udah susah udah.
ONIC. We just need to take them down. We just need to hold. Where are they? Hiding from beside a yellow, getting gunned down. Kadoom. Not like this, please. The lineups are coming into buying time, but they're just sticking it. They're sticking it. MITH.
No, Zero.
Zero. With the cheeky win.
No, zero.
That wall worked against ONIC. That wall just blocked any chance. Wait, they thought they had the lineups. They didn't completely have it. They had a single snake bite. I think it just wasn't enough. You see, look at where this wall is placed. It just does not allow Shiro to shoot through it. He's trying to shoot through.
Smoke-nya cuy, smoke-nya yang tadi mantul.
He just had the headhunter for this whole round, but it was enough. MITH should have no business winning that round.
ONIC bikin kesalahan.
And now MITH tried to do the same thing. Gets punished by Beta. How the Fury comes out, it almost takes him down. Takes him down very low though, but he's topped up by the heal from NC Slasher. And ONIC tried to reset this round.
Oh my god, hubris. Their own wall, costing them their own round. But they still have, okay, let's just say
bukan masalah wallnya,
this is their second last
smoke-nya Viper anjir, mantul lah dia belum masang smoke di situ.
To choke at this very point.
Elmimor tadi ngelempar tapi
they have the gun advantage as well. What is that? What is that about?
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Is that the nerves? Is that the jitters we're seeing here? That was an accidental rendezvous out for no reason. I think they wanted to use that, like you mentioned, you use that rendezvous on the attacking side to swing out and kind of get an easy kill back to safety. That didn't work out. MITH with the Blade Storm, we've seen this before. The hero for ONIC does not have that much health though, does not have the dash anymore either. Has to switch to his Vandal. Drone comes out as well, and they're executing on his side quack.
Oh my god, this is just gonna be a big brawl, but here it comes. MITH are already prepared for this. They were already in position, and WannaFly sneaking back around behind the side of Generator. This is so good. He's behind the Viper's pit. No way they expect this. One Guardian shot. Even if the spike is planted, the retakes are so good right now. Severine, you can't possibly do this. As Congo
gara-gara smoke ini jadi kalah anjir. ONIC bikin
call the timeout if you're ONIC. You have one last round.
Bikin small mistake anjir. Udah benar tadi line up-nya tuh dapat, tapi Viper smoke-nya yang tadi tuh di round 21 22 di round 22 itu ini di round 22 tuh.
They're on the verge of overtime now. MITH, they're the overtime kings. They want to send it to overtime.
Smoke-nya dilempar mantul dia. Jadi tadi tuh aku ngeliat kayak nggak salah smoke-nya tuh mantul ke depan sini jadinya, di depan sini. Spike-nya itu ada di sini. Tapi line up-nya udah bener ke sini. Tapi nggak ada smoke jadi nggak mati yang nge-defuse.
Economy earlier on, and I think we start to see a little bit of that bite them in the back right now because Elmimor can only afford light shields in this round. Severine as well, and it's something that you kind of made this happen for yourself. ONIC calling the timeout now. It's desperately needed. Can they actually use this to find some way to win this out? Because if not, MITH are going to find some other way to turn this completely around, and then we go into Fracture, where we've seen Kadoom absolutely pop off on Neon. Surely ONIC don't want that.
They definitely don't want that, and for ONIC, their economy is not great anymore. It's been damaged, it's been broken down a little bit. They need to buy a Bulldog, a Guardian. They still have full armor on everyone. MITH, a little bit worse for wear, a Spectre and light armor on Beta, but it doesn't matter at this point. It all boils down to the execution, which ONIC have been failing at these last two rounds. It looks like it's going to be an early Viper's Pit on B side for MITH.
And again, limits ONIC's options. You kind of made this happen for yourself. And I gotta say, I really loved what WannaFly did from the previous round. It's a sudden execute from ONIC. Yeah, maybe we've been getting caught by surprise from that so far, MITH. But then, towards the end, they started to get a little bit more courageous. And then we see players like WannaFly just sneak behind the Viper's Pit of all things. They can do the same thing again. ONIC, well, this A-site hit just doesn't work out anymore. They're gonna have to be
nice, MITH.
Oh my god, again, another monkey swing from MITH. One pick and they instantly back off. They're tapping on the brakes. Oh my. Well, and then the rotations come in. They might not be able to hear all of this. It's gonna take a little bit of guesswork.
It's a double fake. That Viper Spit is on B. ONIC slow it down, making it seem like they're going B again. They've done that so many times. They never did this double fake before, and this just might be what they need to win the round. The 100 Fury is going to be used on the back of Monyet again, but it's going to be Congared. That finds Monyet. The kills are not coming, the damage is not coming from the 100 Fury, but they do get the spike plant down. ONIC losing Monyet there though. They expected more from that push. They expected more value from that push.
Not that clean, right? I mean, that's the value that you're talking about. Monyet could have gone into a deeper position, but tagged by Shiro's 100 Fury, not to mention just a blind spray, but now Elmimore might be the hero of this round as he holds the line,
Shiro.
Coming in with a big flank through. Shiro holding the fort. All they need
Let's go.
Wanna fly, can't fly no more.
Mantap.
And 13 to 11. We close this out 2-0.
Woo. Such a heartbreaking loss for MITH. They are eliminated from the tournament, both 11 to 13. They were so close for both maps. It could have gone either way.
Either way, I mean, honestly, so close. It just came down to the strategies, and MITH, while they had some successes with the retakes, they kind of ran out of strategies. They ran out of steam, and their flame gets extinguished.
Yeah, it's extinguished, and who's not extinguished, of course, are our panelists who will break this game down because they watched both. They've been very excitedly watched it, and they will definitely break it down for you and see why MITH have failed to take down ONIC.
Thank you very much, guys. And what a game. 2 matches back-to-back. 13-10, 13-11. Some of the closest series we have ever seen. It really shows that 2-0 tells more than just a story.
Thailand, I'm sorry. I've been a believer for you guys this entire competition, of course. It was, a big attempt, a big effort from them, right? 13-11 on both. 0-2 predictions now.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, your predictions this morning was Order.
Yep.
They lost. And now MITH, they lost. Are you the curse?
No, look, I hope not, but I'm just here, like, again, I love an underdog story, right? And that's exactly what this has sort of felt like for Made in Thailand. They had a lot of pressure on them. Again, we continue to mention about this Xerxes shadow that's sort of, been over the top of them a little bit, but I think they've definitely shown that they are a real contender. But in this series of all, right, this was kind of one of the ones where it felt a little bit less flashy, a little bit less exciting. Kadum was almost absent on a couple of those maps as well, so it just didn't feel like they had the same strength that they were providing on the last couple of days.
Yeah, and I mean, you even swing that over from map number 1 being almost 50-50 at 13-11, the same resultant scoreline here, and WannaFly, I want to highlight this because he was extremely absent in this game, really only the last couple of rounds that he actually got something happening, and Monyet ever so consistent, this Jet kit really providing powerful plays on this map. I mean, between both of these sides, trying to take space on that attacker side was something that was brilliant, but I think it was just a little bit better for ONIC because whenever they went to play over toward the B side, they were pushing towards Snowman, they were really forcing the MITH back.
Yeah, absolutely. I think overall it was just nice to see all of ONIC step up, right? You know, Shiro had a really, really good start as well, back on Breeze. Severine was there. Elmimore, a little bit of a change up in the role as well. And NC Slasher back to Breeze too. So every single member of ONIC really stepped up to the plate and hit it out the park.
And even the smallest of micro things, right? In that last round, the opening frag goes to ONIC. They reset themselves, right? And then it's just the microest bit. Monyet realizing that the resurrection is 1 away from WannaFly. When they start to fall back to, double pump to get that fake out, grabs the orb just so that res isn't even possible.
I'm really liking that they're really thinking about these small things which can really make a big impact. And on top of that, when you mentioned that Shiro was leading the charge, but as you come back to the second map, Monyet and Elmimore were definitely the 2 players I had my eye on. They were definitely riding that heat coming in from Breeze, and I'm really liking the fact that they were able to step up. In a lot of situations as well, they don't have to rely too much on having a 5-man when Elmimore, as well as Monyet, can do the job.
Yeah, and I think everything was kind of flowing from that first pistol round where there was so much utility thrown around that B side as well. You had the shock dart that lands just as the spike is planted to kill the planter. You got all that utility raining on down, just the millisecond of the defuse before the snake bites there, the wall. So these teams, they are very, very fluid in how they use utility and combinations together. And when you've got both teams doing that, it makes it really difficult to kind of track in the game where that util is, but they make it work. And, again, 50-50, but today it goes to ONIC.
Yeah, it was a series that definitely gave us what it deserved, right? Going so close to both. I was definitely like biting the edge of the desk there going, fracture, please. Like it was going to be so good. But
I thought it was going to be overtime.
Yeah, exactly. It was getting close there towards the end. But no, I've got to give props to ONIC G. They played a fantastic thing. And now is going to be that question of, are they going to be able to fight off against Boom again or Bleed? Because that game's going to be a banger as well.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that one. Boom and Bleed, they are very, very big contenders, which I'm really excited to see. However, 2-0 will be for the second series for this morning. After this, we're going to be going to see Bleed and Boom Esports. Who will be taking it back and who will be going down? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Boom versus Bleed ya. Jam 5 cuy, bentar ya. Oke. Akhirnya tim Thailand udah tinggal Xerxia doang. Oke, nice, let's go. Boom nih bos.
I'm Pete, I'm the support flex player for Bleed Esports. I left my old team G2 and I got an offer from a Singaporean organization. I had set up meetings with them. It was actually a serious offer to move abroad and play for the Singaporean team Bleed. Talking to them paid off because they've been proven to be a really solid organization. Maxi is one of my best friends. I've known him for 12 years. He was the one that I actually got closest to from my old previous teams, and bringing him here to Singapore with me has proven to be a really good decision because he's been a really good player, and it's really nice to have your best friend with you as well. We were really close to making it to Masters 1, and now in Masters 2 we had a really close game against Xerxia, which made it all the way. So it's kind of disappointing that we we were up in the lead in the last map and we couldn't close it out. So it's been a little bit disappointing not making it to the Masters event, because I believe we have the skill to do it. The dream is definitely to make it into the champions. We have 10 teams now fighting for one spot, and we want to make it because we haven't been to a LAN event yet. And we want to go back and play in front of supporters and in front of the crowd, and so it will be fun, and I'm looking forward to it.
Okay. I'm looking forward to it too.
They have their eyes on champions. That will be Bleed.
If you can,
to the VCT. APAC
knock
LCQ
out the boom
2022
to lower
untouched, alongside my
if it's possible.
Unless you have Pavlos and Krema here. And this is one of our most anticipated matches today, Bleed and Boom. As told to us by our producer, will Boom make Bleed bleed, or will Boom go boom?
Only one way to find out, to be honest. And honestly, I was talking to Pavlos before you got into this. For me, this game's either going to be done in 20 minutes or we're here for 3 hours with no in between.
Why do you think that?
I think Boom can be a little bit inconsistent, and Bleed we've just known to be dominant. So if Bleed are going to continue their form, dominate, fair enough to them. It's whether or not Bloom can do
Bleed plus Boom.
Bloom.
I'll have to see.
I kind of share that sentiment though, Krema. Yeah, very much so. I think you're right in the fact that Bleed have been very dominant and have kind of thrown Team Secret down to the lower bracket in a very aggressive manner, and I kind of want to see more of that, while Boom on the other hand, you know, with the matches that they've had, kind of a little bit of a closer call. I mean, you look back at the games against ONIC and Griffin, both of them didn't look too comfortable. So yeah, let's have a look at the Boom Esports roster, I guess then.
Flip there, best game besok botol
Famous. One of them look good. But with the addition of Famous, they have gone into a whole another level of aggressive, which is absolutely scary.
You're absolutely right. For me, Boom, of course, had a very tough start against Griffin. In fact, Griffin taking a map off them was really interesting to me. I was definitely a little bit worried. We go to the game against ONIC, I believe, second favourite to win the entire tournament, and they just dispatched them. Yes, the games were close, but it was 2-0, and it was really starting to come alive. And I still don't actually think they've hit their peak yet.
Okay, for my question to you, Pavlos, do you think that Tebotol is their clutch master?
I think he can be, very much so. He can be, but I think a player that you can notice out of this team is Famous, right? He's one of the newest addition of this team, and you know, when Boom went on this downward spiral throughout this year, right? You had a really good result on the first stage at APAC, then it went a little bit, it went south. I think they realized we need to switch something up, and Bring It in Famous has brought new blood, new aggression, new firepower, and a lot of the time he's the one that's doing most of this fragging. So yeah, no, I think it's one of the best choices they could have done so far in this season. I just want to see them being more cohesive with each other.
I want to see blood come out. I want to see Bleed up here. And when you talk about Bleed, we know that
Darion sih asam
the
nih.
highest frag right now is Darion. But have a look at
Darion sama Pit.
Because the other day, what Darion tweeted was,
sialan dah Darion sama Pit. Redla ini baru. Tapi dia stand up banget kemarin.
When we first went to this tournament, we were going, oh, is Retla going to fit in? This is kind of late for a roster change. Will they be able to make it work? Then after the game against Alter Ego, we thought, okay, all right, maybe it will. Then after the game against Secret, yes, it definitely does work. Retla, just that game against Secret, pops the hell off.
So what
paling
I really
impactful sih Pit. Pit itu paling impactful loh.
Champions is what we want. Champions is our goal. And quite honestly, I think Bleed at this point in time are probably the best suited team to actually make it there and do a splendid job as well. I think Bleed is the favorite as of now. I think we had a lot of question marks before heading into this tournament. We thought there were maybe 2, maybe 3 teams that are contesting for that top spot of LCQ. I think now it's kind of, in my eyes right now, it's boiled down to Bleed.
But what about you?
I think Bleed definitely have a very high chance, but yeah, so you know it's about coming.
Yeah.
I actually think that Darion can be a little bit inconsistent at times, and we haven't seen enough of Retla to be able to speak to his consistency.
Speaking of Retla, I really want to have a look at Retla's performance in general, because when you look at Retla, he's currently the highest performing, highest fragged player in the team compared to Darion now. And on top of that, let's have a look at him compared to Famous.
I mean, what is extraordinary about Retla is the fact that he is also a supportive player and also a second entry, right? He's not the one that you kind of often see
in the role that he has that would do most of the fragging. But yet, he does so much heavy lifting.
Something else I want to highlight as well. Look at that clutch percentage.
Clutchnya 25%.
If you're winning 4 clutches, regardless if it's a 1v1
Ayo Famous, dipinjam
25% is
dari Persija. Apakah dirimu akan tetap di Persija? Atau akan tergiur tuh ke boom habis itu? Aku gak mau ngomong dulu dah. Coba kalian ke live streamingnya Asteris sama Iyer dulu ke
we actually had a beautiful quote
mereka
from
dulu aja
Meow, of course, and that was we asked him a few questions before the tournament started, and we sort of asked him, who do you think the contenders for this rank 1 spot are going to be, and he said the Indonesian teams. Didn't even spare a thought for Bleed.
Wow, I love
so that. I think Boom go into this really looking like this could be a proper adversarial match about to start.
Yeah, no, I think this matchup is very highly anticipated in regards to the two teams that haven't dropped a match just yet and have done a splendid job getting here. I think one more than the other, because I think Bleed not dropping a single map so far speaks volumes, while on the other hand, you look at the Boom side and it's filled with inconsistencies and question marks. I don't know if that is a question whether Bleed haven't been tested to a proper level yet, and I'm not quite sure if Boom is the one to do that, to test them. But seeing everything and seeing how all these teams competing throughout this entire season, it has to be Boom to contest them. Otherwise, I see Bleed running away with this one very, very quickly.
Yeah, because when we look at Boom, it's rather, I wouldn't say they're not consistent. I would prefer to say that they are more one-dimensional. They like playing aggressive, they like going like that sumo guy, just choo-choo train of pain the whole way, but they don't seem to have another strat to change it up when it comes to changing up their strats drastically.
No, you're right. And something I also want to highlight is that that playbook is very similar to ONIC in the lower brackets. And I think that both teams probably practiced a lot against each other. And so that's probably where it's been shared sort of within the Indonesian play style. And something else to highlight on topic of ONIC as well. With that lower bracket game of Secret versus ONIC, even if you're in the upper final, that doesn't necessarily mean you're safe.
No, we don't necessarily see stomps from Boom either, right?
Exactly.
Which is interesting, and I think that could be part of their playstyle and the way they like to play around a matchup. But overall, you know, it's their slow starts that get me.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of slow starts, we also have to start picking our favorite teams for today. And for me personally, it's going to be Bleed just because how consistent they are throughout these past few months.
It's got to be Bleed for me as well.
Same.
Yep, well, there you go.
3 on Bleed.
All the way.
Yep.
Okay, I just hope this isn't going to be, you know, a curse. But let's have a look at what maps we picked. So as we know, for Bleed, Ascent is their playground. They love playing, but I love the fact that they've moved on to other maps as well. They have so many maps in their pool now compared
nah, ini jadi masalah, ada Famous kan. Kita nggak tahu juga. Komposisinya kan strategi berubah tergantung player juga. Bagaimana player tersebut itu eksekusi strategi. Jadi walaupun dengan tim yang sama, strategi yang sama, kalau playernya beda, itu hasilnya beda. Gitu aja. Kita lihat aja cuy, semoga menang lah. Dapat Breeze lagi anjir.
But Breeze and Bind coming out as our first 2 maps is definitely going to be a strong point for both of them.
Haven Decider, makes sense.
Yeah, a Haven Decider, I think I might just give that to Bleed just because they had a really good track record in that map in particular. But for Breeze, I'm a little bit concerned. Anyways, now that we know our maps, you guys, for Breeze, what are you expecting to see from that map?
From Breeze, I expect. I mean, that's the final matchup, right? That's the final map.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna wait and see to see the first map, right? I think I look forward to the which one was it? The first one?
Breeze.
No, it wasn't Breeze. It was Ascent.
It was Ascent, right? Ascent, Bind, Breeze.
Ascent was banned out.
Ascent was banned out?
Yes, sir.
Am I really forgetting things already?
Okay. I'm just gonna let you guys have a quick break because now the game is gonna be starting. Because the game is gonna be starting. Bleed and Boom, who will be taking it back for map number 1? Guys, what are you expecting?
Listen, it has been a really big time to get to this point, right? We've been here for 5 days,
Conky.
absolutely smashing it out the park with these games. It's lived up to the hype, the expectation, and now the Thunderdome, right? I don't think many people would have been that thought that Boom was actually going to be the one getting here, right? But they have been the Indonesian pride of this competition. Bleed yet to drop a single map. They're such an exciting roster as a whole, but Boom also only just dropping that one to Griffin in the opening of the competition. So Komodo, this this is the big one. As I said, the crux of the competition, the upper bracket final winner gets to go to that grand final and one step closer to LCQ.
And not to mention as well, we've seen this map played here for Boom. ONIC G was the test for them in that series. 13-10 is what they were able to finish it on. But for Bleed, we haven't gone to the waters of Breeze just yet. They haven't met themselves on this island, so it is going to be a big battle to come out from them here.
Massive stuff, all the pressure, champions so close on the tips of their tongues right now. And again, Bleed,
let's go, Boom.
Be the ones to keep that consistency. You know, we spoke about Darion on the desk.
Pulangkan Malaysia Singapura karena udah ada PPX,
sudah pulangkan saja. These names and Retla has really been slotting in. Will it be Pulangkan saja that experience, or will we be able to get to see that fire that's sort of, you know, burning in the heart of Boom right now? The Wolves are looking hungry. And yeah, I'm just excited to see how Famous steps up on this chamber. But it's Breeze, it's the opening, it's the finale of the day. Who is going to get into that grand final?
Well, for Bleed, they're going to be starting off on the attack and rapidly so as well in toward the B side immediately, and Famous is going to get diffed out by Darion. And there's nobody home here, Conky. There's nobody else from Boom to contend. It's such a quick retake that has to come on through, but Maxi playing that autonomous Astra at the moment down for the 4v4.
Pit nih, ini nih yang serem nih.
Pith is absolutely ready for it.
Nice.
Be that double swing, another for Berserks here so far, playing fantastically on this rotation. I don't think Tebottle is actually going to get spotted out by this Howl drone. Maybe, just maybe, no info at all. I think that's going to be a fantastic opportunity. Lenny does get that pick though.
Nice.
So spotted out. Blaze King gets one more, but now it's down into that 2 versus 2. Retla back at the side. Great guiding light to assist. And now also info, Recon Bolt is good, but still they have to get moving, they have to get kicking. Flips Jitter, gets another, but it's on to Lenny. And Blaze King does manage to find it.
Nggak ada waktu.
There's not enough time at all, it was ticking too quickly. There was an opportunity there where it might have just happened, but a little bit too slow to get back into that site.
Blade have done the work, they got what they needed to get done. A quick one in toward the B site, and I got to give props towards Boom, at least for the attempt at that retake, right? From multiple different positions, making sure they're able to eliminate Maxi before he can get any stars, any sucks potentially on towards the defuse. But by that point in time, all of the members of Bleed essentially did what was required again, and it goes their way with that pistol round. Now, I do want to make mention, we haven't seen Bleed play this map in quite a while, Conky. This is the first real showcase for this new lineup for them right now. They haven't run an Astra on here before. It's really only been that one Viper there, Cypher, Sova, Sky, and Jet. So you can already see what the changes are for them here. Bringing Darion on toward this chamber, and he's opened up again.
Just trying to get some further mid control, pushing on down, nothing spotted. Some further damage from Famous, not too bad of a response so far. Darion will send him packing though.
Famous sudah low banget.
3 alive here.
Dengan 2 headhunter.
Really only hoping, really just for damage at this point. You know, a very gentle investment. Retla's going to be able to drop him, so this should just be easy pickings for Bleed. As they do start to creep their way in. Blaze King does have the cross, but the classic, not exactly the weapon you want to be doing it with. And it's all left on to just Tebottle on the other side of the doors. And I think they've left it like really nice round here from Bleed.
I like the patience as well. They get control around the mid pillar. They don't need to overextend to walk into any traps that Boom might have laid for them. Just the classics in this round. We know that the guns are going to come in and the next. Darion getting activated nice and early on. It was a good start in the pistol for him. Carried that over into the second round. But this is going to be the first real test, right? For Boom, they're going to get their weaponry out. We don't have any ultimates even nearing it just yet for them. Darion, one away from the tour de force. That could be a big instigator in this round for Bleed. You talk about them. They've got a couple of Bulldogs to play with. It could be a quick push to get that orb potentially over towards Shop. We haven't seen anything yet from Bleed over towards A, of course. We've only had those first 2 rounds. So this round is going to be very workable of a bonus for them.
Udah 2,5 jam ya, aku loy.
Big opportunity to really sort of set some pace here. Bleed would love it. Very, very nice sort of attacking sided progress so far as they do walk into the halls. And there is a dart to come back. That actually might pop up Blaze King, but it doesn't go deep enough, this recon bolt.
He doesn't know that it's landed in the cubby, and he's going to push through that smoke as well. Darion, again, 3 openers in a row, and he's just making it look real easy, prodding his team on up. Famous needs to be able to find something here. The heal's already coming through towards Bleed as well, but he lines up 2 of them, and it swings back into the favor for Bleed.
Nice! Famous! Woo! Let's go!
In there as well. Boom! They get their first gun round.
That's a convincing one as well. I mean, look, Bleed certainly took some risks there trying to push up in towards Hall, but my God, exactly what you want to be seeing here from Berserks, you know, popping off on that jet. It's a man who has been putting up some big numbers, but always kind of argues around that consistency sort of mark, right? Looking at these two teams head to head, Boom, super flashy, super exciting, can be that upset fury throughout the course of this competition, whereas everyone has kind of looked at these couple of games from Bleed and been like, who can
mau
even
pakai
stop
setup
them?
yang tadi nih,
Just that good.
yang
They
pistol
seem to
round.
be very far ahead. But I feel like Boom has that wow factor that might be able to stop them.
Itu recon ke belakang itu.
We've seen some aggression from Bleed. We've seen some slower paced rounds right now and back over towards the Bollocks B. We'll see what they're going to be able to do here, if it can be locked down or not. For Boom, they've actually positioned 2 players over here at the moment, and they're not going for any further control. They're not being that aggressive nature to Boom that we have come to know and love throughout the course of this competition. It is a real passive play from them. Of course, for Darion, does have the tour de force to lock down some brilliant lines here if required. But it is this mid control at the moment that is kind of relinquished from everybody, right? Bleed, they're not favouring it. Pivoting over towards A, they have to clear shop, they have to clear cave. It's dirty information at the moment, and you can just see that Blaze King, he himself isn't sold yet for Boom on where exactly to position. He's finally meandering back over towards the halls, and with 50 seconds to go, this is where Bleed are going to start to set up A.
Yeah, Boom definitely adopting that passive approach from the start, trying to maybe feel out Bleed's offense very early on this side. Breeze a map, so much space, very, very hard to control at times, and with that aggression now starting to need to come out. 35 seconds. Bolt has been destroyed, so it's not going to get info, but look at that pre-fight. Darion, however,
Darion down.
Get Pith, so that's an awesome opening here
down
on the side of Boom, but now Bleed gets a response that's 4 and 4.
Darion dapat satu
Houdini out of there
kill.
as well, and Bleed can switch over to
Darion yang down
Lenny.
tadi.
Will he
Aku
have
lupa kalau
enough
Darion
time
yang
to
pakai
get out
chamber.
another recon dart with time to be bought here to actually take Lenny out, and they know that cave control is here, but it's Darion with the tour de force looking for another one shut down. A very late mid.
Ini harusnya tahu dia dari mid.
He might be pivotal to be able to find this round right now, but Tabottle's reading that. He gets his head taken off and on towards the spike tap. Rettler for the swing. He spotted out one, knows that they're not on that jump yet, but now he is the lone soldier. Rettler for the 1v1. He sees the defuse.
Nice.
Navigate it, and Famous will find the frag. It's flip shooter for the
Famous.
defuse, and it's Boom to equalize.
There's been a discussion about over peaking, right? And this point in time, it didn't even look like Bleed were doing it, but the aggression that came out from Boom there, fantastic stuff from Famous to force the pressure, to force that hand. Flip shooter, he was already tucked just on, and as soon as we saw that kind of desperate play to take him off the spike, it just didn't quite work. There was a moment there, if Darion got the 3rd shot onto Debottle, there would have been maybe more of an opportunity, but 2-2
kalau tadi dapat kill ke Debottle itu beda cerita sih. Untuk yang nggak dapat.
And it's an eco for Bleed, a chance for Boom to take that lead. Vandals cross the board. And you would expect maybe with the idea that they're going up against an eco, they might want to play a little bit more passive. But look at this. We've got a push down the halls from Berserks. We've got a mid-flourishing play from Bleed straight on through, and Famous, he's going to be spotting 2 members of the opposing side.
Dapat satu. Yang penting udah dapat satu, mundur aja dah.
Pretty lucky from Famous there. It was quite an overstep, I guess, to try and get that early control.
Nice, dapat satu, Blaze King.
Contest between Order and Team Secret earlier on. It was Jeremy who was able to keep peeking out from that hole, the lane position, and spot down mid, getting a pick time and time again. But, the position there from Bleed, they were all over it. So it was a little bit of a risky business, but he gets out free. Darion,
nice. Blaze King masih dapat.
Been traded accordingly. Blaze King, 5 HP, but it's enough for now. Rettler has to hope for the best here. All he can really get is a shot that should catch. So the information is going to be there. However, Lenny, fair way away. Maybe, just maybe, there's a chance for a plan here as Flipshit has rotated all the way through.
An opportunity for Lenny to go very big.
Oh, no.
A little bit late, but still manages to find the kill. Now he is the last one. 1 versus 3, a plant will be provided for Bleed, so at least they've got something to work with in this round, and he's got the Hunter's Fury. This could be very interesting. A drone for info, maybe a shock dart, and that is going to give up the information, funneling him into the site to take the fight. Berserks for the
Dia balik lagi.
Always a potential world there, you think about it. These little storylines of these big clutch moments that you do see in matches of this caliber, but
nice.
A hard position to be
dapat
found
Hunter's
in there.
Fury dia.
Blaze
King ada Hunter's Fury, Berserk ada Bloodstorm, Famous ada Tour de Force.
So great result, I guess, at the end of the day to be able to find that spike plant, get the extra cash in the bank account. But it's Darion, really, so far, that is being that one-man band. 9-4, Pith yet to activate. Maxi did have one important frag, but I guess the ultimates are here for both Lenny and Rettler. Over the other side, however, almost all there to Bottle and Flipsjit are only 2 away.
And that's exactly the point right now, isn't it? We're getting into this dangerous territory where you could really see these teams either pull apart in the early stages of these rounds or bring it back in towards a workable scenario if they are finding themselves at a bit of a deficit. We've got to push down the holes yet again. It wasn't required in the last round from Berserks, but this time a quick one because the hit's already on toward this A side.
Very, very quick here, and the Seekers have already gone out, but Blaze King does manage to pop that Hunter's Fury. Stopping Redler in his tracks, but the position still continues forward. Seekers do get one. Now that drone does come through. Darion, here's the forward thinking. Man, right now he's ready. 1, 2. That's a third in the round for Darion. We talk about a man who has stepped up when Bleed needed.
Nice.
He has now been punished. The rest of the team still have fair bits of work to do in this 3 versus 3. A little bit shaky there, but Boom do manage to get it in the form of Berserk.
He's buying so much time.
He has indeed. They're just keeping that focus away. Now Blaze King can start to walk his way in. There will be a tap onto this defense, but only the shock dart in hand. Recon Bolt so far away. Now that gravity well to come in as well. There's no chance. There's no time. It's ticking.
No.
Maxi, he's held on, and I think Komodo here, Darion must have done just enough. Maxi will close. What a forward-thinking play from the chamber. 3-3.
Darion, the first piece of the puzzle in that round from Bleed. When you might think that Berserks can bring it back towards Boom to get that retake starting, he's trying to buy time, bringing it on to the 2 versus 2. But in the
belum
end,
kelihatan Asam. Dia pakai Viper sih. Biasanya kalau dia pakai ini, Tio.
So the gravity well to be able to get a defuse off that spike. But you couple it just then with the ability of Lenny running that Hunter's Fury potential, the shock darts as well. You've got a lot of denial and a lot of time. Maxi doesn't crumble under the pressure of being pushed at shop, closes that one down.
So far, though, it does very much seem that, you know, it's the Darion show, right? We can't be having that continue for the course of this series. There is so much space to be found. Boom starting off really, really hot, right? Everyone's sort of stepping up to the plate to do their thing. But over time, you know, will that start to develop? I guess that was a perfect round, perfect opportunity. Keeping Berserks at bay for ages was awesome to see.
Yeah, no, and I think right now as well, you've got to have a bit of a discussion if you are Boom, right? They've gone for a little bit of this pressure early on through the mid-holes push, but they didn't really do too much with it, right? They didn't overextend. They're wanting these little more percentage plays to get the big fragging action, to get the multi-frags at the end. Maybe it is a choice of getting one and falling back completely.
Love this. Already early on in the series, we are getting to see that there is confidence here and forward thinking from these teams. It's all you can really expect from this level of competition, right? You cannot have anything subpar, anything lacking behind, because, you know, ONIC G, 2nd seed, Team Secret, 3rd seed, they haven't quite been living up to the expectation of sort of what we want to see. Sure, their competition's still alive. We actually get to see that one be a big elimination and progression game tomorrow, right? Team Secret versus ONIC G. That one will be fantastic. We've still got these Indonesian teams firing, right? And even this one, not an elimination, it's the qualifier to get into that grand final, one step closer to champs. And whilst we expected to see Bleed here, as I mentioned, Boom was further down in that seeding.
And this is a good test actually for Boom as well, right? Because when they faced off against ONIC G on this specific map, they got 6 defensive sided rounds. They're on defense right now, but it was their attack that propelled them, right? 7 to try and close that one there. And it was only the shaky start from that pistol. 4 defused rounds in a row from ONIC. So there's no shy of getting into these sites for Boom. And I really want to wait for that switch on up in the next half. But right now, again, more chamber diff. Darion has been stellar at these opening frags.
He is absolutely popping off. Now, that will be the pit popped. How's it going to go? There's a contest here. There may be some form of opportunity for Tebottle to at least sort of send Bleed packing, and that looks like exactly is what is happening right now.
Well, what does the recovery look like for Boom here?
Gosok jadi anchor DB.
An answer for sure. You've got to push down from Flipshitter. Remember, Berserks did this earlier, so it's very readable by Lenny right now, and he's rewarded 2-player advantage for Bleed, a minute to play with. This is those rounds where it is yours for the taking. Do not lose it from here.
You're a man who loves cars, Komodo, and brakes are a big part of that, and that's exactly what Bleed are using in that round, right? Pumping them, holding, just waiting to see basically how Boom reacts and if they drift around that corner, and that's exactly what we have just witnessed in this side, a peek through halls, and it just doesn't quite work out. Now it's going to be all onto Berserks, and he's only got a Spectre to try hold this one.
I love the fact that they've left Maxi in cave. If the opportunity rises, if there's any push from Boom, they'll be able to find that one, and it's only Berserks here with these blades.
Pop-off moment potential here. He needs to do it right. 25 seconds, that's the tailwind popped as well. Maybe an opportunity where he at least gets one, because look at this as well. Now, Guiding Light starts to come through. They are creeping. No, he's punished him. And sure, there is a rotation through from Maxi, but again, there is just so much time. They're so split apart here. Tebottle stuck in that pit.
This is impossible. Yeah. This is nigh impossible. A 2 versus 5 where you are so split. It's a ring around the rosy on that A side, actually, from that ultimate being dropped by Tebottle. And Blaze King, will he meet the grave? He will. Everybody contributing in this round for Bleed.
Massive play. That's like team dynamic to a T, right? We've exactly seen that from Bleed as a well-oiled machine.
Ini udah di-expect di awal sih Famous.
Of the competition, of the APAC LCQ so far, seeing how well they slot in. And a lot of that credit is got to be, you know, into what Bleed have brought in. Legia, German coach with worlds of experience, both as a player and also as a coach in the, you know, former FPS titles around. And then also bringing over the 2 Swedes in Maxi and Pith. Just the amount of experience they can kind of, you know, mold into Lenny and Darion, whilst Retla obviously with some experience of his own. It is just such a dangerous roster. Analysts there as well to, you know, constantly keep these guys in check, and it's showing right now what the investment can actually look like.
It's a bit of a quirky purchase from Boom at the moment, isn't it? A couple of marshals, you've got Famous there with the operator, a challenge from Berserk down mid where he loses it, and guess who is the opening frag again? It's Darion. He is such a key component on this roster for Bleed right now. And if he continues this fashion, maybe even this map can be done very, very quickly and not the close affair that we are expecting. I don't want to count that out just yet. There's still major opportunities for Boom here.
The cool thing as well is this is a new thing for Darion to be put onto this chamber, right? Quite often we do see him, obviously, on that jet, on that raise. Kind of gets a little bit more forward thinking there. But over time, as it all progresses, we are starting to see the chamber move on in as it is. Very, very strong now. But of course here it's just going to be an awkward round. Great information there from Lenny. Couldn't quite destroy it. And Darion, he's already all the way up here. You know, tucked into the corner. Once more, it's just going to be next to impossible for Boom to get in. All they can really hope for is damage. But the kind of motion in the ocean that Bleed have been bringing forward on this map of Breeze, you know, they've set sail nicely. Their cash is looking great. And maybe they're, you know, on a ship in the Mediterranean somewhere.
Oh, maybe they're just laying
No, operatornya jatuh ya tadi.
For Boom, what can you do again to try and get some sort of damage in this round? That's a good start from Tebottle onto Retla. An unanswered frag, but they are locked out of the site right now. Maybe you can keep Bleed in and you might be able to find some damage that'll play a little bit later on in this half. But look at these frags. They're actually happening from Boom. It might not be able to provide them round, but it might actually Tebottle on the defuse. It's not deniable from Maxi right now. He's got no stars to get them off. This defuse is going to be hell.
Oh, no.
0.71 Bleed. That might have got a bit hot under the collar for them.
Yeah, look, I completely switched off. My brain was, you know, in another map at that point in time because Bleed, you know, we were certain that they won that one out, and only really for Boom was it going to be damage. I guess in the end, you know, it's okay, right? I think they've actually called for the pause here, you know, potentially, right?
Boom.
That almost was a big mistake from Bleed. But no, it's Boom. Fair enough. Good time to talk about it. They're all playing okay right now. You know, again, it's still only how do we punish Darion right now? He's getting that opening pick almost every single round. And it's not just with the tour, it's with that
Famous doang yang ini dari tadi yang make a play.
And they need to work him out. But this sign, at least a resurgence for Boom, right? We know they're an attacker-sided team. We know they're aggressive. And doing this damage here is at least a start.
And the way that he's been getting these frags as well is not monotonous, right? It's ever so changing around the map, these different positions that Darion is finding himself in. 14-6 with 0 assists. The enemies that he is seeing, he is essentially finishing by himself. A bit of assistance from his team for sure, but that's exactly what you want in the team game of Valorant. And this new one, this timeout that is called for Boom, they need to reset themselves. You know, this defensive side has to be a strong suit for them, has to be the thing to get them propelled here. They do have that safety net of a bottom game if they need to, but they want that advantage, right? They want to get into that grand final first. They want to showcase that they are the #1 in the Asian team.
There has to be a contest here. You know, if Bleed walk over and kind of just, you know, push Boom away and say not today, like dropping him into the lower bracket, sure, that you're still definitely going to be able to put up a good run, but for all teams in this competition, in the APAC LCQ, you cannot have Bleed just, you know, trouncing. They need to feel that contest.
Maxi's going by himself in the halls. This time, no berserks, no flips to the push either, by his lonesome self, which would mean untradeable if Bleed do lose him. Has a very tall task to be able to find, but it's that mid control for Bleed that they are exercising quite nicely. Lots of time still to play. But what does the plan look like from here? Where do they choose to attack? Over towards A, where they've had some luck. We've seen the ring around the rosy with the pit that they didn't really want to contend with. It was the B play, which is currently only being held by Famous. And I am just wondering that time, 50 seconds, trying to see if they can find an opening pick for Maxi. Be huge if he's able to find the right timing on toward Blaze King, but Flip Shooter, he might be able to get something through these mid doors at the moment. It's such a tight line. Darion sees it. Another opener for the man.
Once more, a big play here. Blaze King is going to be the one on the timing. The timing could be massive, Komodo.
Oh no, ngapain dia mau recon? Tembak aja cuy. Wah, Blaze King sih.
Wah.
Posisinya udah jelek, kalau dirimu mundur udah pasti di ini bondong sama ini. Tembak aja itu tadi, dapat 2.
It would feel like boom, but look, there is still plenty of game to continue. Tebotel can at least look to do something rather as they continue to push. All he's hoping for is damage again. There's that star. Maxi, he's a little bit further away this time round. Retla may actually go down here, but no. Keeps his composure, locks him out, and Bleed. They've already won 6.
Darion is just a steamroller in this game at the moment. He is just absolutely destructive.
Ya nggak bakal sih. Aku nggak boleh ngomong gitu sih. Aku nggak ikut turnamen cuy. Dia lebih GG. Nah maksudku harusnya itu lebih bagus ditembak aja cuy. Daripada dirimu itu mau. Aku tahu sebenarnya dia mau recon, mau nembak habis itu. Cuma posisi smoke-nya itu di situ. Dirimu kemungkinan kan pasti sampai mundur kan, di berondong peluru kalau dirimu mundur juga.
17 frags.
Yep. Insanity.
I guess that's a good sign for Boom. You know, in a way, at least they are, you know, keeping the rest honest. It just has to be that punishment so soon. Darion, he's playing a pretty similar route most of these rounds. And of course, we're back onto an eco again for Boom.
Very familiar for Bleed. Just exercising caution in through mid, not walking into any entrapments that Boom have thrown their way. It's a bit of a different position this time that the trademark has been put through mid, but it's Retla. To find the opening frag onto Blaze King. They now know exactly where Berserks is, trying to go for a retrieval mission on that gun. He will be able to find it. Taken down relatively low, and Pith now finding Famous. An overextension by all counts into B, and it's just smooth sailing here for Bleed. One at a time. Retla reaping the reward. Seekers are here for the next round. Berserk's a 1 versus 5 with the Vandal. Even damage at this point really doesn't hurt Bleed.
Blaze King, kenapa sih tadi tembak aja lah, ngapain dirimu recon tuh?
Just to continue his streak forward. It was almost like that round. He was like, Retla, you want to take a couple? Newest member on the roster.
Dan kakinya tadi masih kelihatan, kakinya Maxi tadi itu.
And as you mentioned, that Seeker, right? They're in now. Darion, one away from
Maxi
the 2.
Gitu
a couple other ultimates as well that are coming online here for Bleed that, you know, may not even need to be activated at this point in time. Because it's not even like they're getting to these post plants. They've just been doing the damage early, and you know, Boom is struggling to kind of regain that composure.
It feels like it's very well thought out, structured, pre-planned Valorant coming through from Bleed at the moment. And for Boom, they don't have an answer for retaliation. They don't have an answer on how to retrieve themselves back into this game. But this is fast, this is quick, up through the doors. And the test for Tebotel right now is going to be here with Famous. There's the first, another one going Boom's way. This is really starting to look better for them right now.
Finally, a punishment onto Darion. There's Blaze King, but Retla in the previous. Now he's found 2 for himself once more. But they are weakened. They have had a limb chopped off here, Bleed, just for the time being. Boom. They've got 3. They will be able to recover as they head over towards this B site. It's going to be control taken from Retla. He has to look for something potentially big here. There is that trail mark over.
He's got so much to do, Conky.
He does, yeah.
And with 30 HP, it's going to be difficult for him.
Plant now. Slowly creeping their way in towards that defender's spawn position. It's just going to all be onto Retla. When does he want to pop this guiding light? They're moving quickly, Komodo. This could be big. This could be the play. No, missed it. Didn't go deep enough. He popped it a little bit too early. Now, Lenny, our eyes are on you, my friend. Can you clutch away this 1v3? It's going to be hungry members walking in. He's missed a couple of shots, but so, Boom. This is not good at all for the Indonesian side. He's got to be cautious. He's got to be careful. Tebotel low, and he's going around the wrong way. Lenny's found another. The time is ticking, Komodo. All it is just one simple shot, and it's Sova versus Sova. Can he close? Not quite, but is there time?
Hampir aja cuy.
It's just enough here for Blaze King to get it, and there we go, Boom. A near, very close 4th round, and I've got to admit, Bleed still made it so hard.
2 seconds and a bit of change. That's the difference at the end there. A little bit more HP, maybe a bit of a challenge there, and he finds that one right. You think about a recon dart instead of a shock dart in that location. He gets a ping, he's able to close out the round. It's just those little minute differences, but You got to be happy if you are a Boom fan right now. They've gotten another one back on this defensive side. It looked a little bit awkward, I'm not going to lie, toward the end of it, but it's a round secured. It makes it a little bit easier to try and get this comeback happening at the moment. They have lost the half, but moving into this last round now, they've got a lot of these devastating ults to play with.
That round is something, right? You know, this map kind of even as it does go. You know, some will be a little bit more defensive, some offensive, but now we're bursting straight in towards B. Can Famous do anything he can't? It really is Chamber Diff in this matchup right now. Darion again with a nasty opening. Blaze King has at least managed to punish one with that Hunter's Fury. It's going to be the spike planted, but Pith, he's found Berserks as well.
Nice, Tebotol. Oh no, 2v3.
It's Blaze King, Tebotol.
Flip jatuh juga, mati juga Flip.
Already sitting at the back of that site. The other two looking for post-plant position inside B main, but he's on that line. It's going to be so hard, Komodo. Can he get it here? He absolutely can. Why are we even questioning at this point whether or not the Darion has what it takes? And Pith, he's got his third as well. The rotation was absolute perfection around the elbow.
Boom.
And what's at the end of an elbow? A fist, and he is using it well.
And that's what
banyak banget yang tindakan yang nggak perlu.
Maxi just buying so much attention in
ya, aku bisa
to make those
komentar sih
frags
ya.
on the site for Pith, all the more
Karena
easier.
aku nggak di sana cuy. Kalau aku yang main mungkin
8-4 at the
belum
switch.
tentu juga sebagus mereka.
Boom to get this attacking sided here and now.
Tapi nggak bisa cuy, memang beberapa ada yang harusnya gimana jadi salah dia.
I cannot stress how up of a performance that is, right? You know, only what, 24 sort of to go with, 25 rounds rather, you know, best of. To see 20 frags already is kind of like an average score. So, you know, we keep harping down on it, but it's not one of those things where it's like, oh my God, this guy, you know, he's so incredible to watch. It's like, no, the consistency is there. Once we get those stats at the end of the half, I'm sure it is opening pick time and time again. And the rounds where we did get to see the punish come from Boom, that was the only one that they really seemed to win after that hot streak at the start.
Yeah, and you look at the performance that he's been putting up throughout the course of this tournament as well, right? Against Team Secret, against Alter Ego. First kills coming through for him. He had 9 total against Team Secret, but he's probably even had more than 9 in this one right now, just by the amount of sheer force that we've seen in the kill feed from him. Multi-frags galore, setting his team up, but I kind of now sort of question, right? Is that consistency going to continue to this defensive side?
Super interesting thing about Chamber, right? Not typically an attacking side of Agent, quite commonly on that defense, locking down the isolated positions. You know, you think about like how Chamber can work on Ascent, isolating the B side, allowing a lot more information and presence to go towards A and go towards mid. But on a map like Breeze, there is a lot more of that open space. It can be much more challenging to kind of sit down and lock in. But I think for Darion, it's just he's not playing Chamber sort of in any unique way. He's taking the weapons, he's taking the control, and he's utilizing the rendezvous to get in, get out, and it's not looking like a mission impossible for him at all.
Yeah, and we need to see a little bit more on the opposite side of the spectrum, right, from a couple of these Boom members. Flips it up, having a bit of a shocker at the moment. It would be a great start for him, but it's Darion.
Again,
of course it's Darion, the opener. The ambition from him to just push 9 HP, doesn't care.
It's not even about the kills, like at a height at this point. Again, it's just those opening frags.
Yep.
Opening frags for Darion time and time again. Conversions from Bleed as a result of that. And he does have to fall away. 9 points of HP certainly makes it a bit more challenging. But look, you know, Famous has yet to activate, and he's also been weakened as well.
And Boom have a very spread pistol at the moment. It's not a quick one into any of these sites like B, like we saw earlier, right? It's very spread out. It's very individualized at the moment to gain some information and then play on the back of that info. Meanwhile, Flips it up. He's toying with the idea of going through this poison cloud. And Darion is waiting for it. Here's the information.
Straight through. A little bit of a flash, but the toxic screen goes up at the opportune time. Darion just waiting. Inside his teleportation spot, Blaze King, good flank, but he doesn't quite catch Lenny.
Yeah, that's all
He's
good.
got away with murder.
Oh,
man. This starts to make it really,
Blaze King sih lagi nggak dapat harinya kayaknya.
As long as possible. Great reveal. Ultimate usage of that Sova ability now. Holding on, Flips Shitter. They are creeping around the pyramids, and it's not Egypt here. It's Breeze as Maxi gets one more. Blaze King now sitting on a great line, a great spot on top.
Oh, nice.
This man's a monster in the round as he continues to tap. Tebotol gets one as well. And now it's all on a Maxi. Does get a star, will utilize that Nebula as he goes in, but now he's going to swing
nice.
and close. Blaze King, take it back because you just won Boom your 5th.
That's such a different
Wah, hampir aja bikin salah soalnya Blaze
We
King.
see that Tebotol's
Dia nggak dapat tuh pas crossing.
Post paint with these snake bites, but you would never expect someone to be elevated in through mid, specifically when we see Blaze King playing from below the bricks of mid there, right? So he's repositioned himself to get that elevated angle, and some flustering over to the side of Bleed, but it is only the pistol round for that one. So there is still this pillowing of 3 rounds over toward their favor. It's just going to be these pistols that they play with in this one. They'll have the guns in the next, but one of the big things of that round as well, right? They did find the opener, but they didn't convert the round this time.
Bleed winning the pistol in the first half, and then 3 as a response from Boom very, very shortly after, before Bleed took back that kind of momentum, right? Now, oh, Jesus. Chat, you already know what I'm going to say. We'll leave it at that. Great start here from Bleed. Boom desperately need to drag this round forward.
So I want to say, Darren's found the opening picks twice. And in these 2 rounds, Rettler hasn't had the heals. He hasn't had the regrowth to get him back towards 100. Imagine a world in which that was a thing.
Oh, we won't harp on it any longer. Picture paints 1,000 words, so does a game of Valorant. And they are rotating out, Boom. It's home free on the B site. Will they find out that? They'll have to sort of pick up the pace a little bit right now. 50 seconds as they creep on over. Nothing really to stop them.
Maxi's already pushed down through Cave Conky. The Toxic Stream providing a little bit of assurance, so the information is all here over to this B site. The rotations should come through from Bleed relatively fast. It's actually going to be quick on the flank. 1 through mid there. That's going to be Rettler to potentially go through the tunnels, just making sure they're clearing absolutely every possible angle that Boom could be hiding.
Look who it is, waiting at the top. It's Darion. Does he want to peek through that toxic screen? He absolutely does. He's already keen. Will he hit this shot? Berserk.
Nice.
Good punish. That's desperately one that they needed fast, because this flank is already starting to come in, and Tebottle, he's going to get that information fast. One more through the window. Tebottle does get low. Lenny will take him, but at least it's something. Because the post plan is set. They're all on this site. Rettler looking to keep them honest.
Lenny dapat senjata tuh.
They know exactly where they are, so it should be nice and easy for Boom to lock this down as best as possible. Now the utility just to lock them out, just to isolate. They've got that Vandal in the hands of Blaze.
Nice.
It's a very good
nice angle.
Nicely done.
A firm hold from them as well. They can't really consider losing a lot of this weaponry after finding the pistol. That round should always 99% go towards them, and it does, right? They lose the opening frag, of course. Again, it's a very big consistent
But it doesn't mean a lost round this time.
It doesn't mean a lost round, exactly right.
Twice in a row.
Now, the pivot does go over towards the fact that Bleed have these guns. This defensive side for them, do they have it, right? Do they have it?
When something's top heavy, if you're going up super high, you can fall, and it hurts on the way down, right? If the rest of Bleed aren't willing to sort of pick up the space, or at least get the trampoline out when Darion does potentially fall to catch him, that's what you got to wait for. So right now, it seems like at least for the opening 2 rounds of this half, Boom have had an answer even after Darion has got that opening pick. So they've got to get through this bonus now. I think that's a key factor, right? They walk through this okay, relatively unscathed, or have something strong into the next, then we're still on. We've still got a game on our hands, right? This is the map pick of Boom, right? So much in this competition. We have seen the trades on each other's map picks. That's going to, I don't think, be anything less common here, but now just some info. Just trying to kind of keep a focus over towards this A site. They're not keen though just yet. Berserk's maybe toying around with something, but it's just orb farming at this point in time for Boom.
Darion's been the plunderer in this series so far. If you can shut him down early, you might have some smooth waters ahead, right? And these rotations already from Bleed, very, very heavy towards this A site now, with some clearance in through mid. Toxic Screen does come down for Boom. This execution on their bonus round. If they can get an early plant, it would be brilliant for them. But they need something else. Berserk's to peek through with the flash as well.
Nice.
Blaze King reaps through towards Maxi. The plant is not yet established at the moment. Flipshooter, he's been isolated behind this other wall.
It's awkward, right? Because I know what Famous is trying to do. He's trying to get this information as far as possible, but there's 20 seconds. They are so far forward. This is Bleed like an iron wall standing, locking it down. Because Lenny, they could go through. They could go through right away. They're going to deny the spike plan here, Komodo, but Berserks does get something back, but 11 seconds. It's not much time. Luckily, Pith a little bit too far away. Now Famous can start to pick on up, but Pith, he is in a prime position. 1v1, V1 is now, he needs to approach this as best as he can. He's got so many angles he needs to watch. Spinning around on a pivot, doing a 360 walk array right now. That is going to keep him off, and well played by Blaze.
Hampir aja Blaze King mati tuh. Lihat tuh, leap 5
was in that round.
Yeah, oh man, you just see the pop flash through the wall as well, right? Christmas lights in the kill feed to come on through, and it's all party time in the end for Boom. You just say it courtesy of this replay. Absolutely love it, by the way. But the overview, right? Boom, they hold that through. They manage to just settle them down.
Standing so close. 20 seconds left, locking them out of the site. The confidence for Bleed to have that, even if they're not in opportune positions, just standing close enough to that cave basically says, we're locking you out. We're not letting you in. The party's full, guys. You guys have got to go home. You've had too much. And by a result of that, Boom had to really battle it back and force their way through that position, and it was such a tight plant position that they managed to get. And even so, you know, Pith was certainly in a spot where he could maybe have done it, but we're getting a closer game here, Komodo, and this is where Bleed have had to call the timeout.
8-4 at the half, right? Such a convincing attackers-sided half to come through from Bleed. Really steered by Darion, but now the fact that the pistol goes over towards Boom, the second round as well, you're kind of thinking, all right, might be a little bit closer here. The bonus round, the real tell, and it just goes over towards Boom, forcing, as you mentioned, Bleed to come out with that timeout. And now we are potentially looking at that equalization from Boom, riding the momentum on this attacker-sided start.
What I'm loving is that both teams are making each other push and pull as hard as possible. There is no kind of, you know, member lagging behind at this point. I guess, you know, outside, right, we haven't seen maybe as much from Flipstutter and Pith as possible, but
a mid-play very quickly from Bleed right now. They want to go through elbow. They want to get this information. It's all onto Pith playing at the A site by himself. It's going to be very difficult if this drone does spot him out, and look at that. It happens.
He has to run away all the way back, and again, it's that utility straight through the screen. They are going to be able to find the site. They are going to be able to get the spike planted, but it is going to be the El Clasico, the 5-on-5 retake on towards these pyramids. As the A site is secured here. Flipstutter, that's one I was just speaking about, but it's Darion again, and Komodo, he's got a Vandal, and he's got a second as well. Viper's Pit has to be utilized here, Darion. Are you going to blow my mind again, my friend? There is so much work to be done here still by the side of Bleed, but they're going to be creeping into that pit. It is such dangerous territory, the toxicity inside the cave. But Darion, he's doing it again. Could it be the ace? No, it's denied, but Redler,
Darion.
And the puzzle, it is a picture of Bleed.
Darion is so majestic. He has gone ballistic in this round right now, supported by Rettler as well with the Trailblazer, halving the way through the poison pit. And I've just got to say, man, this form for Darion, if we get this throughout the whole tournament, continuing with this, oh, these guys are going to look so scary if they get to that full champion stage.
I cannot believe how good he has been. You know, there was almost no question that he was going to get it. One Vandal has been enough for this man to turn around, completely convert it. That is a counter, exactly, a counter to the bonus.
Yep.
Right? Boom, win the bonus. You never see this sort of occur, right? To be able to have that fight back and that confidence. He has 27 kills, ladies and gentlemen.
Absolutely insane. That's what it is right now. The performance to make a career even stronger. But will it continue right now? Because everybody in this server has weaponry. The operator for Famous, Lenny forced back from the halls. It's a bit of a different precedence for Boom right now. Taking space, led by Flipstutter. Not too much of a crossfire as well in these holes at the moment from Bleed, but Maxi, a lot of work to do. You already see the null command pop by Flipstutter at the moment, but he's being felled by Lenny. The resurrection starting to happen. Maxi on the back of the wall right now. He's back on up with the push on through. Maxi overwhelmed, potentially head on a swivel right now. Able to take two, but this spike plant for Boom, it has to come down. It has to happen now.
He's going forward.
Dapat satu. Nice. Oh no, ngapain reload? No.
He gets back, he gets time, but he's actually relaxing just for a second. Darion, oh, Darion is there with that tour de force. 10 bottles still somehow getting more, but again, he's been baited. He's been lurked into this sort of false sense of security. He wants to try and get something done.
Ini susah ini, keluar mati dia.
Away inside the cave.
The flank right now from Darion, it's happening. Tour de force might be in for one at the moment. He was in mid earlier. Nope, Blaze King very primed toward the site, and that's a great recovery from Darion. Again, all of Bleed putting in the work in that round. But Maxi, such a weird position, right? Caught on the stairs, repositioning around. Lenny starting it off with the down onto Flipstutter, and from there, all hell breaks loose around that yellow spot.
I swear they had it for just a second. Berserks almost managed to punish it. And I just feel like you understand he got to get that spike planted, but he couldn't. His teammate was so far away. You know, he puts that spike down. He's on an island. He can't get out. It's just so awkward. And then to have that position come in from Darion, and this is what I keep saying. Like, I'm almost sick of his name. Broken record. Call it what you want. But to go from mid, wrap back around the cave, and to have them completely unaware of the prospect, and now they're going to go quick. Boom, they are going to push it right on in.
Oh, but look at that, the updraft from Berserk. He wants to try and find something. Redler for the trade, not a second though. This is a Qualifier to come through from
nice.
Boom, and they're making it work a little bit. 2 versus 2, an upgrade.
Nice, 2v1.
He's going ham with the Headhunter right now. 15
nice.
taken down,
Plan.
and the answer from Boom is here.
Once
Wah,
more,
kagak
they
di
take
plan
down
aja
Darion,
dapat
and
bonus
the round
gold
is
kan.
converted the way of Boom. They are not done swinging, they are bleeding, they are being absolutely forced down, but Boom are fighting back.
This is really a show of Darion pulling his team a bit. They're providing him the frags for sure. They're letting him explore the map. They're letting him feel out what is comfortable and riding that wave. However, the waters are getting a little bit rocky at the moment, right? The rest of the team need to be stepping up at this point in time because look at the scoreline, right? 29 for Darion, yes, but Boom, they're knocking on that door. 1 round here resets the economy of Bleed, and then we're looking at a potential tied scoreline. It's the difference of Bleed having 1 member off in the distance, but Boom, everybody's together in this one at the moment.
Oh man, Breeze, you know, looks like a holiday, a bit of a vacation, but it's absolutely the opposite right now, like a cruise ship stuck in a storm. Blaze King has a bit of a spot through. They know now that the Viper's Pit is up, and Famous just still holding that line, seeing if that snake wants to bite. Get a little bit creepy forward, but he has not sung the song right now. They are just going to hold off, reclaim that spike, and then redecide where they want to go with this.
You just don't want to see Pith get a little bit too ambitious, right? Too big for his boots, going through his pits, get some info in
Angle itu lagi anjir.
Comfortable enough to lock that down. Maxi playing it yellow at the moment, a very spread default. Darion's pushing the elbow at the moment. No one's looking at him, Conky the wall. It's starting to go up. He's found 2. They line up for him again.
Sialan,
That's
Darion.
30 kills in 18
Darion dapat momen lagi nggak tuh?
And it might be the 11th for Bleed. Berserks, a single answer back in the
Kagak
round to
dicek
shut down
lagi loh sama
Darion.
Boom.
However, 30 seconds to go. And there goes Berserks all down onto Famous, the 1 versus 4. He's spotting it on out, but he can't get it done. It's Bleed again. We're a broken record at the moment. Darion, how do you contain him?
Literal 1v9 smurfing, whatever you want to call it at this point in time, but you've got to remember as well, it is his team setting up the play time and time again. The utility has been absolutely fantastic, and just how every time Darion finds himself in a position where he can capitalize.
Posisinya Darion aja nggak dicek lagi loh. Mereka masuk di polosan gitu loh.
Everyone watching along from home, you got to remember, this is a team game. Darion could not be doing this all on his lonesome. He requires his team to set him up. And now we see an investment come in. You know, they have to forego this, right? Boom, now they know that they're going to likely let it go to 12.
And it was such a swing round if Boom were able to win that last one to potentially equalize us up double digits apiece at 10. But as you mentioned, this one not looking too promising of a purchase for Boom. Halted at the moment from the Nebula, but starting to go in. All they see is green at the moment, trying to push on through. A spot out on towards Maxi. A returning drone in the holes.
Okay, Berserk dapat 1.
Look who's on the flank though. Again, there is that trademark there, and Famous is still alive kicking. They found him. That is huge. Absolute massive information right now. That should send Darion packing, and I think he's happy to get out of there. It looks like it's a save.
Yep.
The money's not great, Komodo. That's the thing. At least Boom have been keeping this economy honest, and that must be such a big sigh of relief for the members of Boom right now. They can at least keep on falling, and the main thing is, right, maybe a couple of weapons to be recovered at the end of this too, because they had nothing when they went into this round.
It would be an opportune time for a pause, I feel like, in the server right now. Reset yourselves comfortably for either squad, really. For Boom to get back in toward this one, they've just gotten away with a pretty nice round after the back of not having too much utility, not too much guns rather, to start that one off. And for 5 alive, that's really going to pad their economy as well, moving over into this next one. But you're exactly right in the fact that Bleed didn't have the cash to be able to splash as well with. So surviving with 3 of their own, they can get everything back up into this new round.
It's not perfect. That's the thing, right?
But it's equal.
It is. There's something along. Retler's got a bit of extra cash to work with, 2,400 maybe. Something in the next, but irrespective, right? This is a massive swing opportunity for Boom. They find this, they can turn the tides quickly.
The scary thing as well, to bottle, 1 away from the Viper's Pit, Flipshitter, 2 from Null Command. The Boom members are closer to these ultimates, and when we're getting to the 11th hour at the moment, that can be the thing to assist them to be able to take the victory.
Once again, that leash does go quite far. Darion, straight down mid. So there will be a quick rotation available for him if he is not going to find anything early. Definitely looks like Boom are going to have a moment. It's going to be quick once again, straight in towards A, and they are looking, they are out. How close are these two members though? Maxi, Pith, not too far away. Berserks wants to peek, wants to go through, giving away that information though now. A little bit baited there by Lenny on the information that they found. That spike yet to be planted. There is still so much to do, but there's Maxi. Blaze King does get it back. We can still continue in this 4v4, but still again, they need to find the spike plant now. They will indeed, but it's Pith. He's up close to Blaze King again. We'll have a
dari Ion lagi. Oh, nice. Dari Ion nih yang jadi masalah sih.
The newest member on this bleed roster has the guiding light straight through, but it doesn't catch. And now Tebottle, great rotation all the way around. Perfection from Boom. They are dancing around this one. They are so far away. He's got the lineups exactly. All Blaze King needed to do was stay alive, and he did. And the Sova is again a key factor in a 10th round here for Boom. One away and an eco for Bleed.
Could have been the difference. Maxi, Pith stuck behind the site, right? We see the reveal come on towards Lenny at the back of Yellow, but no one pushing too far. You could have seen a world in which Berserks
dari Ion lihat tuh 32 kill aja.
Giving things up for Boom. They'd already found the space. They'd already found the frags. They already are holding each other's hands to make sure these trades are here. And in the end of it, started with Boom. It'll end with Boom in that round, and now into double digits territory. Within one, very, very close. Boom. They have the betterment of the guns here. Retler with a Vandal on the side of Bleed. Darion happy enough to use the sniper. His ultimate at the moment, and Maxi
look at this, they're waiting. They're ready. Straight up.
But they've seen him.
That's all it is for now, right? Just a bit of a yeah, I'm here. Bit of acknowledgement. And a moonwalk away. Maxi happy to get out of there. At least they're making the utility burn, right? Our drone to go out. Does catch.
But look at this lean from Bleed right now. Nobody on the left portion of this map. You've got Darion the closest to the B site at the moment. It's a gamble stack for Bleed. And if Boom continue for this setup, if they continue to line their thoughts over towards this A site, they could be into a massive brutal brawl.
They're going for it again.
Nice, Darion mati.
Hesitant because now look how split they are. They are
Darion mati yang penting. Oh, soalnya itu playmaker-nya.
And flips you to maybe a little bit too far. They've got to be definitely careful here. Retler still up, right? Still has that Vandal. There's the info. Blaze King again. Forward thinking. Gets 1.5. Maxi responds, but Tebottle gets the job done. And now Lenny also good for one here. They have to be careful. They cannot be losing this right now. Famous, the man to at least equalize, bring the advantage back.
Nice.
Some damage, and it's a good round. At least it's honest. Still lead. They did what they needed to, dropping the members down from Boom, but I think we're at that territory. 11-11. Make a wish.
Such a decisive round, probably the most
dan dia cuma 1 loh asisnya, berarti dia nge-killnya itu tanpa bantuan temannya.
11 apiece, another buy presented to us for the side of Bleed, but Boom have cash for days. If it doesn't go their way and Bleed are able to find it, it should present with overtime. Maybe,
just maybe.
Tebottle still has Viper's Pit available for a post plant. We've seen Boom be very capable of locking it down with those posts, and now it's a shift for Boom, right? Over through this elbow. We've seen Darion push it a little bit. It's Lenny with this drone at the moment. Will it spot out that info over towards elbow? It's caught a glimpse of the force of Boom. But no shifts, no force, no running in from Bleed, no cave control for them. They're playing very passive here. It's a different look for Bleed.
Yeah, Boom, how are they going to do this? This is a completely different approach from them as well. There is stars down, obviously, from Maxi, but now they are clean into that position.
Nice.
Through the tunnel, and Berserk, famous
nice.
The man who you need to do the job, get it. Maxi does get at
Oh
least
no, sama Maxi di equalize. 3 lawan 3 deh.
No plan. They're trying to get into this post plan a little bit too quick, and of course,
nice, dapat 1. Udah kecil banyak tuh. Tinggal 2 peluru lagi buat Maxi.
Still yet to have that spike planted, but now they start to creep around. The collapse coming in here.
The flank from Maxi is going to be absolutely incredible if it's able to pull through. Information for Retler. No one at the current position of that pit, but look at this one overlooking Blaze King, and they know where Retler was coming from at the moment at that half wall, distracted by the
nice.
Blaze King.
Let's go. Ini loh baru bener Blaze King.
Map point here on Breeze again. It is the selection of Boom, but we haven't seen Bleed lose a map this whole competition so far. Sure, it's been 2 series, right? But still a 2-0 consecutive in champs to be that top seeded team. Whatever happens here, we get something beautiful something that adds to the story, bolstering out that book that we have been writing here at APAC VCT LCQ. One more team will join both Xerxia and Paper X at Champions in Istanbul, Turkey, September. It's so close, just around the corner. These teams, we'll have to do it all, you know, whoever qualifies, get ready, get practicing. We've already started to see some teams, you know, make their way over and start boot camping.
Timeout called for Boom. Everything in that strat book to be glanced over. All the information accumulated throughout the course of this map right now on this attacker's side for Bleed. 11 rounds, they've held it for quite a bit right now. They've got Pith with the Viper's Pit. That's the closest ultimate. You've got Darion with no shields as well. No armor to back him up. It's 100 with that Vandal. Boom. They've got Berserks close to the Blade Storm. Famous close to the Tour de Force as well. Maybe not the ultimates that could get you across the board, but you've got more shield than your opponents right now. You are riding that momentum that you've been able to come back from behind in this map.
All of the eggs still in the Darion basket. There's only so big of a basket that you can get till they start spilling. Bleed have to do something drastic here, and again, you know, Darion will have an opportunity to do it, but to go in with no shield, as you mentioned,
you can't lose this first pick right now. He's not trading, he's overextended just a little.
Nice.
He's been silent. Darion is down. Rattler though is still pushing, is still pushing the issue. Famous, maybe it's true, it's not.
To be two. Nice. 1v2. Winnable.
Pith is gone from his own pit right now. It's a 1 versus 2. And Conky, he's making the right read at least over to this B site. Blaze King to be the guardian of mid. An isolated fight right now. Pith needs to win it. He's got the spot to bottle. Doesn't need to force the fight. Pith, the angle over towards the tunnel, but the running, look at this. He's already disconnected it. They've called the audible off that information, and Blaze King, he's tucked himself into the nest. This should be unlosable for Boom.
You can just see it ticking around in his head right now. 15 years of experience from the Swede in Pith. And now he's made the footsteps. He's going to be running straight into the catch, and Blaze King, he's going to take it. It's going to be... Absolutely not.
No!
You are joking, my friend! You are
Blaze King! Wow, hampir aja.
Oh my God. Please, jeez, do not do that to me ever again. I'm going to have a heart attack, but...
hampir aja anjir.
We'll take a breath real quick. Boom!
Wait, kita nonton yang Indonesia.
To deny a map from Bleed, the top seed in this competition.
Ini harus nunggu tentunya Blazing, tap botol, dan rotasi lagi, muter lagi. Pemain-pemain dari tim Boom Esports tidak mau ada kesalahan sedikit pun. Dia sudah tahu ada pit di sini. Good plan. Akan dipotong oleh Blazing. Potong, dan potong Blazing. Blazing. Wow, what happened? Blazing. Untungnya saya botol. Untuk round kali ini menjadi 13-11.
Bang, panik bang. Panik gak?
But we're going to let the analysts break it down because I'm sure they're just as excited as we are. Going to send it to that break before they will break it all down.
Attackers win.
It's a crazy comeback coming in from Boom Esports. While the lead was heavily skewed toward Bleed, Boom Esports show why they make it with a boom. I'm Tash Bunny alongside Pavlos as well as Krema. We're here at the VCT APAC LCQ 2022, and Pavlos, he has a lot to say.
I mean, I think we've all got a lot to say from this matchup, really, because, I mean, at the start of it, I was like, all right, this is the Darion show, so I've got 3 points to make. It's Darion, 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 and then I'm like, well, there's a fine line between Darion, 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 and where are the others? Where are the others? Where are the others?
Oh, no Redla
right?
today?
No, right. So that's kind of the question mark that we've got, right? It's either Darion just showing up or nobody else.
Yeah, it's been kind of rough for everyone else on Bleed, let's be honest. And credit where credit is due.
Yes.
Blaze King and Berserks in the latter stage of that second half popped the hell off.
They did. They really did. Because at first, Famous was really quiet. I think all eyes were on Famous, and for some reason, I was questioning what happened. Because now the one that was on top was not him but Blaze King instead. And if looking at the score here, Darion was just just dropping so many bombs. And on top of that, remember there was a tweet by Darion yesterday. He said, "This is the Redla show." But today he was like, "All eyes on me. I want the spotlight back." However, they weren't able to get the first map.
It is heartbreaking that Darion was able to perform so well and not be able to take the map. But for me, that's just a testament as to how damn good Boom were. Tabotal as well, some really, really impressive stuff on that Viper. And even Flip Jitter, who is at the bottom of the scoreboard, that doesn't actually encapsulate how effective his flashes were. It was like a turning point sort of 4 or 5 rounds into the second half, whereas flashes just started landing. And his flash drives consistently were blinding people. Even if they weren't setting up kills, they were zoning out players of Bleed.
Yeah, by the way, this is the first map Bleed lose in this tournament.
Oh yeah, it is!
So this is actually Boom taking down who were thought to be the Titans. Although, of course, it is their own map pick, so they must be very happy about that one. So I think the ramifications of them losing this map would be destructive for them, considering the second map, heading over the bind. But I think the fact that they do win it keeps them a chance and maybe a living breath to keep going and perhaps get to that final decider.
I have to say though, even though Redla was not popping off like we expected him to, the reason a lot of those kills were gotten by Darion was because Redla's utility was actually literally used to set him up. We saw him literally walk the Trailblazer into the Viper's pit, and Darion literally walked with it, getting those frags. I have to say, like, Redla is not as like, he's like, okay, I'll give you the spotlight. Let me just set that up for you.
Yeah, I also think that for Redla as well, it did take a bit of charge-up time. But once he did come online, he was fairly effective.
He's really scary.
The issue is, at that point, the damage had already been done. Once the momentum was in Boom's favor, Bleed had a really difficult time trying to break that, and because of that, it felt like Darion, his impact came from either trades or exits, and none of it was really the sort of big, elaborate entries, which he was doing very significantly on the first half.
I think what threw Bleed off, I think, the most was definitely the small buys from the Boom side, right? Because they had so many thrifty wins that it was just hard for us to count them at the end of the day, right? Because overall, Bleed had a really good lead, but after they started losing must-win rounds, the confidence started to dwindle, and it felt like they started to lose grasp of the game. Because let's be honest, for the first half of the second half, it felt like Bleed had it all under control. Yeah, they were losing some rounds here and there. Boom was showing up, kept it close, you know, arm's reach, but Bleed seemed to be able to close it out. But because Boom did such a good job of holding hands with their opponents, really trying to stay close, the moment they were given the opportunity to take a streak of rounds, they did so, and it helped them get the win.
Yeah, but now let's talk a little bit about Bind, upcoming map. So this is actually Bleed's pick, and honestly, so far on the track record, they've been doing pretty well on Bind. What can you expect from Boom Esports from this map?
For Boom Esports, I think that their main focus has to be making sure that Darion isn't able to pop off again. He did so damn well on Breeze that they cannot allow a player to drop 30 kills in regulation again.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly. So if Boom are able to start zoning him out, if they're able to start committing some serious utility is to harass against positions, then Darion has a bit of a quieter game. And as we've seen from, you know, the likes of Rettler and Maxi, they've also been relatively quiet as well, so it's something that they can use to punish.
Two things about this map. What you said, Tash, about Bleed being very, very strong on this one, 13-3 against Alter Ego. What a victory. But also, the fact that we haven't seen Bind in this tournament from Boom yet.
Oh, really? We really haven't?
We haven't. So this is going to be really interesting to see what they've been preparing the last few months. Can we predict maybe a different sort of change in the agent selection? Will it be easy to anti-strat them? So a lot of questions here. We know Bleed is strong with it, but the fact that Boom can come out with a surprise, and may even see a 2-0 here.
2-0 is what all of us, or at least the Indonesian fans, are hoping for.
You don't like that, do you?
Well, also, Darion's going to Raze, and Darion is better on Raze than he is on Chamber. So.
Yeah, it's Darion Unchained.
Yeah, exactly. It really is. So.
It really is, but let's just see how it goes. Will it be a game 3 or will we be seeing a 2-0 is the question for today. Boom Esports, they have all the resources they need to practice or at least know more about Bleed on this map. So let's see what they can do to counter-strat them. What are your thoughts?
What a game, guys, so far, right? Already we've seen it, and here we go. Bind for the first time from Boom in this competition. I think it's a perfect time to do it, and exactly as they said, I'm excited to see Darion on that Raze again.
Right? Fire has been lit under Bleed as well. What looks to be a map that they had firmly in their control. It spirals towards the end with what Boom was able to come back with. But this is a bit of unknown territory, right? The Wolves, they may be howling when it does come over towards Bind at the moment, but will the bites be there? Will they have the pack here today?
Bind map that can be very, very challenging to get that momentum on the attacking side.
Komposisinya
what is
gimana
it going to be from the agents? How are they going to roll out to benefit this map?
And that's the thing, right? The last 5 times we've seen Boom actually play this map, it's been 5 different compositions. It almost gives you the sense that they're not completely comfortable with what the lineup is going to be here on this map. And if it does continue the way that they're picking right now, it's going to look to be another different composition from them. Essentially since the inception of Fate.
Okay.
Mirror pick.
Look at this. I mean, look, both very strong. Obviously, the little double up. Mirror match. Absolutely love to see it coming into this one. That always sort of proves, you know, there is no, I guess, little cheeky bit thrown in. It's the same, you know, who is going to be able to step up in an absolute, you know, matchup.
Yep. And a mirror match as well with not only, you know, it's, I would say an unconventional potentially is the way to route this one of this lineups as well. You've got a Viper, which is seemingly a little bit more common now coming in towards the picks, but we've seen a lot of Brimstone helping, right, on this one. And you're running in with Astras this time. We saw it work for Boom in the end of the last map, but will it work for Bleed now?
No Brim, no Chamber. Huge sort of difference here. So really relying, obviously, on those Razors to get the job done and the utility that will give them that space to move in. Still loving, you know, seeing the Astra. Astra obviously a very, very strong agent even after the nerfs and changes. But look at this, straight out mid-famous. He's been spotted, he's been punished. So that's a great opening. But there has been a trade over towards the showers as well. So great sort of dukey out on either side of the map. And they move straight up short. So it's going to be a lot of pressure onto Maxi here. Nebula's down, Spike gets planted, so yet to be spotted as the rotation comes in.
And the plant is on right now. It switches over towards a bit of defense for Boom. They have been absolutely phenomenal in post plants, but they love their lineups. Will it come back to haunt them in this round? Will it be the thing that Bleed have, you know, kind of figured out how to play it differently? Flipshitter no longer on the KO, on towards the Viper here, and it has to be this assault to come through for Bleed on the retake. The Snake's Bite. It does land a tap on towards the defuse as well, but it berserks all the frags. It looks a bit awkward, but it works out. A couple of reloads here, but the frags are still coming up for Boom right now. The right clips from Flipshooter. He's got
nice boom.
Rear his face. It's Boom for the pistol.
Yeah, that was a bit chaotic from around, if I do say so, right? There was a lot of scrap there on towards that site. They did well to utilize the nebulas to get in, get the pant down, but I do love this as well. The three-man swing from Hookah. But then at the exact same time, right, you know, there was a bit of a cheeky walkthrough. Showers, it was punished early on, and the post-plant utility from Flipshooter, and to be able to close it out with 2 frags as well is just phenomenal. So great stuff from Boom. They've got all their ducks in a row, and that potentially leads back onto where Pavlos was saying, you know, maybe there's something that we haven't seen yet from Boom to release Bind into this map selection.
Well, when Boom got the pistol round over on Breeze, they were able to also capitalize on that with the bonus round, right? So they were really able to get a good start on that attacker's side. Will it be any different here? An extension from Maxi out through the showers and an orb gathered as well for Lenny. Well, that's going to be the fallback.
Keeps on going. So Maxi now can make a bit more of a call. There is actually a rotation in off the back of this too. They are going their way to B.
Okay.
Just leaving that one member in Rattler to rotate away as well.
I love this reposition from Maxi. He falls back from showers, but he re-pushes. He gets all the information. It's just a little bit, I don't know, maybe upsetting for Bleed that they are also all going through short, right? It could potentially be a quick flank, but they're already in toward the site now for Boom.
Exactly, and there's no chamber, as we spoke about, right, to get that trademark down. So they are going to be barreling in, but they're going to have to deal with a very quick flank. And I mean, look, it's just the classics, right? This should be easy. Placing it will be. It's all really just about damage and trying to choke down Boom's defenses as quickly as they possibly can.
The time between it, though. You're counting the seconds. You're knowing that it's the territory now for these flanks to be potential. That's the position that Boom are in right now. They know where these frags are going to be coming from. Maxi, he's been heard over in CT at the moment from the guiding light. And Hookah, the shots of these classics starting to come on out. Maxi, he is split from the rest of his team as well. Boom just need to make sure they hold on to all these guns for the next round when they are there and present for Bleed. The shots, though, from Pith are at least good for one. Darion and Maxi, they just need to go up and die for the remainder of this round, but taking bodies with you is not a bad way to go.
It ended up being damage, and how much damage will it be? That Radianite going out, Famous he's going down too, so I think Bleed did really well. They had one objective in mind. Damage. That's all they wanted. They had no business trying to retake that site. They were nice and slow on their approach in, and only letting Boom walk away with 2 Spectres means for an absolutely abysmal looking bonus round that we're seeing right now. Even an investment from Flipshooter dropping down to $450. That is nothing. He's actually going to sit back on the frenzy, so realistically Boom have got no business winning out this round.
Yeah.
So Bleed have kind of given themselves a little advantage, even though they've lost out that previous.
If they're able to steal away a couple of weapons, it would be really well placed for them right now. The Haunt in toward the showers and an immediate quick fight. Blaze King down for the count, and that's going to be the escape route for Bleed.
Good paint shells at least to do some damage, forcing some further util out of the man in Darion. Do get to see Flipshooter try to push through. Lenny's done well though. Good damage. Hang on. Just 1 second. That's a Vandal. That's a healthy Famous.
This would be
nice. He can even look to get it. Did he spot? Oh, I don't know if he did. Out Heaven. Pith. He's gone down. This could be the absolute play of the competition right now. The LCQ. The APAC. Oh! We want to see it, but Rattler. Oh my God. He's got the nerves of steel there to clutch out the 1v1. There was a moment where all of Indonesia was out of their seat for just a second.
He's gotten away with mockery in that round though, hasn't he? With that Spectre able to get 2 for the price of 1 through that smoke, and great allocation of that crosshair to be able to find those headshots. It's those things where in those tight moments, it goes such a far way. Positioning and aim can be absolutely paramount to success. And even the beginning of that round there, Conky, you think that Bleed might have a bit of a grasp on it. Gets so awkward because of Famous, but Rattler
sayang banget,
Cuk.
Itu bisa menang
his opposition, and he wins that duel into the new round where the guns are here for everybody, and it's very, very fast from Bleed.
Blaze King's ready though. Absolutely. Surely he's going to hit some footsteps. Maybe. The Nebula was used well. They are going to bail out, so it's all okay in camp. Bleed for now. But, you know, just sort of leaning back on that quick position, just to touch on it once more. Famous, that damage they dealt, meaning that there's a judge, there's a bulldog. And now Bleed don't really know where to set this defense. They're happy with that information, but by missing out Blaze King completely, he's taking the showers. He wants to get clean quickly before the prom date that he's got coming up on this ace side, because the rest of the team's going to be joining him, going to be celebrating that coming of age, and it's only Maxi to hold.
How far forward can he get though? That's the problem. Maxi's angle, it's currently poised over towards short, and that wall is going to be blinding out the vision. It's all down to timing right now. Huge. It works out for Maxi, but the problem is the rest of his squad aren't over here at A. He's the lone soldier. The isolated fight, he has to let this plant go down. Bleed have to play this retake with a man advantage, which is pretty good, but now it's the potency of that Viper's pit, which is going to be awkward.
Oh, Berserksy was so ready for that just then. Darion, no spotted, you know how sharp he is. Does manage to get it on the entry, and look at this post plan, it's really awkward. We do manage to have at least Debottle in the back holding short, but how far do they go? Famous again.
Nice, Famous.
Looking for more, the showstopper into heaven, doesn't quite go deep enough, but Flips Jitter at least has got one in the process, and Debottle as well. Retla, he clutched out the 1v1 previously, but he's got no time to do it now, and has to moonwalk his way out in towards defender side and spawn. And just hopefully save that Vandal into the next round and try and think again into the next for Bleed. A massive statement again to come out from Boom. This is edging slowly closer towards that 2-0 victory, Komodo.
I don't want to call that just yet here, Conky. It's a great start for them on the attackers' side, don't get me wrong, but Bleed, we know that they are not down for the count just yet, right? A couple of rounds that Boom have really lent towards one side of the map, and maybe an over-rotation can be the exploring for Bleed, right? They just need to reel themselves in, maybe stay around for the count a little bit longer, put up some fights early on. We saw that triple swing from them out of Hookah earlier on, which worked wonders for an opening frag, right? And they've kind of been sorely missing these opening kills and really looking to capitalize upon them. So chaining it up might not be in the best for this round because they don't have the weaponry to play with, but maybe Retla can go a little bit above and beyond here with that Vandal.
Once again, Flips Jitter ready for it. Spots the line. Maxi can't quite deal the damage, and it's going to be Retla to open up very nicely. I was going to say, how are they going to utilize that Vandal? Retla has now been punished. Information gathered. Great shot, but moving through the teleport.
Nice.
Great snakebite as well. Now
snake
they
have
to be vulnerable if they're trying to do it. Show their feelings and emotions for just a second as Darion. He's got none, apparently. Nerves of steel here. And another snakebite as well, potentially to look to send them back. Spike is inside Hookah here. And Nebula does go down to at least try hold, but Pith he is still kicking. And Pith he is screaming at the exact same time. As Bleed will manage to find a second here. Excellent stuff to come out from the experienced man on the Viper.
These are the rounds that make it very, very difficult to try and figure out where you go from here, right? For Bleed, it's a bit of a teleport with 2, and Flipshitter, the quiet soldier from the previous map, manages to find 2 in there, looking plausible but to be able to win it. But in the 2 versus 2, it goes every which way, and in that last one, Angel, it's Pith to close it down, and both frags through the wall as well, making a little bit close for comfort. But Bleed, with that purchase, actually changes it into a bit of a swing round, right? It forces Boom on toward the lesser purchase in this round, and it also is bringing out a Viper's Pit over towards B long at the moment. The avenues are starting to get a little bit more closed and claustrophobic. Showers control here for Darion as well means both extremities of this map are in Bleed's control.
Once again, still just waiting. Blaze King knows how aggressive Bleed is looking to try and get. So not a whole lot that they will be limping their way up short with in towards the lamps. Maxi's decided to give it up for now. Darion has a spot, does get dinked though. Those paint shells could mean everything. However, he does have to lean back into position. Do they have the regrowth available? He does. Maybe a moment where we see something further. Pith picks up one more as Darion still spotting that line. Spike yet to go down. They're really sort of feeling this fury right now. Blaze King's position is great, but I think it might not be enough as they can find him. They can hold him.
Oh no, dia weaving.
He's done plenty in this round to keep them honest, keep them checking. And there we go.
Round 3 tadi, round 5 tadi loh. Harusnya bisa menang.
And Bleed tied up 3-3.
And the way the round should be won, right? 4 alive as well. When you've got the better guns, you're not losing to the lesser purchase. Only, you know, really a bit of a battle over toward the short location in the very beginning. You think it might maybe be able to have something coming from Boom, but no, it's contained out by Maxi, a multi-frag there, and we finally have another purchase from both sides. It's not going to be these awkward-looking half-buys or these complete ecos right now. Guns for everyone, but for Boom, those scales are weighted heavier by the fact that they have a lot of these ultimates to be able to utilize. An early crawl in towards A for now with that toxic screen, and the Prowler sending it in.
They're going quick. Very, very quick in this position, but that is an excellent haunt. So much information. The Cosmic Divide at least is down, but there we go.
No.
Famous isn't quick, but Maxi on the trade. Great response, maybe a little bit too far forward there from the Rays, because now, boom, they're weakened. They have to start to fall away. The Cosmic Divide will go down here from Tebotel, and it's going to make it challenging. Flips shit up. Fantastic positioning. He's going to get all the information for the rest of his team as they wait patiently. Now walking in. That's the Nightfall to be thrown in by Blaze King. Excellent stuff, Maxi.
No.
Once more, we keep repeating his name at this point in time. Blaze King has been stuck exactly. Info is gathered, and now it's going to be awkward for them to hold, and there's nothing they can do. Bleed have made it happen again. 4 alive, 4 rounds, and a lead taken away from Boom.
They've gotten it back. Bleed here on the defensive side of a bind, and they are starting to build up something on their economy as well, and they need to be able to gather these rounds in a row, because every time Boom is able to get one with damage, it is ever so closer to that reset territory. A lot of these ults put down onto the floor for this one, and I thought maybe Flipshitter was going to be able to win the duel. There was no reveal on the guiding light that was popped through the Cosmic Divide, but he does get taken down in the end, and it crumbled from there for Boom. A timeout now utilized.
Another round is a perfect example from Bleed of team synergy, team dynamic, right? That Cosmic Divide going down means they're locked out for some time. They can't hear anything, they can't see anything, but they know that if they hold hands and skip through the purple, they will be able to get something done, and getting that clear into showers by Maxi was absolutely massive. Allowed the focus to be sent straight down to short, and the rewards were reaped in the end by Bleed. So yeah, Boom taking that timeout. I think it's necessary, but still, overall, as we can see from the scoreboard here, very even. Everyone's doing their bit, right? We've all seen them step up, and I think the utility from the Fade so far has been, you know, that big sort of number. We've talked about it a little bit, you know, leaning back to that order game, right, where we saw Maple sort of continue to pick up this Fade and maybe be a bit quiet, but everyone has to remember that Fade's not the fragger. Fade is there for all of that information to get sent out by the Prowler, by the Haunt. The Caesar's good as well. And overall, we're just seeing a great game of Valorant continue to keep kicking. It's been awesome. Exactly as the doctor ordered, right? You know, Singapore, Malaysia region, obviously the extraordinaires from Bleed. And then only just a small way behind. Boom, they've got that map advantage. But it just looks like it's going to be an all-out brawl the whole way in.
Seen a couple of buckies on the side of Boom at the moment. They want to get up close and personal, get some firm handshakes here with Bleed, and they're already into the A site at the moment. The full rotation for Bleed, an early plan of 5 versus 5.
Very quick, but a little bit awkward now because it's going to be that scrap of the utility. The Seize is fantastic onto Flipshitter. It's going to hold him for a little while, but the exact same thing could be said over towards Defender Spawn as well. Retler can now move. That is going to be the Seekers being sent in, but Famous, oh Famous, the Bucky getting the job done.
Woo, Bucky-nya dapat 2 cuy.
Only just the 2. Lenny's still kicking, and he's got a second as well. The vulnerability was there. Now a response as well from Retler. 2v2. Are they playing that post plan? Is there the setup? No, it has to be the rotation into showers from Flipshitter. A single guiding light from Berserks, but it's gone. Retler looking to tap, looking to hold as Lenny also there to try push in. Flipshitter, he's done it, and it might just be enough. Lenny has to get it all done, and he's got no time. It is going to be Boom to close out the thrifty round.
Oh no, mati si
Doesn't
ini.
matter that Flipshitter goes
Si
up
Flip
with the spike because
masuk
Boom is
ke
still here. They're
teleporter
showcasing
dia,
that
telat.
they also can win rounds with the lesser weaponry in this game. 4 apiece, guns for everyone. And it was a very quick start to that round for Boom, wasn't it? I said that they wanted to get up close and personal with those Buckies. Famous straight into them, right? 2 at the start of that round. He gets bit, but then it's his teammates as well, holding on, causing distraction. And that was the name of the game in that round. It was making sure that Bleed had no idea what was actually happening.
To be able to get past the Seekers inside lamps, that's the massive thing, right? You immediately think that when that utility is coming towards you, you're going to throw a rogue shot. You're going to try and destroy it, but no, apparently it is just going to be the big man pushing forward. 2 found, 4-4 the scoreline. Anyone's game from here.
We've seen a bit of a shift from Bleed as well. They're liking Pith over at that B side at the moment, but we haven't really seen any contest over there from Boom in quite a bit. They've been happy enough to kind of just gallivant around the map, pick a bit of information for Credit's face, then go back over towards the A site. And for the distraction, it's Flipshitter, trying to see if he can get anything happening. The Snake's Bite over towards the garden, so it gives interest over towards the B side at the moment. We'll see already that rotation from Lenny. He's not yet decided to stay at A, to come to B. It's this full garden area. The plan of attack for Boom.
Lenny's got that haunt ready. That'll be the information as soon as they do start to barrel in, but the snake bite, it's good again. Famous, here we go. The party has been set. The rocket has been lit. That is just absolutely beautiful to come in from Pith. And again, the experience reigning supreme here. Berserk's now caught by the seas, and the choke is really, really tough here. Rettler holding that line, 30 seconds, bugger all time to get the job done. Pith,
Nice.
hang on a second. Where did this come from, Maxi?
Nice.
So much more, but Berserk's living up to his namesake here as he will scream. Low. It is going to be the regrowth come out for just a second now.
Oh, they're together.
Yeah, close. Darion, he's in. The flip shit up. He will close, and my God, Berserk's, he's done it again.
There's a lot of these rounds which are getting really, really close to just round-defining moments, and the big one in that one, it was those kills that came in collection for Boom. 3 almost immediately, and then it settles down 2-on-2 to the 2 versus 1. And you get that regrowth out as well, just to make sure that you're better for the battle a little bit later. But it is, again, those quick trades, right? I do really love the fact that the utility from Bleed, yes, it's still there, right? They're making sure they have equipped themselves with everything they possibly can for these rounds.
It was the haunt, straight over the top to allow that so quick. Just beautiful, beautiful stuff. Again, team game, right? Setting up each other for greatness.
The pit
in.
Put over towards short. And the fade towards showers for both of these sides. Prowler going in for Bleed. Remember, Lenny has the Nightfall right now. If we see any aggression from Boom, it might look to be utilized to keep them at bay. And again, we're seeing a spread default from Boom at the moment. They've been kept at bay just by that utility over at A. And they don't want anything for it. And look at the read from Bleed as well. Those little pieces of util, the ultimate to come through from
Same
Pith,
lineup.
and it's setting up to be. You're exactly correct, the same lineup, but this time for Boom, they don't have a showstopper to throw in from Famers.
Yeah, that's the info now. They're playing a slight different position here, still a while away from Blaze King, so he'll need to join very, very quickly. Trailblazer has at least spotted that information. Will they try and fight this fight? I think they will. Rettler getting out. There we go. The haunt. It's over. But will it be enough? No, Maxi. He's got nothing from that at all. The positioning
untung gak dapat apa-apa itu anjir.
To keep them at bay. The dogs are fierce. They move as a pack. And now that will be that spike plan. But still, Maxi in position. The rotation is there. And look how far away Pith is. Do they even want to try fight this fight?
He's still at A. If you have any want, any hunger to go for this retake for Bleed, you've got to get him over here. You're already at a deficit. Darion with the showstopper. The satchels are here as well, but does he get his head taken off with that rocket?
He wants to go for it. They're going to go out right now. Pith, there's the opener. Straight on in again. Maxi, timing denied. Famous will find. And now Darion, it's going to be all onto this man right now. They're locked out from the edge, and I don't think there's enough time. It's ticking. It's running. And Blaze King, he will get punished. He will be taken, but that is another round. It's 6 for Boom.
They've at least secured the tie at the half right now. Some exit chip damage rather for Darion, but another well thought out round from Boom, realizing that there's numbers early over to that A site. There's a heavy investment with that pit as well for Pith, and they definitely don't want to be challenging that. It's a repeated execution that's working over at this B side for Boom, and you've got a feel for Maxi, right? The haunt reveal, setting himself up to be able to find a multitude of frags, but he's shooting pellets into those walls. The lead isn't meeting the opponents.
But it's a pack watch, right? Boom, all backed up together, watching each other, making sure that nobody goes down. All of them revealed, but all of them looking into the face of adversity and pushing forward once more.
They've put Pith back over towards B. Again, he's staying over there when he doesn't have the pit. And now they've lost the opener. It's already Boom into A.
Yeah, it's dangerous again. Lenny has got the info, this time off the horn, at least a frag to boot. So into a 4-on-4. But Darion, Famous, how close.
Mati dia kena boom bot.
Exactly, the Boom gets it, but Darion is here. The space is already sort of isolated a little bit, right?
Dipakai sih harusnya ini showstopper ya.
Site found, showstopper. Will he do it? He's tempted, I'm sure. He's ready. He must be thinking about it right now. Pith's been punished. Famous doing more. And Darion, he's just finding it so awkward, but they've just yeeted out of there. Straight gone. Through the teleporter. Famous, he's just going to be left. You want the ace, mate? Well, you're not going to get it. Sorry, Rettler. He will take it. Makes it doable, but Blaze King already on the side. And again,
map kedua cuy. Boom Expo.
Well, it's workable if you can get the next pick very rapidly. 2 TPs heard. Boom are going to fall back. They're going to set themselves up for the hold on the site right now. The showstopper for Darion, he's going to send himself in. He needs this one right now. Conky, the fuses are ticking. He's seeing the opponents. He's
nice.
The bottle, and now it's
nggak dapat apapun dari showstopper.
No face given up for Boom. They're happy. with what they've just found. That one frag is going to send Rettler packing.
Darion hasn't found it. Certainly not being there. We see it still. The aim, it's sharp, it's crispy, but he's not had any opportunities at all to do what he did on Breeze. Oh man, you are feeling it if you're a Bleed fan right now. I'm sure the pain is there, you're hurting, but look guys, this is Valorant, as I've said.
Looking good,
we've seen so much of it during this competition. How much it means to these players. You have to just think about it. Everyone in this chat right now, the thousands of you witnessing years of effort, hours of time, dedication, and not just from players, but from staff, from coaching, from all of it that builds up to this beautiful narrative that we have on our screens right now. All different regions from such a wide places of languages, of spaces, of everything, right? And it's coming down to Boom maybe seeding themselves as the #1 for now.
And Bleed had such a stellar start over on that first map of Breeze here, but come over towards Bind, the track history, right? 13-5, 13-3 in this tournament already. Boom, they're looking to get their 8th round on the board on this attacker's side right now. Darion getting penetrated through the wall. The Nightfall is in, and that's actually going to set themselves a bit of a reset on the round. The Cosmic Divide, a minute 20. There's a lot of time for Boom to still.
Wah, Cosmic Divide-nya sih
move on out. It's the perfect opportunity, but Lenny, Maxi, here we go. There will be at least a response from Famous. He goes
nice,
but it's awkward. Blaze King gets one back. 2 versus 3 now here as that Cosmic Divide will fade. Time is left now. They still need this spike plant Bleed. They're tucked into the other side of the lamps, but it's dim. They've turned it down. Creeping back into those showers now. They're not keen. They want to get out. They're going to relax.
It's going to reset here. 50 seconds. Boom have the player advantage. Reset onto that Haunt as well for Blaze King, so they can use that for a bit of entry. But this 40 seconds, what do Bleed choose to do? Stay at A, just in case it's here, or split themselves up? It's looking to be a little bit of the latter at the moment. And if this is a 1 on A site situation and a 1 on B site situation, it's just for information. You would expect that they will wait and maybe have to play post-plant.
Once again, it's the Swedes, the dynamic duo. All the experience between the two of them. How well
Maxi
can they hold it? They've had big moments here.
Pemain Sweden.
You know, we were talking about Darion and Rettler in the previous, but it's all been Maxi and Pith here. Snakebite over. That might just be enough. No, it's going to do some damage. It's going to make it awkward, but Famous inside this Nebula, he's going to hold into the lamps now. They've got the post-plant position. Both members are here. They are ready to rock and roll, but they have to make sure that their positions count. All locked in here. It's going to have to be that duo as a trade in Pith. Looking to clear into the lamps here. Bottle will swing, but Maxi is there as well. Now starting this wrap. Now starting this choke. They know exactly where
nice. Let's go.
But Boom, they're going to deny it all. And that is an 8-4 half on the attack here of Bind to try and 2-0 the Giants, the #1 seed in this competition in Bleed.
There was just nothing given to Bleed in that round, right? The 3 versus 2. Boom. It's a repetitive thing happening right now. They're getting these player advantages. They're settling themselves up. They're going together, and we're not doing that. They're just straight over into the B site with a very quick affair, and it's working wonders at the moment. An 8-4 half. It's a different Boom that we're getting right now, right? And again, a different Bleed. They haven't been tested this much in this tournament so far.
But this is what I mean, right? Boom, such a momentum-based team. They're so hyped. They thrive on the energy. They thrive on the banter back and forth, right? You know, they are absolutely
lumayan bagus dibandingin tadi di map
dragged it from that
di
previous
map Breeze.
to be able to
Di
get
sini
the win that they
lebih
did on Breeze to
gimana ya, lebih terkontrol gitu. Aimnya dapat juga. Senjata apapun tetap masuk juga.
As we spoke about, first time we've seen Bind from them sort of in some recent time, and they are looking electric.
Pistol round and the second one over towards Boom. The bonus goes to Bleed, and that's kind of, you know, great. You know, it's a good start for them to get it, but then Boom, immediately answering back. It's the start of that half that goes Boom's way, and it's the end with 5 in a row. We need to see Bleed be able to repeat that coming in towards this next half, because if they don't get the pistol, it could look very awkward to mount this comeback.
2 different sides of the coin here. Winner into the grand final. An opportunity to join Paper Rex and Xerxia over at Champions in Turkey. That's a big one. But also, at the exact same time, if they lose, they're not out. They're going to be going into that lower final to see who will duke it out. Team Secret, ONIC, G. Is it going to be the Battle of Indonesia if Boom drop out? I don't know if it will at this point in time, given the way it's looking. We've been talking about that one only just losing Alter Ego yesterday in an absolute extraordinaire.
We saw Darion in the last map put up absolute numbers for Bleed, and now it's Famous onto Boom. We're mentioning on the desk this raise, right?
I didn't even notice, right? Do you know what that means? Darion was such a star. It was so impactful, right? Well, you thought at least, because it was just popping up on the scoreboard here and there. Famous has had some moments, but none of it has been crazy flashy or over the top. It's just been consistent, round after round, converting the tides. And it's meant everything for them.
This is either looking like a bit of a TP pop for Boom if they need to, or a very big calculated play to try and cancel what Bleed are throwing at them, and they're forced through the TP from those paint shells.
Maxi has a line. Just missed. That was such a perfect opportunity there. Both Berserks and Famous peppered up by the paint shells. And now they're looking to get their way on towards this B side. It's got to be quick. Bleed need to throw something back in. They need to be straight hot out of the gates like a racehorse fight. Darion, that's the opening that we need. Flipshitter still packing, however, for time. Darion one more. Will it be a third? No, punished. Pith gets the response. No. So the advantage goes the way back of Bleed 3-2, but Berserks and Famous are low, but they're straight out. They're going, and it's punished. Famous can't do it. Exactly what Bleed needed. Exactly what they were looking for. And
tadi dia banyak
two
pemain yang kecil damage
already tagged up by the paint shells, relatively low in
susah.
HP, feeling that they can tackle them when the plant's going down because it's a little bit more vulnerable for Bleed when they've only got 2 members up and ready to fight. Pistol round over to Bleed is something that we needed to see them gather here to be able to start their affair to come back in towards this half. And rightly so, it goes their way. However, I do wonder with the plant as well, you know, a couple of kills rather to come through from Boom. I don't want to see any overextension. No. I just want to see the pistols here. I want to make sure that we're getting full gun rounds as early as possible here because the gun rounds is the deciding, right? It really showcases these teams.
I just love the setup that, you know, we actually managed to see there from Bleed to punish the aggression of Boom, clearly doing their homework, knowing that that long position was going to be taken. And, you know, they get away with it, peppering down Berserks and Famous, kind of putting the pressure on, you know, means they're on the back foot early. But Bleed, simple turtle round. Wait patiently, see what comes out. It's realistically about making mistakes on this second round, which is why we do see the losses to the Classics. Playing the close angles, not trading, not moving as a unit, and, you know, only upgrading that one Vandal for Darion means that they're just going to do a slow waltz up towards A. They'll take the site, they'll take the plant, and Boom really can only look for damage.
Breeze, Fracture, Haven, Split, and now Bind are the maps that Boom has played. And they have looked very convincing on a lot of them here. Really spread of a map pool. And Bleed, they might need to spread it more as well in a lower bracket because, you know, you come into a grand final, you need to be across the board, and if Boom are looking this powerful at the moment, it might be a little bit difficult. But as I mentioned, Conky, just before, Bleed not out of it just yet. The pistol round secured this round, the coin flip to go A when all of Boom was stacked over towards B. It's worked a treat. It's just shifted Boom to look for a couple of exits at the moment, and Bleed aren't even going to give them anything. Absolutely nothing. They're hands off for this round.
I love this round. It's a breath of fresh air, isn't it? The old 10 alive. You don't see it that often. I think they might actually try go in, right, to go down at the end of the round. Yes, they will. Yep, not allowing anything else to come straight on in. So the Radiant Knight will be the winner of this round. But yeah, absolutely no damage dealt across the whole course of it. Meant that Bleed got a nice and clean one. Look at this investment now. This is the best looking bonus round that you can possibly have to start yourself up. Boom, they're going to go in with the Vandals.
It's a lofty purchase though.
Yeah.
In coming into that second round, right? To be able to get the Phantom, the Vandal, you got Bulldog in the mix as well, and then now the Spectres. It's yeah, very hefty investment. But as you mentioned, exactly right. It's something that we need to see from Bleed. Yeah. These gun rounds, they have to be prevalent. This is the chance for Bleed to get one step closer. Boom's purchase on this defensive side, and because this is a mirror match, we're getting a lot of familiar vibes. The standard structured utility over to the B site. The difference, Viper over on the A site for Boom, and the other 3 agents over towards B.
They're already locked in. This is going to be such a challenging take if they do try to force their way out of hookah. That'll be the Prowler not finding much. Paint shells are popped. They're ready. That's that guiding line. They're going to be going straight on in. Darion.
Oh, the C's got him.
He's caught by the C's, but geez, he is good. He is sharp, showing why he's explosive, but Berserk's doing the same. Doesn't look like
siege-nya bagus banget, siege, kemudian kasih paint shell.
Leaders Maxi and Pith, they are left on their lonesome, and I do note Pith on that flank. He's a long way away, but it's so far away at the exact same time.
The spike has been dropped under hookah as well, so it is almost nigh impossible. A brilliant read right now from Flipshitter, forcing MITH to take this fight, who manages to win it with the Spectre. But Maxi has to be the one as well to try and push in, to try and help out. It's the 1-to-1, maybe a second no. The Bulldog just misses out. It is damage in the end for Bleed, but as you mentioned, the bonus for them, it doesn't work out. Boom to find their 9th.
Damage is good. 2 Vandals alive, however, for Boom, though, also good. Famous 19 and 9. And now, the risk of upsetting Indonesia. I want Haven, right? We got to have 3 maps for a series like this. And, you know, this is going to be the time where Bleed will look to do it. However, if we do manage to see a victory come the way out of Boom 2-0, that surely makes a statement, right?
Oh, itu pensialnya sih GG parah sama si H-nya. Jadi nggak bisa lompat ini siapa sih? Race-nya ketangkap.
In this game so far, absolutely from both of these sides. But the start of this one, a bit of a lean over towards the B site for Bleed. Already sending in the paint shells as well. No damage being found on the back of that. There's just all of this halting processes at the moment.
Oh no, ada iklan di tengah-tengah anjir, biasanya nggak ada loh.
Back over towards A as well. We're not being sold anything. A Trailblazer going down B long starts to give a great picture over towards Boom for what Bleed are looking to throw. And look at this here, Conky. 4 members now for Boom over toward the A site. Everything you could want to try and halt the processes, halt the execution of what Bleed are about to throw out.
Yeah, a little bit of a weakened buy with those Spectres, but they are in position to deny, and that Haunt is absolute perfection. Gordon Ramsay would love that one. A chef's kiss. Famous also to deny. Flidshitter looking to push forward.
Udah ngeding kagak mati anjir.
But I just feel like I'm repeating myself. Maxi and Pith left in these positions. 30 seconds. There is so much space that they need to try lock down and nothing really to do it, right? They don't have any utility, no stars to get thrown down. The Prowler does start to come out, doesn't get the catch onto Famous. He's just waiting.
Tinggal 12.
Sees at least, but will it be enough for them to get into position? 15 seconds left on the clock here. Komodo, and look, Berserk. They know. He's just waiting as well. They dive straight in.
The C's got the line on toward him, and even a satchel to try and pop him off the plant. The aggression right now to try and just make sure the round is won out via the time. Lenny, he's caught out in the open, but it's Pith to try and hold it on down. It's just Berserks, and they have managed to get it on back. Pith, he gets the plant, he gets the frame.
Wow, udah bagus loh padahal.
Looks like they're out of the round, but he just comes out with the Bulldog, bites down to Boom.
Speak of the unexpected, a Cobra to strike in the night in Pith. That is one of the most monstrous rounds an individual can pull off when their backs are up against the wall, when there's absolutely nothing left to do. They've got no energy left in the tank, but Pith, you are a monster. That is a round that will go down potentially in Valorant history.
Kayak gitu tadi harusnya menang jadi kalah, astaga.
Into a timeout as well of their own choosing, right? A round to come through. Those are
nggak nge-swing sih tadi. Apa si Teh Botol nge-swing tapi Famous nggak ikut nge-swing tadi.
Almost hit the roof.
I've never jumped so high in my life.
Maybe you're the one that's on the trampoline right now, but no. The timeout is here for Bleed. Boom. They're going to welcome that one in as well because, of course, yes, they are still in the lead, but they have not finished this game just yet. A pistol round potential with the credits that they are currently holding in their piggy bank, but they are getting ever so closer here, Conky, to these ultimates, right? It's that territory where 1 or 2 away from having just such a miraculous ult round.
Perfect moment to breathe, not just for us as the casters, but for the viewers as well, to think about what we have just witnessed here. And all the moments that go in, all the moments that make this game great. My heart is racing, and I'm sure all of yours are as well. A team game where you need to get each other's backs. Oh, look at this. This is what we're all in Valorant for, but the walk straight down, Lenny. He's ready for it. Berserks is going to get away with nothing cheeky this time round as the Prowler will send him packing.
Maxi's very astute with this one right now, knowing that a Shower's push can be potential, and Famous is actually going to catch him sleeping on that line with the Sheriff, expecting him to be on that line. But Retler is going to be in for the trade. You want to see more damage come through for Boom right now. Flidshitter here with the classic, hiding in the tube. Will he be cleared? It's actually a Haunt to get him in the end. A perfect piece of utility. And Famous, he's been hurt to go to the TV with the Vandal. There's one. It would be such an insane 1 versus 4 to come through right now. He gets the second one.
No, udah bagus
in the end, it does go over towards Bleed. 1 more is what they need to tie it up.
Good damage. That's the key here, right? As always, you know, those are those moments where we want to see the highlight plays, the ones to add to the show reel, which we do love about Valorant. Famous tried to make it work, but a great double up on the top of the tube to keep an eye into Hookah. Make sure no one's walking out without paying that bill. Great stuff from Famous, but you know, damage is all that's really been on their mind. They've kept the economy honest. 2 members, Pith and Lenny, down with not a whole bunch of cash. Might have to take out a loan from the team. But again, it's that turtle approach. Waiting patiently as Flips shit up will be the one to set the pace. Pushing forward into the pit.
And the member to drop that pit is Flip Shit Up over at the showers, wanting to make sure he's got a bit of a rinse off. Hold down the angle. Bleed setting themselves up around this B site, looking to just encapsulate around it as well, encroaching on these Boom members that are here. Rotation does start to happen as well, but such a vast amount of time to still play with on this round. Lenny making sure he's not going to get extended upon by anyone on Boom, pushing Hookah. And we really are just waiting for the go call in this round. Trailblazer is only going to be spotting Darion at the moment. So as far as Boom are aware, that's one piece of information, but here we go, we're going in.
It's time to duel. Darion gets the opening. That's an awesome one as well. Berserk's kind of baited into walking through that smoke here. Now to bottle, middle of the side underneath, but Pith and Darion, they'll double up. Now it's where Boom really start to feel the pressure here. Does Famous want to go for it? Because look, you know, the pit's down. He's so far away, the rotation, but Famous, he's keen. He wants to try find something. Gets the info, Maxi. A little bit shaky, but the damage is dealt. It's enough. That's enough to send him straight out of there, and he's lucky even to be alive here. Darion might want to try and tempt fate here, but no. He's going to fall away. Let it happen. And that should be 4 alive here for Bleed, 9-9.
It's a bit of a tease, isn't it, as well? You know, in the 2 versus 4, if you get one pick, maybe you want to pop the showstopper and get back in towards that round for some semblance of a retake. But you're correct in mentioning that Flip Shit Up. You know, he has the pit over at A, and he just holds on to it potentially a little bit too long to try and funnel Bleed away from his position. It is going to be the tie-up here, 9 apiece, holding on to 4 weapons as well for Bleed. Means that their economy will be managed a little bit better for the next couple of rounds. We're not going to be plagued with these pistols for them right now. But over on the flip side for Boom, holding on 2 weapons. You know, we talk about the difference in running a chamber. If you've got that ultimate, right, it's a gun. Same as the jet, right? You got those blades. It's a weapon that you could use to get a lot of damage on through. Famous, I guess, a kind of pseudo weapon in a showstopper to potentially find an opener. But the rest of the squad at the moment for Boom are playing with sticks.
What did we see last map, Komodo? Chamber.
Darion.
Pretty high up there, right? Going nuts. But what did it mean? Nothing. A lost map, not secured. Now they're getting aggressive. That haunt is perfect. Retla punished. Blaze King Berserks and the rest of the team. A team game, ladies and gentlemen, which is what we have just witnessed now. And the pressure will knife down onto Bleed. Will they be able to stem that? Or will they continue? Flip Shit Up, perfect spot to try and deny here as they do wait, they do hold that. Haunt is going to go through.
Oh no.
Lenny punishes. Time now gathered. But Famous, he might try and deny. Is he going to be able to find anything? That's a very bold play. Maybe a little bit overzealous there.
A minute to go. Trailblazer in is going to be hitting on towards a lane. The play advantage for Boom as well. Remember, they have a lesser weaponry. Berserk.
Nice, Berserk.
Away with murder on towards Lenny, making a mockery of this round right now. Bleed. This is not the way that they thought things were going to happen. Boom with a phenomenal play out over at B long. Now looking to reap the reward. Close out this round again. Maxi, Pith, such experience behind these 2 members at the moment.
Maxi sama Pith doang sisanya. Sweden player
surrounding this site. Maxi, Pith, a bit of an interest over towards the bottle, making sure there's nobody else here to try and find it. Berserk for 3.
Nice.
Down. The trades are there for Boom. And with the lesser equipped weaponry, they get the job done.
First team to get to double digits in this battle royale. The extraordinaire that is going down on Bind right now. Every single member of the team is going to have enough to get the job done, but I think it's getting close to that reset territory. Maybe not as much for Boom. I mean, they might have to start to question themselves. A little bit of extra cash on a couple of members, but I can't say the exact same for Bleed. If they lose this one, they're certainly going to start to feel that pressure, but we know that Bleed haven't exactly been feeling it for a lot of it.
Well, you got to remember as well, Bleed's attacking side was really the thing that got them the goods against Team Secret and Alter Ego. 9 rounds for Team Secret, 10 against Alter Ego on that attacking side. It's their favored side right now.
Into Hookah, 2, Lenny. Nightfall's going to go in, and that's going to make it really awkward. You're going to hear that sound straight away. And the trails are already gathered, the Haunt to go in as well. They are just keeping them all focused straight into that hookah position as the rest of the members head out. It's going to be all onto Blaze King from the elbow position as he does start to rotate around. There's Lenny. Berserks has to try fight this fight. Lenny, the MVP so far, allowing this fight to be planted. Derry on forward for one more. Famous, you better make up, mate, because your team needs you right now. Satchel out. There's not enough. Watching that flank to just have a spot to see if there's anything there, but I think they're just going to give it up.
Flipshitter's home is in the showers, it almost feels like. Again, out of the action at the moment. I was waiting in that round for Famous to go through the TP, maybe the paint shells to be able to help with the pincer around the teleporter, but it's Lenny. He's the instigator. He's the one to get everything happening, bringing the frags for his team in this round for Bleed, securing it with a pit on the site as well. They meet Boom with double digits now.
Having a look as well, Rattler, seeing if you can find anything out on the exit. Pith also there as well. And I think it's a bit of a party in that position. So nothing does occur. It's going to be a bit of a stalemate here, an interesting one in the round, but like again, MVP Lenny, he's only 12 and 16, but the amount that he did, the Nightfall, the Seize, the Haunt, and then the 2K, like to be able to isolate that much and just allow the rest of your team to wrap around the garden side, mate, that garden's going to look beautiful with the amount of time they spent there.
And flowering it as well with a couple of snake bites in the very beginning. Bleed. Will we go back to more of a default into this new round? It's going to be those guns again, of course, over for Boom. Blaze King down to a Stinger. And Famous is feeling fancy with this one. A bit of a push up through A short. He's got a friend to hold with him as well. And it's just such a crucial amount of information for Boom at the moment, but Pith is aware of this one right now. He's looking to inch it on through, looking to find the opening frag. Gosh. He's reading it, isn't he? The wallbang, nothing meets with Flipshitter's face, but the Prowler, Hookah, contestation right now. Boom. They need to hold this down because they've lost Garden.
Are they going to clear him this time? Lenny cannot be getting away with this twice in a row. Into position already, information gathered inside that Seize, but he's falling away this time, doesn't want to take the fight, knows that there might be a lurk, might be a flank, and it's Darion to get the entry. This time nobody home, and they're fighting for it. Lenny, again, you animal, big brain. It would spill all over the concrete at this point in time. He's kept them here, and he's still got the Horn as well. A second, back to back. This man is great, as Famous.
They got to call it again,
He's running away once more. Oh my God.
Lenny has just done it again. The timing is absolutely
Jangan gitulah, cuy, main di bilong aja lah, kayak yang tadi loh.
You know, I mentioned it, right? Hookah control for Boom. They have to try and hold it through because they've lost Garden. They lose the first pick because the Garden extension is there for Bleed in toward the site, removing the member of the tube. Lenny putting the nail in the coffin on this round.
Diulangi lagi loh sama Boom, anjir udah salah padahal.
Like, it's so much salt in the wounds right now, you know, to just have to sit there for 40 seconds, no even attempt at getting back in there. We're witnessing the exact same thing we did see in the previous 4 alive for Bleed. Their economy stacked up nicely. I just need to see the cash from Boom in a minute, but once again, just to remind you all, Lenny, to do it twice in a row, similar, but then to reposition accordingly. And it was a sort of double-edged sword, right? He had to look back towards the A-short position, but then also back to know that they were having to try and find that fight out of Hookah.
Nah, ini harusnya dikasih tahu sih.
27, Bleed in the lead. Where is Blaze King that we saw last map?
Exactly right, that's what I was about to mention. He was such an influential force on the last map, you know, 13 to 11 in the end. You're thinking, all right, Bleed are going to get this job done, right? Darion is so far forward from everyone in the server, but he's reeling at his teammates to try and get them over the board. Now, one could make an argument that Famous is doing the exact same thing. The team game of Bleed, keeping them there, and for Boom, Famous, his individualness, getting these frags, getting everything possible, but you take him out of the equation for a couple of these rounds, and that's where Bleed are capitalizing.
Even Rettler's a little bit quiet, but, you know, he's been there for those guiding lights. It's enough. Supporting the team accordingly. Debottle, Sheriff, Blaze King, Frenzy. Berserk's even questioning what he wants to do himself. They have to take the knee here. And it's not one that you want to do.
10 seconds to go in this freeze time. And we've got 4 members for Boom over towards the B site.
They've got to make a play.
They're doing a play, that is for certain. There's an Astra start at the bottom of mid. We could be seeing this Haunt play again to try and run it on down and shoot through it. But Bleed are cautious, they're careful, they don't want to fall to that trap again.
That snakebite's huge because it's going to stop them.
Yep.
They were looking for that play, they were looking for the B-long push, but it's just not going to happen here. They are going to get some information, but at the exact same time, again, it's Pith who knows he's living in their head rent-free.
And it's Flipshitter, the lone soldier over at this A site. He hasn't had the contest yet. He hasn't been pressured for quite a while, and now all of Bleed is here, except for Maxi. Late toward the showers, and now Flipshitter is known.
Nice, Flipshitter.
However, and now the cavalry's here for Boom.
Will they get that spike planted? Seas goes down, doesn't quite catch. There is a trade back and forth, famous. Those paint shells are going to be dangerous inside the lamps, but it's Darion to move forward and get one. It's a 4-on-4 now here, but exactly.
Ada ini masih
Berserks, he's inside that garden. He's been tending to it.
Oh, Lenny!
Oh my God, the man, a fear in the night. He's like a demon that strikes. And he will hold
Lenny sih
the
dari tadi nyetop ini terus anjir. Agresinya di stop terus sama Lenny.
Walking on through. That Prowler is going to clear nothing at all. Rattler, he's on the line and he does get one, make it two, go for a third, no. Darion will take it and Bleed. They take map point for their selection of Bind. We could be going to Haven.
Flipshitter tested over in the showers, but rinsed after one.
Oh,
and
no.
the TP, the call, Darion getting activated in this round as well, but really Rattler strikes out from the tube, making sure that this round is nigh impossible for a retake to come through from Boom, and it's 2 map points now for Bleed. Not elimination yet.
Irrespective of game result, Lenny is going to be living in their nightmares of Boom for a little while longer. This man on this fade, that is 3 so important rounds that have been converted by Bleed. And even though that was just the eco, it was just the semi-buy from Boom, now they're looking. It's a similar play. They're set up once more, but they are starting to move on in. Komodo, Blaze King, he's been quiet, but he's got the opener here. But Rattler, he's been quiet too, but he's going to wake up in the night as well as he looks for a third. But Blaze gets one back, 3-on-3. Settling the time now, still waiting. Flipshitter. He's
nice, Blaze King.
But Blaze King, he has dropped
nice, they both all.
Boom, they are not done just yet. It is all onto Pith, and can he find anything? Flipshitter is on the flank. He knows exactly where they are, and that spike, it's down. It's growing slowly.
He doesn't have to fight at all. He can stay in the TP and just call the audible on where Pith is, because the spike is down in the garden right now. This is just toying with him. Exactly right, Flipshitter. He's going to win it. We get all rounds of regulation here. We're going the distance again, but I ask you this question, folks. Is this going to go to map 3 now, or are we getting overtime?
Are you not entertained right now, Valorant? What a game we are witnessing right now.
Overtime lah, overtime. Menang lah, Boom.
Step up. We were speaking about Lenny being the Undertaker, but my God, do not forget about this fade of Blaze King. He was incredible back on that previous map on Breeze, and Rattler, he almost did enough there, but we settle once more. Let the dust go down. There's plenty of it on this map of Bind, and now it's a quick play set towards long again. They are still trying to repeat this one. The snakebite has gone down though.
Blaze King has Nightfall. Lots of ultimates in this server right now to be able to play with. A bit of a creep, up B long, Berserks, Flashes, Seekers, everybody here for Boom, but it's the shots for Darion that go a little bit awkward, and the push through from Berserks. Rattler, the opener once more, and a second as well. The Seekers are going to reveal so much information. It's to Bottle to get the damage, it's Lenny for the trade, and everything is coming up for Bleed right now. They're looking to close this match. In a 1 versus 4, he's locked out in CT. And there is no chance to get back into this round. The guiding light, it misses, but through the nebula, he pushes out. He's got an opportunity here for the first one. How many more towards the tube? It's Lenny on the back of it right now. He wins that duel though, 33 HP. This would be miraculous to come through from Flipshitter at the moment. The star on the floor, Maxi, the gravity well, but it's not even needed. It's Pith to the closure. It's 13-11, Conky. We are getting Haven. We are getting map 3.
As I said earlier, sorry Indonesia, I wanted Haven, and Bleed made sure that we got it. It has been the best series of the competition so far. Even not to go to overtime, so close, tempted, teased on both of those maps to have 13-11 on Breeze, now 13-11 on Bind. We have seen absolutely everything so far to come on out. This is insanity across the board. It's been an awesome game of Valorant right now. You're seeing it unfold on your screen as it stands. Bleed, they had to really, really firm up this fight to ensure that they were going to be able to crush it, and we got a show, right? Like, all I can think about is just, again, what Haven's going to look like. It's going to be so important. It's going to be so spicy. So make sure you all get hydrated and then come back to listen to what our analysts have to say.
Makan cuy, sorry. Bentar. Aku hilangin dulu.
This may be Bleed's pick, but Boom Esports says no, not today, before finally Bleed Esports take it back home. I'm Tash Bunny, alongside Pavlos as well as Kremar. We're here on the VCT APAC LCQ 2022 Analyst Desk. I have to say, that was an insane match.
I love it. Game 1, Darion pops off, they still lose. Game 2, Famous pops off, they still lose. It's like a curse of doing. It's like the curse of doing well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was a big surprise actually, and I think Boom had a really solid chance until, again, the opposite happened this time around, where you know, Bleed win a Thrifty, and then it just escalates in their favor, and it just seems that all of a sudden Boom are saving round after round after round because they do lose those entry kills.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think that Boom do pretty well on those eco rounds as well. Anti-ecos felt a little bit clumsy in my opinion, but one thing I really want to talk about was the fact that despite the fact that this is Bleed's map, Boom Esports really did their homework. You can tell that they were really anti-stratting them so many times, which put Bleed in a position where they're not able to properly execute how they want to play.
You're right, and at the moment, Bleed are the team to beat. So we're going to see teams put in a lot of prep work to try and topple them, especially if they're the ones who are in sort of contention to win the whole thing. Like ONIC, like Team Secrets. I guarantee you they've also put in a lot of work for Bleed, assuming they end up getting to a stage where they can face them. Something I would like to have seen both teams improve on is their timeout usage leaves a lot to be desired.
Yeah, I understand that testament. But looking at the players that kind of popped off this match, I mean, you can see Darion still staying consistent, Famous doing well. For a lot of it, I had a question mark around Retla. I was like, where is he today, right? This team relied on him so much in the past, and one of the most important series of this team's sort of history, it seems that he's not quite there, not quite where you expect him to be. But the rest of the team, he was able to find some kills at the end and sort of help his team find that victory. It's not over just yet. I just want to make sure that this guy is more consistent because this team really needs him.
I think for Retla in general, he has been trying to help set up a lot of things today, and I think his mindset was more of trying to set up kills, trying to set up everything for his teammates. But at the same time, because there's no shift in that mentality where I need to pop off when it really matters, that's being a problem here. Because when he's not stepping up, or when he's not able to play as selfishly as he did before, he can't get those picks that help his teammates really have that breathing space. Because now it seems like everyone has to step up as well because he's not trying to help Darion get those space. Regardless, though, I have to say, Darion was able to pop off because of his setups with the Trailblazer, with the Seekers, with the Guiding Light. Now we're gonna head into map 3, and what was that map? Haven, right. So for Haven, talk about trends. I think that personally, from a lot of Haven maps we've seen from stage 2 all the way till now, what looks good has always been Bleed. But that was back in stage 2, they were using Lexi on the Breach, but now Breach has been changed to Pith. What is your opinion about this?
Honestly, I preferred Lexi on the Breach. I think that Pith is still trying to mold the role a little bit. On top of that, though, we can sort of loop this back to Retla. On his agents, he does have a lot more impact on Haven just in general. The stats are usually higher on that map. He also has a lot of room to end up taking on more of a lurking role, particularly Bleed in their defaults when they usually become quite successful, and they just try to explode to a site as quick as humanly possible.
Personally, I also really enjoy this double lurk, double anti-flank sort of thing he has with Maxi. I personally don't think I've seen that done before in APAC, but what do you think, Pavlos?
I think that this map is going to be an interesting one. Both of these teams have played this map once this tournament so far, and they've both won it as well, right? And you know, maybe you look at one side, on the Boom side, that they've won it more decisively, but then you also have to consider they won against Griffin, who I consider one of the teams that are less of a competition to the ones at the higher level. So yeah, overall they've shown some of their cards, and I think it's a little bit unlike the rest of them, where one of them may be playing on their home field and playing under some playing somewhere where they're well known as being the top dog. I think this is more of an even home ground, and exactly where you'd want to see a decider being played out.
I really like the fact that you have Maxi, as well as Retla doing those flanks, those lurks, those anti-lurks as well, because you will always notice that how Boom likes to play is just, if say that Bleed pushes onto one side, you're going to see a pinch from the other side, but because they are there and it's also 2 people, you're making sure that in terms of firepower, watching the backside, they're going to make sure that no trades are going to be happening. Regardless though, I'm a bit nervous for Darion, just because him getting onto the site and the utilities used by Boom will not allow the other members of Bleed to get onto site to execute with him.
We've also got to admit that Darion is under a lot of pressure right now. He's the only one this series who's been consistently fragging for Bleed, and now you go onto Haven. Bear in mind, this has been a long series, 13-11 in both maps. This is probably going to be more of a marathon than a sprint, and for Darion, trying to be that consistent, exactly that consistent for that long is, I'm sure if he's done first 2 maps very well, maybe he can do Haven as well, but Bleed shouldn't have to rely on Darion dropping 35 kills to maybe win a map.
Yeah, you're probably wondering, has he paced himself?
Exactly.
You're probably wondering if he's okay now to play the rest of the one, and how it was sort of mentally draining it has been to play these past 2 maps.
This is where you kind of expect or hope Redla to step up instead, because as Darren tweeted the other day, it can be the Redla show or it can be Darren's show, and so far today we've seen it's all Redla. Regardless, I am curious to see if we will be seeing Boom go to the upper brackets or lower brackets. Who will be winning this one? So good day to our Australian casters. Take it away.
I said that I was ready to absolutely burn my vocal cords for this one, and that's what we're doing right now, because it's lived up to the hype, right? You know, we talk about entertaining games and exciting maps of Valorant, and that's exactly what we're witnessing right now. Haven, is it going to be that marathon or a sprint, right? I do feel the pressure on Darion to see how he's been going, but at least in the previous map, we did get to see the rest of Bleed really step up. I'm still going to have that round from Pith live in my head rent-free for a long, long time, but Haven, man, it ends here.
Yeah, certainly does end here. I want to see more from everybody in this server as well. We've had moments galore from our star members, but even our members that are sometimes in those shadows, sometimes the ones from behind, are also putting up the numbers here. We look towards Retler in that matchup. Yes, he ends on 13 frags, but how many actual clinical plays did he have come through to clinch out those rounds? Those are the names that I'm wanting for to come forward in this map of Haven.
Interesting to see what the agent lineups are.
Seharusnya bisa menang kalau anggaplah Lene yang nggak woke up gitu loh, nggak lagi bangun dia tidur.
Maybe the Jet here and there, but you know, you never know between these two teams. Are they going to try and counterpick each other out? And it looks like there is that lean back onto the Jet so far from what we can see floated here. So Berserks and obviously Darion trying to pick up that Jet, which means we do get a variety coming through in this series.
Both teams, of course, going to be running Breach and Sova. The difference being an Astra toward an Omen. Killjoy, Retler. I do love Killjoy, and it's actually going to come through for both sides right now. So really, Conky, the only difference that we are witnessing is Omen versus Astra.
No Chamber.
No Chamber. Nope.
It's big. You know, Chamber can really be a important member of this map, right? To be able to say lock down that C or A and allow the focus to go around the rest of the map. But look, we're all getting a bit sick and tired of Chamber, I think, right? At this point in time, everyone's playing it. It's always putting up big numbers. But then again, it does make entertaining Valorant, of course. So moving into that finale of the upper bracket, final reminder to you all that are just tuning in for the first time. Maybe, first of all, where the hell have you been? Second of all, the winner goes into the grand final of the APAC LCQ. Winner going to champions at Istanbul, Turkey, joining Paper X and Zersha.
Remember, this is the new agent lineup as well to come through for Boom. Showcased to us first here in the LCQ, but for Bleed, a very known and comfortable lineup. And like every other series, essentially, that we have seen, over towards A long is the first point of play. The control that Bleed are trying to find here. No ambitious rotations from Boom just yet. Happy enough to let that happen towards the 1 minute mark. Wait for that secondary smoke to come through. The recon dart as well here for Lenny.
It's a slow start. Very slow.
Bit different.
Nice and patient. No information gathered. Looks like Boom's pretty happy to just have, you know, Bleed kind of make a decision for them and see where they can rotate around accordingly. We still do have the breach. Ready to send down that fault line, but Berserks, he's tucked in, and my god, it's actually going to be
Berserk
here. Berserks opens up nicely onto Darion, and how much more can they find here? There's that fault line.
Nice, Berserk.
A second, a third, no, it's actually famous into Bottle. Retler, last man standing here, does have the frenzy, which is a little bit more punishing, but he does swap over. Yet to get that spike planted, it's just in front of him.
1 versus 3, 100 HP in the frenzy. They line up, they hold each other's hands. It's flip shit at the close. I absolutely love the procedure of abilities to come through in that round for Boom, right? We've got a counter the recon dart, which is the stun, making sure that there's a halting process for Bleed to get in there. The gravity well, it sucks in Maxi. He loses his life. It was a really good flow affair for Boom.
13-11 dibalas 13-11
juga
di map keduanya.
Either to be able to try and get back
Kita akan map ketiga.
The Spectres.
Let's go Boom, masih bisa lah kalian.
Man like Berserks, he's going to be going in.
Nanti bertemu ONIC di final.
To throw around on that Marshall, playing those long lines of the A position, and whether or not we're actually going to see a creep up long as well from Famous. They are really looking to fight this fight very quickly, straight into mid, straight up towards B. A very common sort of play, I guess, we're seeing right now. That is a great aftershock to come out, though, as well. Gonna get him off for now. Plant goes in. Flips shit up straight through. Pith doing well. Don't get too excited though just yet because damage is damage. He's rotating around to a pretty handsome position here. 1 versus 3.
See what he can do with the Sheriff here. On toward the defuse already. And Flipshitter is going to say no. A couple of kills that he's able to calculate there will build confidence for him as well. Get closer towards the lockdown. Could be quite pivotal to getting a couple of rounds. I also do really like the fact that Bleed go fast in towards B, right? It's sometimes a very big common thing when you are on the lesser equipped weaponry and sometimes even on the Spectre purchases, you know, these weird kind of buys. Get the plant really quick in towards that site and dash out. You tend to see that with a couple of chambers. They put their other rendezvous pillar in the site, get the plant, get out of there. A Jet can potentially do that here, so we're looking towards Darion, maybe even Maxi with the Shrouded Step, but we have to wait and see for that a little bit later. The first big focus, though, for Bleed is here now. They've showcased to us that they can get that plant into B. They had a little bit of an awkward affair over at the A site, but with these guns, it should be a bit different now.
Straight into sewers. Berserk's old boy, he's quick.
Got his
taking that
on.
Control. Yeah, absolutely. Sliding on in. What are those Heelys? Cruising on up.
No, that's a throwback.
That is. 4 members inside this main area now, so they're going to get all this information very, very quickly, Komodo.
Flips shit up. He has his setup here with the Killjoy utility. It needs to be a quick rotation for Boom because Bleed, they are going to be going in. They are going to be setting themselves up with the plant for wherever they do want. All the calculations of this utility, but it's going to be a very large flank from Boom. 4 members to spread out, either through Garage, either through the full flank of Long, and then flips it up over towards the CT defender-sided spawn. This could look kind of awkward for Bleed if they don't have a good focus on these flanks.
Claustrophobic now, it's going to be real tough. Darion is the first to take point, but he's going to be sent off the line. It's going to actually be quite an awkward one. I mean, look, it's planted for them, right? But sometimes all 5 members focusing on the same position may not be the play right now. Flipshitter, it's already taken it down to half, exactly right. He's more than half. Komodo, it's more than half. It's the 3rd round and an absolute blunder there for Bleed. Not
Nice.
From the #1 seeded team in APAC, 5 Long, not the play.
I'm a little bit gobsmacked by the fact that they have managed to swindle away that round, Boom, right? They have 4 players over at the start of the A side, and Flips it up, he just sits on it. He's happy and comfortable enough, the trust between the Boom members to be able to hold that one down. And the defuse just to completely come out, you know, no bullets able to go over towards him. You look on the fact that Bleed have shock darts potential, but that's the difference on an Astra, right? If they run that, a potential gravity well, that's a difference.
Yeah, Bleeder going quick now, throwing the kitchen sink at this round. A long control will be taken away by Boom, but that's all info just for now. Flipshitter has to kind of spray away for a little bit. Darion already into that position. Rest of the team now joining. Recon Bolt does have the info, but they're waiting inside that dark cover before they do burst their way out. It is going to be that 5-on-5 retake as per usual. Straight out will be Flipshitter, Blaze King, and the Rolling Thunder to send them back. Nicely done from Pith. Again, getting back towards that long position, but we do this time have Maxi.
Untung masih bisa menghindar loh si Berserk tadi. Pakai dash sama ininya dia, updraft.
But he stepped up to the plate when his team has needed him, and he's going to hop, skip, and jump his way back. Retler stepping up as well with a 3rd. Blaze King though, they're on it. He's detained. It has to be Maxi. It has to be Maxi right now. Can he do it? No. Blaze King once again. Boom, get away with murder on the side of C. Woo. And it's a dance floor with a 4.
Kena ini di
Oh, that is so unfortunate for Pith in the end. 2 left feet, and it hits him with the animation, thinking that the lockdown has already exploded, that he would be safe from that
kalau
one.
dia pakai bridge, aku udah bilang seram
aja. He's not able to get it done, and he's fallen over. Another one over towards Boom. They are getting away with a couple of these rounds. I mean, credit where credit is due, right? For Flipshitter, building up all these kills early on. The defusers as well, making sure he's very close towards his lockdown. But the prime position to deploy it then and there to secure another one over towards Boom. And for now, Conky, a bit of control over towards A Long. But it's Bleed trying to be the first one to find the first frag. Lenny's Hunter's Fury finds nada.
It's really, really quick again, though, isn't it? They're straight down into the sewers. Famous will spot away. Does he want to use his own Hunter's Fury? I think it might be a wise decision, but he has to reposition, has to get back towards that site. Maybe not. Maybe not. He's called for it. He's held it. 4 members here now. Still a lot of utility waiting down. They've got the stars. They've got everything they need to kind of cover up this BNC
site. Semua cover 2 site anjir Killjoy.
Do hold at this A site for a little bit too
long. Dari Geris
tuh,
dari B.
Upon Flipshitter trying to hold down the forces of C by himself, but his utility is not surrounding him at the moment. He can't play on the back of his turret. His nano swarms spread across garage and the top of B with that alarm bot, so he's just playing spotter right now, and he's found the information. He's getting out of here, but you know who's not? It's Bleed. They're getting right in towards this C site with their own lockdown, looking for maybe another 5 versus 5.
Yeah, that's the only option at this point in time. If they were to push in early, it wouldn't be wise, and that is going to be the Hunter's Fury we spoke about. Famous does spot, and it's in a corner. It's awkward. Doesn't actually get enough. So no detainees here. Darion tucked into the cubby. Great aftershock, but look at this. Flips Jitter opens up with one. Darion's done his teammate a little bit dirty, but at least he makes up for it there. Another 4 versus 4 now in this position. Hang on a second. That's not your teammate, my friend. Maxi will find, and onto that nano swarm. Damage is dealt. Famous Lenny. Darion is here. And finally we see a resurgence from Bleed.
Teh botol mabuk anjir.
On a big 3K from the quick one in Jets.
You know the definition of insanity.
Kan nggak ada Omen di tim kamu, imposter aja di sebelahnya dibiarin.
Bleed, the C site actually works out for them. Quickly does it in for the plant, quickly does it out for the escape, but they don't stay at C long this time. They contain themselves in the garage, they start to rev their engines, and they ride off into the sunset with a victory.
Nicely done. Desperately needed from Bleed any momentum to at least stop Boom from being that fierce pack of wolves that they are. Straight down into short again. Tebottle once more. Having a look. Darion. That gravity well was Maxi. Great response. A 2K. Collateral headshot called that an all pro.
Kolateralnya
does get one back. So the advantage goes the way of Bleed. 3v2. And from the shadows, no, he's called it out.
Doesn't have to use it at the moment. There's still so much time on the clock for Bleed to be able to play with them with a player advantage. They just want a little lick of information, but I like this from Boom. They've got Berserks on the C site with this operator. The TP, Maxi doesn't have the spike in possession. You could think that maybe he wants to get out, plant at the other side of the map, but that's where Flipshitter is at the moment. Redler trying to sniff out Berserks, but he's done good to find one, not the second. It's going to look like a 1 versus 2 coming into the post plants, and Flipshitter, where do Bleed think he's going to come from?
Should be enough. Really should be enough here. Bleed just need to settle into that post plant nicely. I like this position from Retler, but I mean, it is one and done. It is really rough.
Man.
Chad, Killjoy diff in this round. I think that's a wide joy impression from Retler. Nicely done, my friend. Second for Bleed. Very important, right, to respond and get that back.
Itu sih hoki dipakai, itu hoki setahun anjir. Headshot, line up lagi, collateral headshot.
It's going to be that eco for Boom, but they'll use this time now to have a bit of a think about how the next few rounds are going to look.
Well, so far throughout this tournament, Boom and Bleed have both gotten 7 rounds on their defensive side, so it's looked just a little bit better there, and their attacker's side, you know, not needing to be the one to try and get them over the line, right? So Boom on this defensive side, 4 rounds, they definitely are wanting to chase more, but where Bleed starts to show is they got that first round, they find their second, and they're looking to get the third because of the buy of Boom right now. It's just down onto these pistols. Berserks does have the Blade Storm ready, but the big difference is the fact that Boom are not grouping early. They're not pushing for any information. They're very, very spread on a default.
They've been able to check their vitals. Bleed looking good for now. Just holding on to this advantage that they've got in the round, in the economy for the time. Still got 2 more rounds to drag it in, to at least tie it up to make this look competitive. You had a stat before, was it the attackers or defenders side these teams look good on?
Defenders side.
We're seeing that again. Boom. Really, really solid start here. And again, you know, the scene so far has just really lived up to expectation. But it's going to be quick now. They are moving in now. Darion, once again, the man to lead the charge. Will he find the first? Yes. Famous goes down. Not too much over the top here. It's just basically business as usual here as best they can. Love it. Darion, that's the energy. That's the flair you want to see from the big man right now. So it should very well be that 3rd round for Bleed. Into heaven will be Berserks. But look, it's just damage at this point. Unless maybe one of these blades. Nah, nothing. It's just Blades King with 1 HP to kind of question his existence right now.
Yeah, just a little bit. Bleed, they're going to be securing their 3rd round here. Nice and easy does it as well, right? Just a bit of a silent creep in towards the A site. You hold your scoreboard. You know the credits that Boom are playing with. You know it's not going to be that much of a prevalent buy. Maybe just the Blade Storm that you have to contend with. But then, even then, Famous to bottle Flipshitter eliminated before you even saw where Berserks was. The Blades, they all miss on out. It's going to be 5 alive for Bleed at the closure of this one. Blaze King probably just going to waltz his way in toward the spike explosion here as well. There we go.
Nicely done. 5 alive. Economy's starting to look hot. Really all about that consistency. This round being flawless means more than you think.
It's the chance for Bleed to equalize here, shutting them down on this gun round and getting an extra one on the back of it. This round is essentially 2 for the price of 1 if they are able to find it. But the opportunity for Denial on Boom's front is going to be Berserks on the operator. We haven't seen him really activate yet in towards this defensive side. Tibottle, 1 frag, but a Rolling Thunder can really set his team up for a chance to secure this one. And Bleed straight down the guts of mid at the moment, looking to potentially rapidly get into the B side. But look who's here, Conky. It is Tibottle.
Really needs a big moment here. A slow start from the man on the breach here, but straight into Link is Darion. Is he gonna be punished? That's a great aftershock as well, but it's Lenny to open. Blaze King does get in, but it's scrappy. Darion does actually get punished by Famous, so at least that's a consolation prize. And the Hunter's Fury is ready to be engaged. There it is, Lenny. He is looking so good in this round, on for the ace after finding 3s. Not going to get any more, but I think they're just going to get out of there. Famous and Berserks want to save what they have in store right now. And oh man, it ties up again, and we get the series we were hoping for.
Tied up scoreline, very close and a very clean execution to come through for Bleed as well. You think maybe there's a chance for Tibottle to try and deny it with the aftershock. It's Pith now to also hunt Famous, which means if you are Berserks, you do need to hold on to this operator. He's being spotted out. He's going to get taken down from Retler for Bleed. But back to the point that I was making. A comfortable, good round to come through for Bleed. An almost flawless execution means that they do set themselves up, like I mentioned, for the 2 for the price of 1.
Look at the cash. That's where they stand right now. Max for Retler, not too far away. I think Maxi was up there actually as well. So they're looking fantastic here, certainly investing in the right places. And the place is Bleed, putting it on to themselves at the moment right now. Boom have called for the timeout, and I think that is opportune. They are going to have to once again have a thinking round. Go for the pistols, and that's really it.
So one thing that we've noticed through the course of this tournament, this match rather, the entry frags, right? We were wanting to see what Darion's number was in the end over on map number 1. It was 11 opening frags. Move that over in towards Bind, right? He starts off with a bit of a shaky performance. It's not looking that good. He still has the highest number of opening kills on Bind with 5. The rest of his team is much closer to him, but you do have to remember, you know, Bleed did win that map. That's why we're here on the 3rd. So pull him in a little bit, play as the team, and you can certainly look to continue this one on. Tied up at 4 apiece, Conky. As I mentioned, 2 for the price of 1. This round should go the way of Bleed. It forced out Boom's timeout to have thoughts, to reset, to figure out the rest of this defensive game plan now. But I wouldn't be surprised if this one did go over towards Boom as well. We've seen shakiness on these lesser buys. Famous one away from the Hunter's Fury. Flipshitter one away from the lockdown as well. Definitely elements that can get them over the line.
Absolutely. That lockdown could really send them out. Hunter's Fury as well. Rolling Thunder to maybe enter them in. Just depends on how much they want to invest. It's always a risky play, right? High risk, high reward. So straight into the sewers position again. Darion's found his spot, as he has typically done. The Owl Drone actually going the other way. So I think Famous, he's happy to take advantage of this one. The flashpoint is going to go out, but I think Famous actually wins this duel.
Maybe.
They've cleared it. They've gone out. That's big brain. I don't know what they've heard or what they've thought, but now they bait them into kind of submission here. As Boom feel the pressure to keep pushing forward. Now they're going to be very much heading down. I mean, there has been a dink onto Blaze King from Maxi, but man, that C site taken.
It's only an eco, though. Remember to come through from Boom. So it doesn't really matter that too much that this is going over towards Bleed. It should go over towards Bleed, maybe even flawlessly right now, unless Tibottle gets away with one. He doesn't. The flawless looms over the heads of Boom.
One death in the last 3 rounds, pretty sure, right? It's just super, super consistent now, these last few from Bleed. They're looking way better, really well drilled. Much, much more confident the way that they have been going in. A resurgence in that previous map. Boom came out swinging, wanting to be that top, that Indonesian pride. Taking the first slot in the grand final would certainly have been a statement, but now we can start thinking about that potential ONIC G versus lower bracket match. I remind you, there is all more Valorant tomorrow as well. Team Secret up against ONIC G.
back towards a challenge at A long, but Blaze King's just absolutely sleuthed away with 2 over at C long. Absolutely shambles for the start of this round for Bleed. Nowhere near the action. The spike is over there as well, so anything that they can try to press over here at A, they still have to go back over and get the spike looking the wrong way. Pith answers back with at least 1, but it's
nggak
dapet. To be the one. An awkward missed shot from Berserks, bit uncharacteristic on such a normal line.
Nice.
Will be the one to get the close. So as quick as Bleed take the lead, it's equalized back by Boom.
Blaze King must have got that double up on the orb grab. Really, really well found. Cosmic Divide available, Lockdown, Hunter's Fury, Rolling Thunder. They held on to it. Boom. Yep. They didn't want to overinvest in that previous round, but look, same could be said for Bleed, right?
They've had it for quite a while as well. To Bottle, a couple of these rounds where if you utilize that, you know, he would be a lot closer towards a new one.
The judge, love it. He's actually swapped out. Okay, I see you, Darion. Toying with us.
Tempting. It's tempting.
But this is the thing, the constant guess on that from the shadows for Maxi, right? You know, always tossing up, is it the Omen, is it the Brimstone, is it the Astra with what works? But always an opportunity to utilize that dance, and now Darion, he is in and he is looking, but he's dead at the same time. Flips Jitter gets him, but Rettler with that trade, and that's the Killjoy getting the lockdown in. Rettler
nice, famous.
Their bottle, Pith has to pick up. And how does it look? He manages to get out and does have the Rolling Thunder. Spike has to be engaged, and there is going to be a little bit of time before Berserks gets in. As Rettler with the third. It's really tough in this round now.
How do you get back in towards a retake 1 versus 2 with an operator though? If they hold each other's hands, if they swing together when your position is known, it's going to be so awkward to get back into this, and there's no guns around him to be able to switch over to as well. Conky, the fault line pushes him off the line. I don't know if he was spot out by Pith here, but you know that when he takes this one shot, no tailwind activated, that he's going to be super vulnerable. There's the first shot, an opportunity, the shorty, the thinks, it's not here. Rattler, 16 HP.
Nice, let's go!
Berserks gets away with murder.
If you guys could see me at home, I'm hiding under the desk right now because that should have never happened. Rattler, he gets the job done for 3 before fumbling that bag. The spaghetti has fallen out of the pockets as a great round. I mean, look, we'll
call it reload.
That. Somehow in the cloudburst, you could see he questioned himself there. He panicked, but he got the job done. So we won't dwell because the round is secured. That's all that matters. Boom take the lead in 6, and you can't expect everyone to be all on the same page here, right? You cannot expect full composure in the upper bracket final where there is so much on the line.
I'm expecting weirdness, I'm expecting chaos in this round. It's the last round of this half, and there's a couple of ultimates that can shake things up right now. Tebottle still has the Rolling Thunder, Flipshitter with the lockdown, and even Blaze King with that Cosmic Divide. We saw what it did earlier on. The creep through the cloudburst though, allowing progression in toward the sewers, and a drone is the element that Famous is throwing on through. There's that Rolling Thunder on in, and Bleed are following it as well.
Good response though. Play of it, Tebottle taking advantage of it, trying to fight the good fight as the spike will be dropped. Berserks, awkward spot, great line, great flashpoint. Tebottle, utility getting a little bit overwhelmed with it right now as Berserks does respond, but Blaze King, Berserks doing it again.
Nice, let's go.
Shorty and boom.
Woo, looking good.
Boom, boom, boom. Won't continue. Round half, round done, round 1. 7-5.
7-5. It's a, you know, the statistic I was bringing out a little bit earlier on the defensive side. It's what these teams have been able to find on that defensive area. 7-5, Bleed pistol round. Second round, they tie it up. You know, I don't want to dwell too much upon the rounds right now because the fact is, on the later side of that half from Boom, they were really able to get up in the face of Bleed. The shorty plays to come through, the cohesion between the team as well, making sure all the utility is. I talk about team trust, we talk about team fundamentals, and it just feels like in a lot of those defensive rounds, there was so much trust put on these members to try and get out those defuses. It's worked out a couple of times. Multi-frags galore from a bunch of key players, and yes, there were a couple of stumbles here and there from both of the teams. That's the question. That's the real thing, isn't it? It's not just one team fumbling here, it's both. So if they can just fix those little bits up, they can continue on for that dub.
It's the reality of competitive esports, right? You know, it's a 5v5. All players have to be mentally equipped to kind of fight the good fight. But as you can see from these last couple of rounds, you know, Boom are the one who thrive in the chaos. They always have. That's where they really have shown themselves as a kind of a force to be reckoned with, right? And that's what we saw in those last 2 rounds. 7-5. They lead out and basically send themselves one step closer. I don't think there would have been anyone here, and if production can give it to me, I don't even remember where Boom was seeded in this competition. It was first Bleed, second ONIC G, third Team Secret. And, you know, the points, sure, they've been gathered, sure, they've found themselves into this LCQ, but again, there's 3 Indonesian teams, and some of the Indos are even on Paper X, right? It's showing how much this region has to offer. There you go. Crazy. 3rd seed.
Boom 3rd seed, not Team Secret.
Yeah.
3rd seed.
Yep. There you go. Nicely done.
Pistol round Conky here. Not toying with the idea of an A long play for Boom just yet. Making sure there's no overextension from Bleed as well, but then maybe feeling that they want to go back over toward it. Now the difference being Darion is actually here, right? With that Sheriff. He's revealed himself, and that is going to cause a little bit more of a push from Bleed to just securing the information. Lenny. Gonna have a little bit of a spotter, but Garage is the point of contention right now. Redler with this frenzy to swing on through, hits
nice.
Flipshitter's gonna find him, and now Maxi is stuck on this C site.
He's got so much to do, but I think he will be okay for now. They've got to clear this angle regardless, because they should know. They should know, surely, right? No! There's a dink in the process with that as well, Komodo.
Nice.
But it's not enough. Berserks gets the response, but there
nice.
Oh boy, you better believe the doors have been opened to hell on this C site for Darion.
Woo, let's go.
The collateral, but NT.
Pistol
Boom.
round.
Pistol, get it.
Pistol round over towards Boom, which means they get both for this game right now. Previously on Bind and Breeze, it was 1 apiece for these teams. So that is, you know, ever so more that Boom actually have to play with, right? It was the first 4 rounds that they were able to secure over on that first half here. And then it went 5 in a row for Bleed, but then the rest is kind of back over towards the side of Boom. So continuing on that momentum from the last little bit of the first half. They've got a Spectre purchase across all 5 of the members right now. And it is leaning just a little bit more over toward the seaside. A quicker play this time again from Darion. Sewers is his home, but this time he wants to swim out of those. Take it right in toward the face of Boom, who are happy enough to completely go the opposite side of the map. The shift starts to happen from Bleed as well, and now they have to contend with this fight.
They're going to be careful. Bunch of Sheriffs, Berserks getting very, very aggressive. And my friend, you are in the Thunderdome here. Not even knowing what's happened to him, but luckily Famous does get at least one hit. There's the response, but Blaze King does more. Maxi, this is the man we were talking about as he gets another. All left on to Darion, but he's so unaware of this position. Boom, creeping on the long position. Surely they're aware now. Yep, smart, walking straight into Defender's side spawn. And it's going to be a long, slow journey, a hike, if you call it.
It gives Darion a chance to upgrade himself to these Spectres as well, to be able to find it. If he can get towards that A site when the plant is there, he's got the option of that 1 versus 1. Famous has just got that recon dart. He's got a drone as well, and you're exactly right. That was the 3rd thing I was going to mention. The turret is looking for that flank. It has to get broken first, and that's all the information that Famous and Flipshitter want. Hiding together in hell, swinging together as a unit, as a team as well, but Darion, this is going to be his chance to win this one. The first shots work on through, 40 HP.
Hampir aja.
So close. 20 is the spare for Famous. And Boom, they don't drop the round that they should always be getting.
Oh man, I felt like a spectator for a second just there, ready to throw out the "why are you peeking?" But they do trade, right? They get it done. Didn't decide to hide under hell. They were going to go together, even if it was hellish.
Oh, the dink, man. It hurts to see as well. You almost just want to give it to him for the challenge, for the fact that technically he isolates the one-on-one twice on over,
again,
but
throw that analysis out the window, right? You can call it what you want. They've done it, and they did try to make it work. But yeah, it's a really, really ugly-looking bonus right now, right? Boom, still kicking with 9, but can they even find this one?
It's a quick one in towards B. Their target is the plant right now. These pistols, you know, we've seen what Bleed were able to do with that. Can Boom do better?
Spike planted. That's the start. All members, none on the flank, rotating through those links accordingly. CN8, And they are going to make sure that they stack it up together. Really liking this post plant for Bleed right now. They're all keeping that focus on towards A main, on towards long, and the first tap is there. That's going to be the Nebula to go down, but Famous, he's got those shock darts, so he's going to be able to keep on going, and the Owl Drone also available, so realistically, it's going to be a very challenging fight here for Boom. They're just going to continue to get sent, and this is the joy of Valorant, right? Investing barely anything, but the utility is enough. Berserk's won, and now the chaos is going to start to ensue. Lenny has got it down to half, but I don't even know if there's enough time. All they need is one more shot, but Maxi, he will hold and keep his
man, dikit lagi loh.
These rounds are getting so down to the wire, isn't it? 5 versus 5. And this is where I would like to take the time to highlight the difference between Blaze King on an Astra and Maxi on an Omen. When Bleed got into the B-sided play, I mentioned a gravity well because that's what Blaze King was able to use in this one right there. You've got the nano swarms to back it up for damage. You had the shock darts. You had the aftershock. There was so much post-plant utility that Boom were able to use there to try and keep Bleed off that spike defuse. But in the end, it goes Maxi's way. Now the thing we look for in this new round, everybody's got the weaponry. It's the Blade Storm for Darion, and Boom are so close to so many of these ultimates.
Very, very quick. How's Darion go? Okay, good choice. Straight out with that tailwind, because Boom haven't really contested any further. They've managed to force the pesky jet away from long, and now the Owl Drone does spot too. It's actually got some info, but he does walk back. This is going to be a big one right here. Komodo looking like the members. It is a trap indeed. Trying to bait them into submission.
You would never expect 3 players to go down sewers at the moment, but maybe you do.
Oh, timing!
Are they ready to go for it? Great opening from Berserks. It's a response, and now that jet barreling out, but I think he's out of blades. And unfortunately, Famous does get one more. Tebottle also waking up. Here we go, a round of chaos. But it's too quick to even think. Has a big task ahead.
Kena timing Flip Jedek sumpah. Buat coming dead. Buat coming dead.
You think you got numbers there for Bleed as well. Flip Jedek gets caught out, removing his bot back as well, retrieving rather. But Boom, they get into the site, they hit all the shots. The Blades do miss out from Darion, and the rest of the squad as well fall over like flies. They have been spotted. Double digits for Boom. Credits are going to be iffy for Bleed going into the next round. I think this is the time where I would like to see a timeout utilized from them as well, just to make sure they're able to get something situated back into this half. And for Redler, I mean, you really want to be taking over this Vandal at least in toward this next round to have some sort of damage potential. Very, very clean to come through for Boom. And look at that money, Conky. It is in shambles for Bleed.
Again, it's just such an awkward position to be in for Bleed, right? They fought so hard into that second map. I got to admit, they still fought hard on Breeze as well, though, right? Pretty even disparity of frags. Everyone doing their part. Again, if any math fans are in the chat, do it. Because Boom, I think, has about the same, but 4 more rounds on top. So it's a awkward position to be in. Bleed have slotted themselves into the sewers, and I think they do need to get dirty if they do want to try and pull this one away. But it's just Boom, again, adopting that turtle approach, waiting for Bleed to make a mistake.
Oh, a lot of pressure here. Bleed, very well undefeated through the history of this year. Xerxia, Paper X, the only ones to really fell them, right? A lot here to be able to run with. Boom, 3 rounds away from knocking off the Titans to the lower bracket. And over toward the C site we go. Berserk
nice.
Able to find Lenny. That is the green light for Boom.
Bleed are trying to get out. They want to fight this fight very, very early on, and the counter utility is there. There's Rattler, nicely done, but the Hunter's Fury also will put the pressure on, and Berserk's certainly a man with his finger on the pulse right now of Bleed.
Let's go.
Darion does manage to at least get that spike attempt in, but it's a lot more he needs to do, and he's going to get completely shut out from that CT position. Boom find 11, and I mean, look, it was just an eco, but we still need 5 more to tie it, let alone even consider bringing this one back to contention.
It's going to be such a mountain to climb right now, and we're almost feeling like the tools aren't right there. They don't have those picks to go back up to the mountain one by one, a step at a time.
Boom looking good.
Guns for everybody in the server, of course, highlighted just
Dua
before
round
a
lagi.
lot of these ultimates to be able to play with still. Famous rips the Hunter's Fury in the last one, but the rest of the team still all have 4. They have them all. That lockdown can be pretty potent. The Rolling Thunder off the get-go as well could be big, but it's actually the Hunter's Fury from Lenny that's able to remove them, both of them. Bottle, Blaze King down for the count. Maybe this is what we were missing from Bleed, an extension from Flipshitter down, which means this round is looking good for Bleed.
Finally, something, a bandage for Bleed right now, right? To at least keep themselves kicking in the good fight. They might have broken an arm or a leg here and there, but they are still fighting the good fight. And with that double up from Lenny, it means that it's only Famous and Berserks to walk on in, but Berserks, he's had a banger so far, right? There is still more opportunity for this to be done. The spike is in hand. They can creep on in, but a couple of members in towards that link. It's going to be an awkward fight.
It's a 2 versus 5. Imagine if they're able to secure map point from such deficit. There's another one for Berserk. Not the third though. Gary on to find his head, and Famous is going to get caught looking the wrong way. To find that out the Gary window. A lifeline for Bleed once more here. Conky, they get that defensive round.
Who's Gary?
Who's Gary?
Bleed's mate?
Help
him out in this round.
Ash's foe.
That was a good lean. Put you on the spot and you got something out. Nicely done. Okay. So again, another brief settle. It's only going to be for a second though. Vandals all up, all 10. But
I'm looking at the Oracle ball here, and I'm seeing the future of an ultimate absolution round, right? So many for each of these sides right now to try and get them over the board. The 12th is what Boom are chasing, an 8th. And one more step of the way to get closer towards Boom in this one. But the current situation, no one on the Bleed side is currently overextending. Darion down in the sewers once more. He's let his team kind of waltz back over towards B, towards C, but now Pith starts to consider leaving as the drone is sent down towards mid. Boom, it doesn't spot any of them at the moment. They're starting to feel that they might want to flow over towards the C site. Cosmic Divide is currently being set up there from Blaze King.
So it is going to be that C site assault. No, actually maybe B. They are keeping their eyes over accordingly. It is those nano swarms pop very early by Rettler. Berserks, he's close and
nice, Berserk.
Very, very fast on the sticks as well. That lockdown is sent in, and guess what? They're not going B, they're heading towards C, and I'm liking this line as well from Berserks.
That is so cheeky. A plant as well in safety. You don't really have too much to be able to work with for Boom to defend this. That Rolling Thunder for to bottle. Keep an eye on that potentially right now. Rettler does get detained. He is the only one for Bleed. Do they choose to use that lockdown to get back into this one?
They've got to go, and very, very quickly. There is that lockdown available, so maybe, just maybe, they can force something back, but Berserks is trying his best to deny. Rettler now in position, but he can't overextend. The Rolling Thunder now sent, and they're going to also go one back. Rettler, he's sticking. He didn't get it half as well, because it's going to be that punishment. No time, no opportunity, and that is going to be something special. Komodo.
Famous is going to get him.
Series point for Boom, 12-7, as they look to be the first entrant to the grand final of the APAC LCQ.
5 rounds of cushioning Boom have to play for here. A couple of mistakes can be made, but they want to win this one in a good fashion. A very comfortable scoreline is what a 13-7 would look like. We've seen a lot of absence from Bleed on this defensive side. Usually it's the side that has propelled them a little bit further against the teams that they've played on in this tournament so far. They call a timeout here. They've got some Vandals pre-purchased before it. Lenny with 2k in the bag. You can't really get too much out with that.
Looking good anjir, Boom, di beberapa round terakhir ini. Sumpah mainnya. Rapi banget dia.
From the shadows in hand.
Ultinya Astra kelihatan kayak ngeplan di B, lari ke C.
Really, she wrote. Darion. 3 away, of course. It's really, really rough.
How many corners have to be cut in this round for Bleed? And then the subsequent rounds as well. The economy from Boom is blossoming. They've got cash to utilize for the next couple of rounds, and damage, if that accumulates in those rounds, it makes it even more awkward for Bleed to try and get this comeback now.
Bleed doesn't win this. Boom loses this. Yep. That's the only way about it, with every single thing to be taken into consideration. Boom just need some focus, drive. They've already pushed through all the chaos, the carnage that Bleed have thrown at them. Losing that second map must have been crushing, especially how close it was, and only relying on some real hero plays. You know, we go back to Lenny and Pith on what they did on Bind.
Down to the sewers again from Darion. Does also have Lenny over towards A-Long. The drone being sent through. That's going to be the spotter. No one is home. The idea of back to C. Very familiar territory. Success rate high for Boom over here. Maxi on the back of these boxes. Don't know if he's been spotted. He has now.
Pitt's got to do it all alongside Maxi. They are holding for at least a little bit, but Berserks, he's in quick again. Holding on to that utility. They're out. They don't want a bar of it. They've called the rotate. They've burnt some utility, and Pith's still thinking someone's here.
No one's overextended, though, from Bleed on the other side of the map as well. So it does mean that they're surrounding themselves.
Lenny.
Still the play for Lenny. It's only a Marshall, though, remember. He needs the headshot. He's missed it.
He has indeed. That recon bolt is going to mean everything right now. They've got to go quick. Lenny with one. He's still alive somehow. Flips Jitter. Needs to get this frag. He's doing it now. But that's the spike drops. They need that one to light the fuse for Boom to try and close this, but it
nice! 2v1. Let's go, Boom!
They don't need a fuse to still make an explosion as Boom...
Let's go, aku pengen nonton yang Indonesia, masih belum nih. Yang Indonesia. Habis itu kita off, cuy.
Cloud burst-nya, dibalik smoke-nya, dan mundur lagi ke belakang. Mancing mungkin pemain-pemain dari Bleed untuk rotasi. Tapi mereka akan gerak ke B. Dan akan ada satu Marshall. Apakah Marshall ini mungkin bisa memberikan ancaman yang sepertinya tidak. Dan akan dicari terus, lu lihat. Akan dipick terus, tapi Lene mampu mendapatkan blast kick. Dan akan di double pick bersama-sama. 2 lawan 2, Darion mampu menumbangkan Flip the Dead. 1v2 situation, darahnya udah low. Dan bahkan Maxi sudah low HP. Dan here we go. Boom Esports goes to grand final of LCQ.
Let's go.
APAC 2022.
GG.
Boom. Anyways, that was really cringy. I'm Tash Bunny alongside Pavlos and Crema. We're back here on the VCT APAC LCQ desk. And I just have to say that we have our first grand finalist, and Boom just really stepped up today.
They really did. And they just kind of showed that for this matchup at least, Bleed had...
Wah, GG cuy, udah sampai sini dulu lah teman-teman. Thank you yang udah nonton, udah like, udah subscribe. Dudukan kalian
they've done a splendid job.
As always, gua close dulu di your best.
But Boom, just this matchup.
Bye-bye. Besok ketemu lagi cuy. Oke, bye-bye.
Okay.
4 on 5 on...
He just does the job with it. You don't need any other weapon for him. But coming back to the game, I asked you a question, Crema, in the beginning about